Chapter 860. When will the moon appear? Just as Chu Kuangren spoke, suddenly the world was silent. The moonlight in the surroundings stopped circulating at the same time. Seeing this, everyone's pupils shrank slightly. What was going on? The poem had just begun, and it had already triggered such a phenomenon. With a cup of wine, I asked the clear sky. Boom! The surrounding moonlight instantly boiled. Countless rays of moonlight gushed towards Chu Kuangren like rivers returning to the sea, converging to form a gigantic pillar of light that was more than 10,000 feet tall. The moonlight illuminated the sky. All the cultivators in the mystic moon ancient city could see it from afar and were all attracted by it. At the same time, Chu Kuangren's voice echoed from the light pillar. When will the moon be clear? I asked the clear sky with a cup of wine. Countless cultivators in the ancient city of mystic moon heard this poem. Countless people murmured this poem, and their eyes became brighter and brighter. Who wrote this poem? What a great poem. It can actually resonate with the entire full moon secret realm. This poem seems to be incomplete. Everyone was shocked. A poem that wasn't even finished yet was able to resonate with the entire full moon secret realm. What an exquisite poem it was. Could it be that the immortal poet had descended to the mortal world? Full moon platform. Chu Kuangren's entire body was shrouded in endless moonlight as he continued to chant. I wonder what year it is, Heavenly Palace. I wish to ride the wind to return home, but I fear that the jade mansions are too high and too cold. Turning to the vermilion pavilion, lowly and beautiful. I should not hate. Chu Kuangren's voice echoed throughout the entire mystic moon ancient city. When everyone heard this poem, they were all intoxicated. Even the Tao Lord was deeply captivated by the concept within. High up in the sky, the bright moon trembled violently. Countless rays of moonlight gushed out from it and surged towards Chu Kuangren. The 30,000 feet long moonlight pillar was also continuously increasing in height. 10,000 zhang, a million zhang, 200,000 zhang, a million zhang. The incomparable moonlight covered the sky. It could no longer be described with numbers. It was as if it was limitless. The resplendent moonlight covered the entire mystic moon ancient city, illuminating the night sky as if it was daytime, as if it was lighting up the universe. Everyone was immersed in the beauty of the poem, unable to extricate themselves. May we live together for a long time, as the last line of the poem fell. The bright moon in the sky also stopped shaking. However, the boundless radiance continued to gush out. Everyone was unable to regain their senses for a long time. On the full moon platform, everyone looked at the peerless figure in white who was enveloped by the moonlight. Their expressions were shocked, as if they had lost the ability to speak. Compared to the other party, their poems were worse than dog shit. The moonlight on their bodies had already surged towards Chu Kuangren when he was halfway through reciting his poem. At this moment, there was not a bit of moonlight on their bodies. Fellow Taoist Chu, you're too strong. Tang Haitang stared at Chu Kuangren's back with an intoxicated look on her face. She still remembered the time when she asked Chu Kuangren if he knew how to compose poems. His answer was, a little. How was this just a little bit? He was practically a god of poetry. Modest, powerful, and good-looking. How could there be such a perfect man in this world? The more Tang Haitang thought about it, the more infatuated she became. The rest of the female cultivators were also filled with admiration. Even Leng Xianzi could not help but look at Chu Kuangren with admiration. Compared to Chu Kuangren, the purple star fourth sequence master, the immortal seed Ziying who was standing beside her, seemed to pale in comparison. It was not even worth mentioning. No, there was no comparison between the two. How could this be? How is this possible? Ziying and Wang Hang were already dumbfounded. Were they provoking Chu Kuangren just now? Saying that Chu Kuangren did not know how to compose poems? *CKME. If Chu Kuangren did not know how to compose poems, then no one in the universe could. They felt like they were just a bunch of clowns just now. Amidst the moonlight, Chu Kuangren's universal cauldron physique was activated to its limit. The endless moonlight was converted into pure spiritual qi, which was then converted into Emperor's qi. His cultivation base was also increasing rapidly. Boom. An explosion was heard from within his body. It was as if a barrier had been broken. At that moment, Chu Kuangren had officially ascended into the Taoist Lord realm. There was still a lot of moonlight around him. Even with Chu Kuangren's cultivation base, it would still take him some time to absorb all of it. With a thought, his universal cauldron physique was activated to its limit, absorbing the endless moonlight into his body and temporarily storing it. After a while, the moonlight gradually dissipated. However, the crowd's shock had not completely subsided. The entire Mystic Moon ancient city was in an unprecedented state of shock. Who is it? Who is composing a poem? A poem can cause such a huge commotion in the full moon secret realm. Could it really be the arrival of the poem deity? Too scary. I've never seen such an endless amount of moonlight before. I'm afraid all the moonlight in the full moon secret realm has surged out. All the cultivators looked in the direction of the full moon platform in shock. Surges of Emperor's thoughts gushed out and peaked at the full moon platform. At that moment, in the sky, the bright moon that represented the full moon secret realm suddenly trembled before it shattered into countless specks of light. Within those specks of light, a white ray of light flew towards Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren grabbed that white light. When the white light faded, it turned into a crystal-clear jade stone. The Taoist patterns on the jade stone were extremely mysterious. Could that be the moonlight essence? Suddenly someone exclaimed. The moonlight essence was a supreme treasure that could only be formed by the condensation of countless moonlight. It was a treasure that only existed in the purple gold galaxy's legends. By the heavens, this must be the moonlight essence. Rumor has it that countless years ago, someone obtained the moonlight essence and eventually became an immortal. The moonlight essence is a supreme treasure that allows one to gain insight into the origin. Everyone stared at the moonlight essence in Chu Kuangren's hand with bloodshot eyes. Even their breathing became extremely heavy. To become an immortal, one must first gain insight into the origin and cultivate it. This moonlight essence was a supreme treasure that could allow a cultivator to gain insight into the origin. In other words, it could help one become an immortal. Chu Kuangren hand over the moonlight essence. At that moment, Ziying yelled. He stared at the moonlight essence with an unprecedented passion in his eyes. If he could obtain the moonlight essence and gain insight into the origin, then he could replace the purple star sequence 1 and become the new sequence 1. How could he not be excited? He was not the only one who was excited. Everyone who saw the moonlight essence, including the strong cultivators who were hiding in the Mystic Moon ancient city, could not remain calm. You want it? Come and get it yourself. Chu Kuangren said as he played with the moonlight essence in his hand. Ziying could not care less anymore. He pulled out a sword and in a flash, he flew towards Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren focused his sword fingers and casually unleashed a sword chi. The sword chi clashed with the sword. Then, the sword shattered and Ziying was sent flying dozens of feet away, revealing the purple inner armor on his body. It was a defensive Taoist weapon. Brother Wang, help me get the moonlight essence. Ziying shouted at Wang Hang. However, Wang Hang was a little hesitant. It was an opportunity before him. If he helped Ziying, he would be able to gain his friendship and even form a connection with the Purple Star tribe. However, Chu Kuangren was powerful. Rumor had it that he could defeat a group of immortal seeds. Wang Hang was afraid that his strength was not enough. As for whether or not the other party had a powerful background, he was not afraid. As far as he knew, the civilization that the other party came from was not considered powerful. Chapter 861. I'll do it. Wang Hang gritted his teeth and said. This was a chance to befriend the Purple Star tribe so he could not miss it. Although he knew he was no match for Chu Kuangren, all he had to do was put on a show. There was no need for him to fight Chu Kuangren to the death. He was confident that although he was not an immortal seed, he was still a top-notch sky pride. With some treasures on him he could protect himself. Chu Kuangren, don't you dare hurt brother Ziying. Wang Hang yelled. He made his move. A black longsword suddenly appeared in his hand, and with a single slash, it sliced through the pitch-black night sky and headed straight for Chu Kuangren. Mayflies trying to shake a tree. Chu Kuangren said indifferently. He gently raised his hand and casually struck out. Surging Emperor Qi struck Wang Hang's body and immediately sent him flying. Amidst the explosion, the long saber shattered, and his robe exploded. A black armor appeared on Wang Hang's body. It was the top-notch defensive Taoist weapon that he bought at the auction for 3.2 billion soul marrow stones. Chu Kuangren, this Taoist weapon of yours is not bad. Wang Hang said coldly. It was because of this Taoist weapon that he dared to attack Chu Kuangren. It seems that this Taoist weapon of mine has given you some confidence. Chu Kuangren said calmly. His figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Wang Hang's eyes widened. Where did he go? Brother Wang, behind you. Ziying shouted. Not good. Without another word, Wang Hang channeled his emperor's chi to its limit and unleashed his Taoist master's strength as he threw a punch behind him. Boom. That punch landed directly on Chu Kuangren's chest. I did it. Wang Hang was delighted. However, his expression soon turned into one of fear. That was because he realized that his punch seemed to have landed on an indestructible wall. He could not hurt Chu Kuangren at all. A defensive Taoist weapon. This white robe is a defensive Taoist weapon. Wang Hang was stunned. He finally understood why Chu Kuangren was willing to auction off a top-notch defensive Taoist weapon. It was because he did not lack it. With a defensive Taoist weapon, this Taoist weapon was too weak. Retreat. Wang Hang immediately tried to retreat. However, before he could even take 2 steps, Chu Kuangren's figure was already right behind him. Where do you think you're going? Chu Kuangren clenched his fist and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! A loud explosion erupted in the void. Wang Hang's armor caved in and cracked inch by inch. The terrifying fist energy penetrated the armor and landed on his body. Puff! Wang Hang vomited blood. Then, his arm was grabbed by Chu Kuangren, and his entire body was lifted into the air before he was smashed left and right on the ground. Boom boom. The entire full moon platform was shaking. Seeing this, everyone could not help but swallow their saliva. Too violent. It was too bloody. Chu Kuangren casually tossed Wang Hang aside. The armor on his body had long been shattered beyond recognition. Wang Hang himself was on the verge of death. You want to keep your life in front of me with a piece of trash that I don't want? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Chu Kuangren lifted his foot and stepped on his opponent's chest with an indifferent expression. Let me go. Wang Hang begged with a trembling voice. He regretted it. He did not expect Chu Kuangren to be this powerful. Even with a top-notch great Taoist weapon, he could not withstand even half of Chu Kuangren's attack. Be more mindful in your next life. Chu Kuangren said indifferently. Boom. The next moment, a terrifying energy erupted, and Wang Hang's entire body exploded. Large amounts of flesh and blood shot out from Chu Kuangren's feet. No. From afar, an enraged voice was heard. A few figures flew over. They were the Wang family's Taoist masters. They looked at Chu Kuangren with shock and intense hatred. You dare to kill the Wang family's crown prince? You must be tired of living. A Taoist emperor's chi swirled and transformed into a giant golden hand that slammed towards Chu Kuangren. I don't mind killing a few more. Chu Kuangren yelled and clenched his fist. Emperor's chi and Taoist patterns intertwined, and the invincible celestial reversal technique was unleashed. The majestic fist force was like a flood, instantly destroying the giant golden hand. The Taoist master's pupils contracted as he was enveloped by the fist energy. After letting out a scream, his body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. What? The pupils of the remaining great Tao lords constricted, and they were slightly shocked. Killing a Taoist master with just a lift of his hand. For a sky pride to have such strength was just too terrifying. Even if it was an exceptional immortal seed, it was still too much. At that moment, a terrifying domineering aura erupted from afar and crashed towards the lunar gazing platform. Chu Kuangren, you're courting death. A cold voice resounded. The Wang family's Taoist masters were delighted. It's the forefather. The forefather is about to make his move. The Wang family's forefather, the only heavenly Tao master of the Wang family. Who's the one courting death? In the Mystic Moon Ancient City Hall, a giant sword shadow suddenly rose into the air and slashed towards the Wang family's direction. With a loud bang, the giant sword shadow collided with a terrifying force, and the entire Mystic Moon Ancient City shook. After the collision, the Wang family's forefather's aura rapidly weakened, and there was no longer any movement. The Wang family's Taoist masters were in disbelief at that scene. One move, just one move, and the forefather of the Wang family was suppressed. They were all heavenly Taoist masters, but the gap between them was just too big. Is this the Mystic Moon Taoist master's strength? How powerful! As expected of one of the most powerful Taoist masters in the Purple Gold Galaxy. Even if he can't become an immortal in the future, he'll still be a top-notch false immortal. After all, he was also a top-notch immortal seed back then. The cultivators in the Mystic Moon Ancient City were speechless. Meanwhile, on the lunar gazing platform, Chu Kuangren looked at the Wang family's Taoist masters and smiled playfully. Seems like your biggest backer is gone. After that, he raised his hand to gather Emperor's Qi and unleashed a technique. Since Chu Kuangren had become a Taoist master, the power of this technique had risen to another level. Thousands of spiritual soldiers gathered and locked onto the Taoist masters. Fall. He let out a soft roar. Countless spiritual soldiers rained down on the Taoist masters like a storm. Quick, block it. What a terrifying aura. How can he be so powerful? Even if he has become a Taoist master, it's still unbelievable for him to be this powerful. This monster. Boom, 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 waves of turbulent energy erupted in the void, and the few Taoist masters were soon injured under the attacks of the spiritual soldiers. A figure dashed out of the turbulent energy with a light barrier around him that repelled the spiritual soldiers around him. It was obviously a powerful defensive Taoist weapon. Chu Kuangren, go to hell. With the help of this powerful defensive Taoist weapon, the Taoist master rushed towards Chu Kuangren and stabbed at him with a spear in his hand. The spear was like a dragon with a cold glint. At that moment, the sound of a sword chime was heard. A purple sword ray lit up the night sky like a beautiful meteor. The sword ray sliced through the spear ray. The spear broke with a clang, and the defensive chi barrier around the Taoist master was torn in half like a bubble. A mist of blood gushed out. The Taoist master was torn in half by the sword ray. Unknowingly, the descendant's self-sword had been unsheathed and was now in Chu Kuangren's hand. The white jade-like blade was pure and flawless, and it complemented Chu Kuangren's gorgeous white wide-sleeved robe. With the descendant's self-sword in hand, Chu Kuangren's figure flickered in the void like a ghost. His sword chi circulated, and the Taoist masters who were already injured fell one by one. Now you're the only one left. Chu Kuangren calmly looked at the immortal seed Ziying not far away. Her face was as pale as a sheet. Chapter 862. You're the only one left now. Chu Kuangren looked at the pale-faced Ziying and said calmly. Ziying looked at Chu Kuangren, who was closing in on him with fear in his eyes. He had been wanting to leave since the beginning. However, there was a chi flow that had been locked onto him. Whenever he moved, that chi flow would follow him. There was no way he could escape. The man in front of him was so powerful that he could not escape even if he wanted to. The two of them were not on the same level. Chu Kuangren, I'm from the Purple Star tribe. If you dare to kill me, the Purple Star tribe will retaliate fiercely. You have to think this through. Ziying said with a trembling voice. The thing I can't stand the most in my life is threats. Chu Kuangren deflected his sword. A streak of sword chi suddenly shot out. Ziying was torn apart by the sword chi along with his inner armor. The Purple Star celestial seed had fallen. The people around them could not help but shiver when they saw that. They did not expect Chu Kuangren to be so decisive. He even killed the celestial seed without hesitation. This lunatic, how dare he kill the Purple Star celestial seed in front of everyone? Isn't he afraid of the Purple Star tribe's revenge? The Mystic Moon ancient city won't be able to protect him. The people discussed among themselves. Tang Haitang looked at Chu Kuangren worriedly. No matter what, Ziying was still a celestial seed. If Chu Kuangren was killed just like that, the Purple Star tribe would never forgive him. No matter how strong Chu Kuangren was, how could he fight the entire Purple Star tribe? Purple Star tribe. It seems like we're destined to fight to the death. Chu Kuangren murmured. The full moon pageant was over. Moreover, it ended in a way that no one had expected. The fall of Ziying's celestial seed, the Wang family's elder, and the Mystic Moon Taoist master. These were all things that no one had expected. However, what shocked everyone more was Chu Kuangren's poem. The poem that lit up the dark universe. After the full moon pageant, Chu Kuangren and his poems spread like wildfire. Everyone in the Mystic Moon ancient city knew about it. Even the entire purple gold galaxy was circulating. When will the moon be clear? Holding a cup of wine, I asked the clear sky. What a good poem. With just a few lines, I can vaguely see the scene of a person drinking alone under the moonlight. It's lonely and heroic. It's really breathtaking. Not bad. This poem is enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Also, the full moon secret realm shook because of this poem. Endless moonlight gushed out, and a secret treasure like moonlight essence appeared. Chu Kuangren, what an amazing and talented Chu Kuangren. This person's talent is unprecedented. This person can be called the god of poetry. In the entire Mystic Moon ancient city, everyone was talking about the upcoming full moon meet. They were all talking about Chu Kuangren and his poem. No one knew who it was that gave rise to the title of immortal poet. All of a sudden, the immortal poet Chu Kuangren's name was known throughout the world. Countless cultivators and socialites were fascinated by it. You guys have still underestimated Chu Kuangren. Not only is he good at composing poems, but don't forget that he's also a top-notch immortal seed. He killed a Taoist lord with a single slash of his sword. That sword technique of his is unbelievably powerful. That's right. That sword technique was truly terrifying. I heard that this person also has a sword Dao immortal technique that he used to defeat several immortal seeds with. In just a few days, the title of immortal poet had been changed to Poetic Sword Sage. Poetic Sword Sage, Poetic Sword Sage. Inside the city hall, the famous Poetic Sword Sage, Chu Kuangren, was currently refining the Descendant Self-Sword with the Phoenix Fire. He was infusing the purple gold source into the Descendant Self-Sword. It's done. Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up as he put away the Phoenix Fire. At that moment, the Descendant Self-Sword was shining brightly. The white jade-like sword body shimmered with a faint white light under the sunlight, and there was a faint purple chi circulating around it. The Descendant Self-Sword had been completely upgraded to a heavenly Dao weapon. With this sword, Chu Kuangren's combat strength would increase a little more. Good sword. Beside him, a voice of admiration was heard. The mystic Moon Taoist Lord walked up. He looked at the Descendant Self-Sword. The Poetic Sword Sage is not only proficient in both sword and poetry. There are very few people in this world who can match his skill in refining. Poetic Sword Sage? Chu Kuangren was stunned for a moment. He had not gone out for the past 2 days, and he did not use his Emperor's thought to keep up with the news from the outside world. Instead, he was wholeheartedly focused on upgrading the Descendant Self-Sword. Since when did he gain the title of Poetic Sword Sage? Brother Chu, during the full moon meet, your poem caused the secret realm to tremble, and the moonlight shone brightly. Then you slayed a great Tao master with your sword. It could be said that it was a night of romance. The title of Poetic Sword God is well deserved. The mystic Moon Taoist Lord smiled. Poetic Sword Sage. Chu Kuangren smiled helplessly. However, this title sounded quite cool. Although it was a little shameful to plagiarize Su Shi's poem, no one in this world knew about it, so it should not be a big problem. By the way, Brother Chu, the materials you asked me to prepare for Haitang's immortal physique awakening are almost ready. The mystic Moon Taoist Lord suddenly said solemnly. Alright, got it. Chu Kuangren's expression also became serious. Not long after, the materials for the immortal physique awakening were almost ready. Chu Kuangren refined these materials into a medicinal pill before he left the ancient mystic moon star with the mystic Moon Taoist master and Tang Haitang. On a star that was covered in ice and snow all year round, Chu Kuangren, Tang Haitang, and the mystic Moon Taoist Lord arrived. After they arrived, a white-haired old man in a white robe appeared in the void. It was the imaginary immortal of mortal heaven. Senior Mortal Heaven. The mystic Moon Taoist Lord and Tang Haitang bowed respectfully. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly as well. Although he and the imaginary immortal of mortal heaven had not known each other for long, they appreciated each other and could be said to be good friends. There was no need for formalities. Senior, is the formation ready? Chu Kuangren said. In order to awaken Tang Haitang's immortal physique, he and the mystic Moon Taoist Lord had asked the imaginary immortal of mortal heaven for help. It's ready? The imaginary immortal of mortal heaven nodded. He then brought them to the peak of a snowy mountain. Then let's begin. Chu Kuangren said as he took out a medicinal pill and handed it to Tang Haitang. This is the heavenly frost pill that I refined. Miss Tang, it will increase your absorption rate of frost chi. Tang Haitang nodded and took the medicinal pill. Beside her, the imaginary immortal of mortal heaven was amazed. Brother Chu, you sure hid your skills well. I didn't know that you know alchemy. I know a little. A little again? The imaginary immortal of mortal heaven smiled playfully and said, by the way, I've also seen your full moon poem. It's amazing. I didn't expect you to have such attainments in poetry. Just a little, just a little. Chu Kuangren rubbed his nose. He was not lying. When it came to poetry, he really only knew a little. He only knew how to recite poems. Obviously, the imaginary immortal of mortal heaven did not believe him. Beside him, after Tang Haitang consumed the medicinal pill, the surrounding frost chi rushed towards her like rivers flowing into the sea. The imaginary immortal of mortal heaven waved his sleeve and activated the formation. Countless Taoist patterns flowed on the mountains and rivers, covering the entire planet. A huge amount of frost chi rushed towards the peak of the snowy mountain. In the blink of an eye, Tang Haitang was frozen into an ice sculpture. Her life force and aura were completely frozen. Chapter 863. On a snowy mountain on the icy star. Frosty chi covered Tang Haitang's body and froze her. The divine Moon Taoist master could not help but feel anxious when he saw that. Chu Kuangren saw that and said, rest assured, brother Divine Moon. I guarantee with my life that nothing will happen to Miss Tang. Alright, I believe you. The divine Moon Taoist master was slightly relieved. The frosty qi from the surroundings continued to gather and flow into Tang Haitang's body. Although Tang Haitang's body did not show any signs of life, it was like a bottomless pit that absorbed all the frosty qi. That meant that her body was still functioning. Her vitality was frozen, but her body was still functioning. Such a contradictory thing happened to Tang Haitang. 3 days later, Tang Haitang had absorbed almost all the icy spiritual power of the entire star. Master, the time has come. At that moment, the omniscient spirit, Xiao Ai, reminded Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren nodded. Understood. He focused his gaze. Then he opened his palm. A ball of golden red phoenix fire circulated in his palm. The phoenix fire gushed out and completely enveloped the ice that sealed Tang Haitang. This is the phoenix fire. The imaginary immortal mortal sky's gaze froze. Chu Kuangren could use the flames that only the godly phoenix could. Little friend Chu's surprises are really endless. The imaginary immortal mortal sky exclaimed. He was even more certain that Chu Kuangren had the potential to become an immortal. Under the combination of ice and fire, the frozen Tang Haitang had a slight reaction. She frowned as if she was feeling uncomfortable. At the same time, within her body, a terrifying power that had been sealed for a long time was brewing. Under the stimulation of the ice and fire, it was ready to burst out. Chu Kuangren activated the book of physique within his body. Suddenly, the power within Tang Haitang's body turned into countless intertwining mysterious Taoist patterns that he analyzed one by one. With the awakening of the immortal physique, the originally blurry Taoist patterns have also become clearer. When Miss Tang fully awakens her immortal physique, I'll be able to analyze her immortal physique and use it for myself. Chu Kuangren murmured. Time passed. Under the dual stimulation of the phoenix fire and the power of ice, the power within Tang Haitang's body became more and more uncontrollable. Upon seeing that, Chu Kuangren put away his phoenix flames and broke the ice. He condensed his sword fingers and a little flame condensed on his fingertips. Then, the flame turned into a slender fire needle and pierced into Tang Haitang's body. In order to help Tang Haitang awaken her immortal physique, Chu Kuangren combined alchemy, formation techniques, phoenix flames, and medical skills. Moreover, he had very high requirements for each of them. If any of them were not up to standard, the immortal physique would not be awakened. It was obvious how difficult it was to awaken a celestial physique. It was also because Tang Haitang's immortal body had yet to awaken. When the phoenix fire needle entered her body, Tang Haitang suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were snow-white like ice crystals. Ah! Along with a long roar, countless Tao patterns appeared on the surface of her body, and a terrifying chill spread out with her as the center. The wind and snow in the surroundings froze. The entire icy star was enveloped by the cold air that erupted from the immortal body. It was as if it had turned into an iceberg floating in the universe, filled with cold air. The awakening of the immortal physique could freeze the stars. This is an ice immortal physique. The imaginary immortal mortal sky was a little surprised. Then he sensed that the immortal physique was constantly emitting powerful fluctuations. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly used his imaginary immortal strength to envelop the surroundings. White qi rays spread out and turned into a qi barrier. The immortal physique's power collided with the qi barrier. Under the impact of the two peerless powers, the entire star trembled. You've just awakened, but you already have such powerful strength. What a celestial physique. The imaginary immortal mortal sky was amazed. This was also one of the reasons why Chu Kuangren asked him to come. Only the imaginary immortal strength could completely isolate the fluctuations emitted when the immortal physique was awakened, and it would not be noticed by other forces. Otherwise, an immortal physique would cause an uproar in the entire purple gold galaxy. Those civilizations and orthodoxies would not be able to sit still. If the immortal physique could not be used by them, for the sake of their status, there was a high chance that they would be killed. Such was the cruel law of the universe. Analyze, Chu Kuangren was the closest to Tang Haitang. In his eyes, there seemed to be countless mysterious runes or Taoist patterns swirling around, unsure if they were runes or Tao patterns. He had a clear view of the immortal physique, and it was continuously analyzed through the book of physiques before being integrated into it. In the book of physiques, a brand new powerful physique was taking shape. 4 large words appeared on the page. Lunar Immortal Physique. That was the immortal physique that Tang Haitang possessed. It was also one of the physiques that Chu Kuangren would possess in the future. I've succeeded. Chu Kuangren grinned. Meanwhile, the immortal physique fluctuations on Tang Haitang's body gradually receded, and her crystal-like eyes returned to their normal state. However, she knew that she had become different. She could clearly feel the power contained within her body. It was a power that she did not even dare to imagine in the past. Heavenly Honorable. I can't believe I've broken through to the Heavenly Honorable realm. Tang Haitang was extremely shocked. With the awakening of the immortal physique, her cultivation had instantly broken through from the ordinary early emperor realm to the Heavenly Honorable realm, and it was even an upper Heavenly Honorable. She had crossed several realms. The power of the immortal physique left the imaginary immortal sky immortal and the mystical moon Taoist speechless. Is this the immortal physique? It's indeed terrifying. I can feel that this body contains a huge growth potential. I'm afraid that even the Purple Star and Golden Star's first sequence cultivators would not be able to match the growth potential of this immortal physique. Even though they were all immortal seeds, their growth potential was different. Sometimes the difference could be huge. If the other immortal seeds had a 1% chance of becoming an immortal, then Tang Haitang's immortal physique would have a 10% chance of becoming an immortal. Sometimes it could even be more than 10%. That's great, that's great. The Divine Moon Taoist Master looked at Tang Haitang with excitement. Now that his daughter had an immortal physique, it meant that she had a bright future ahead of her. As a father, how could he not be happy? He looked at Chu Kuangren and said with a serious expression, "Brother Chu, I'll remember your kindness. If there's anything you need from me in the future, don't hesitate to ask. As long as it's within my capabilities, I won't refuse." "You're too kind, Brother Divine Moon." Chu Kuangren smiled gently. He had benefited greatly from helping Tang Haitang awaken her immortal physique, perhaps even more than Tang Haitang. The mysteries of the physique tome were not something the Dust Sky Illusionary Immortal and the Divine Moon Taoist Master could imagine. After helping Tang Haitang awaken her immortal physique, the Dust Sky Illusionary Immortal returned to his Dust Sky Star while Chu Kuangren and the others returned to the Mystic Moon Ancient City. Once they were back in the city, Chu Kuangren immediately went into closed-door meditation. He wanted to familiarize himself with the power of his immortal physique. Besides that, there was still a lot of moonlight that he had yet to absorb from the full moon meet, and he also needed to study the lunar essence. All in all, he had gained a lot. It was so much that he could not handle it all at the moment. Besides him, Tang Haitang also needed to go into closed-door meditation. Things were much simpler for her as she only needed to go into closed-door meditation to familiarize herself with her immortal physique. While both of them were in closed-door meditation, something big happened in the outside world. The Purple Star's second-rank Sky Pride had successfully broken through to the Great Tao Lord realm and challenged the first-rank Sky Pride. In the end, it ended in failure. That battle had moved many veteran powerhouses. However, the Purple Star's second-rank Sky Pride, Zi Tianhen, had turned around and challenged the poetic sword fairy Chu Kuangren, causing an uproar. Chapter 864. Have you heard? The Purple Star second sequence Zi Tianhen has broken through to the Taoist Master Realm. Not only that, but he also wants to challenge Chu Kuangren. Of course, news of this has spread. Also, I heard that before this, Zi Tianhen had once challenged the first sequence, Zi Xiao, but unfortunately he was defeated. TSK, the second sequence has broken through to the level of a Great Tao Lord, but he is still no match for the first sequence. Zi Xiao is really too strong. That's right. As expected of one of the two strongest in the Purple Gold Galaxy. Now that Zi Tianhen has challenged Chu Kuangren to a duel, Chu Kuangren's previous battle results are very impressive. First, he defeated a group of immortal seeds, then he killed the fourth sequence cultivator, Ziying. Perhaps he can really fight Zi Tianhen. I knew that the Purple Star sect wouldn't let Chu Kuangren off so easily, but I didn't expect them to take action so soon, and in such a manner too. All the major forces in the Purple Gold Galaxy had their eyes on this duel. As one of the duelists, Zi Tianhen had already headed towards the Mystic Moon Ancient City when he issued the challenge. However, when he arrived at the Mystic Moon Ancient City, he heard from the Mystic Moon Taoist Lord that Chu Kuangren was in a closed-door meditation. I will wait for him outside the ancient Mystic Moon City. When he comes out, tell him that he has to accept this battle whether he wants it or not. Zi Tianhen said proudly. After that, he turned around and left. He stopped on an uninhabited star outside the Mystic Moon Ancient City, waiting for Chu Kuangren to come and fight him. At the same time, he also sent many people to keep an eye on the City Lord's mansion. Zi Tianhen would know the moment Chu Kuangren appeared. In the City Lord's mansion, Chu Kuangren was currently in a closed-door meditation to refine the lunar radiance. That massive amount of lunar radiance was enough to elevate his cultivation to another level. Apart from the moonlight, he was also comprehending the power of the immortal physique. The power of the immortal physique was indeed extraordinary. It gave Chu Kuangren the ability to manipulate frost qi and gave him a unique advantage in the frost cultivation Dao, allowing his cultivation speed to far exceed that of other cultivators. However, Chu Kuangren did not intend to focus solely on the frost Dao. He had his own path to walk. The Guanghan immortal physique was just a supplementary method to him. Apart from the immortal body and moonlight, what Chu Kuangren cared about the most was the lunar essence. A moon spirit that can comprehend origin energy? I can't help but pay attention to this. Chu Kuangren fiddled with the lunar essence in his hand. Immortals controlled the power of origin. In order to become an immortal, one had to first comprehend the power of origin. However, this barrier alone had already stopped 99% of the cultivators in the world. In the universe, treasures or techniques that could help cultivators comprehend the origin energy were mostly priceless items, such as this moonlight essence. Chu Kuangren held the lunar essence in his hand and began to refine it. In a trance, his consciousness left his body and arrived at a colorful and mysterious space. Chu Kuangren saw a flaming meteor fly past him, saw a blizzard erupt, and saw a towering tree rise from the ground. Every scene had its own unique Taoist charm. This is the origin world. Chu Kuangren seemed to have understood something as he murmured. The origin world was a conceptual world. There was no fixed location, time, or form, but it existed in all things. Even a flower or a grain of sand could contain the existence of an origin realm, but entering an origin realm was incredibly difficult. Even immortals would not be able to enter at will. This moonlight essence can bring my consciousness into the origin world. Well, entering the origin world is only the first step to understanding the origin energy. Chu Kuangren looked at the scenery around him. It was formed by the thousands of origins in the universe. Through these scenes, one could understand the power of the origin energy. However, it was too mysterious that one could not understand it at all. For example, if Chu Kuangren stared at a volcano and wanted to understand the power of the origin energy within it, the volcano would turn into an ice mountain in the next instant. The myriad of scenes were dazzling. It was impossible for a person to settle down to understand the origin energy. At that moment, a white light appeared in front of Chu Kuangren. It was the moonlight essence. The moonlight essence then flew towards a certain direction. With a thought, Chu Kuangren followed closely behind the moonlight essence. Soon, his consciousness arrived at a mysterious place. It was an ocean, and a bright moon rose from the ocean. A bright moon shone above the ocean. As if it was startled by Chu Kuangren's arrival, this magnificent scene began to fluctuate as if it was going to disappear at any moment. However, at that moment, the moonlight essence landed on the bright moon in the sky and merged into it. The originally disintegrating moon stabilized once again. Meanwhile, the Taoist fluctuations within the moon lit up Chu Kuangren's eyes. Not daring to waste any time, he immediately began to understand the moon. Time passed and soon 3 days had passed. Chu Kuangren's consciousness stayed in the origin world for 3 days. Chu Kuangren's consciousness only returned when the lunar radiance essence had been fully consumed and the miraculous scene of a bright moon rising from the sea had dissipated. So this is the origin energy, Chu Kuangren murmured. He opened his palm and a wisp of chilling moonlight circulated. Unlike the other moonlights, this wisp of moonlight contained an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. This wasn't an ordinary moonlight. This was the origin energy of the moon. Although it was only a wisp, it was enough for Chu Kuangren to kill anyone who was weaker than the Heavenly Tao Master. Not only that, but Chu Kuangren could also use this wisp of origin energy to further understand the mysteries of the origin energy of the moon. A piece of moonlight essence was enough for him to step into the origin domain. This gain was not much lesser than obtaining the lunar immortal physique. It's all thanks to my superior comprehension that I was able to use the lunar radiance essence to gain a sliver of the moon origin in the origin world and master it. If it were any other cultivator, being able to gain a sliver of the moon origin would be their limit. Chu Kuangren chuckled. After this closed-door meditation, he had completely absorbed the moonlight essence within his body. His cultivation level had skyrocketed from the Taoist Lord Realm to the late-stage Taoist Lord Realm. Coupled with the lunar immortal physique and the origin energy of the moon, his combat strength had risen to another level. In the purple gold galaxy now, even the 2 sequence 1 existences are no match for me. No, even if all the immortal seeds in this galaxy were to come together, I have nothing to fear. Chu Kuangren sensed the power in his body and a look of disdain appeared in his eyes. Next, he just had to wait for the shattered immortal world to descend. I wonder what's going on in the outside world. Chu Kuangren's emperor's thoughts surged and spread across the entire Mystic Moon ancient city. In next to no time he found out about everything that had happened during this period of time, and this naturally included Zi Tianhen's challenge. Purple Star's second sequence? I've just killed a fourth sequence and now a second sequence has popped up. There's really no end to this. He shook his head, got up and walked out of the room. The moment he appeared, the strong cultivators who had been observing in the dark sensed his presence, and their eyes lit up. Chu Kuangren has appeared. Quick, inform His Second Highness. He's finally willing to show himself. The news of Chu Kuangren coming out of his closed-door meditation spread like wildfire throughout the city, and Zi Tianhen was the first to receive the news. Chapter 865. Outside the ancient Mystic Moon City. On a planet, a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes was sitting with his legs crossed. His aura circulated as countless starlights surrounded his body. Suddenly the young man opened his eyes. A ray of light flashed and the countless starlight shattered. The young man then stood up and looked in the direction of the ancient Mystic Moon City. Poetic Sword God Chu Kuangren, you're finally out. That person was the Purple Star Sequence cultivator who challenged Chu Kuangren, Zi Tianhen. He had received news of Chu Kuangren's return. Not only him. All the major forces had also received the news. Everyone looked in the direction of the city hall, wanting to see how Chu Kuangren would deal with it. It looks like Zi Tianhen is determined to win this battle. That's for sure. Chu Kuangren killed Ziying, so there's no way the Purple Star sect will let it go. This is Zi Tianhen's revenge. Let's see how strong Chu Kuangren is. Zi Tianhen has broken through to the great Taoist master level, so his strength is not something that Ziying can compare to. Not bad. The emperor's thoughts conversed in the void. The city hall suddenly became the center of attention. To be more precise, Chu Kuangren had become the center of attention. Brother Chu, what do you plan to do? The Mystic Moon Taoist master found Chu Kuangren and asked. What do I plan to do? Ignore it. Chu Kuangren chuckled. Ignore it? That's right. If I have to accept every challenge from any celestial seed, wouldn't I be too busy? Chu Kuangren said. He did not care about Zi Tianhen at all. He was too lazy to respond to his opponent's challenge. For the next few days he stayed in the city hall reading, sipping tea, drinking wine, and occasionally visiting the Mystic Moon City's scenic spots. In the eyes of others he was living a carefree life. In fact, the only one who was relaxing was Chu Kuangren's heavenly soul. His mortal soul and earthly soul had been fighting in the spiritual illusion realm to derive the two great mysteries. However, no one else knew about that. A few days passed. Chu Kuangren did not challenge Zi Tianhen directly. All of a sudden, the entire ancient Mystic Moon City was in a heated discussion. Say, this Chu Kuangren is still so relaxed even after Zi Tianhen has challenged him. Does he really not care about his opponent? I don't think he's afraid, is he? Scared? Yeah, the one who challenged him is Purple Star Sequence 2, the Great Path Master Zi Tianhen. He's afraid and doesn't dare to accept the challenge, but he's afraid of embarrassing himself by saying it out loud, so he's using this method to cover up his guilt. Some cultivators said with certainty. Meanwhile, the rumor that Chu Kuangren was guilty and did not dare to accept the challenge spread like wildfire in the Mystic Moon ancient city, causing his reputation to hit rock bottom. What poetic sword celestial! It's all fake. Bullsh *T. As an immortal seed, you don't even dare to accept the challenge when others have already come knocking on your door. You have the looks of an immortal seed, but you don't have the heart of an immortal seed. Not bad, disappointing. Chu Kuangren? What a waste of a name. Chu Kuangren was constantly bombarded with rumors and slanders. And on this day, Chu Kuangren was drinking in one of the largest brothels in the Mystic Moon ancient city, and in front of him was a group of beautiful dancers. This was the Wind Moon Workshop, Mystic Moon ancient city's largest brothel. It was also the biggest money-squandering den. However, Chu Kuangren now had a huge pile of soul marrow on him, so he did not care about such expenses at all. He was not an ascetic monk. Occasionally there would be times to enjoy and relax. For example, right now, with wine in his hands, music in his ears and beautiful women dancing in front of him, swaying their bodies, it was a feast for the eyes. Reward. Chu Kuangren smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, he could produce tens of thousands of kilograms of soul marrow. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Beside Chu Kuangren was a voluptuous woman with a face full of smiles. She was the owner of the Wind Moon Workshop. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Chu Kuangren, who was spending money like dirt. She had naturally heard of the rumors and slanders outside. However, to her those things weren't important at all. In the Wind Moon Workshop, whoever had the soul marrow was the benefactor. They did not care about challenges or whether they were immortal seeds or not. Chu Kuangren, on the other hand, had a lot of soul marrow, was spending money like dirt, and his looks were extraordinary. It could be said that he was the perfect customer of the Wind Moon Workshop. "Come, master, let me toast you again." The owner of the Wind Moon Workshop lifted the wine pot and filled Chu Kuangren's cup. "Owner, your boundless romance is the best in Mystic Moon City." Chu Kuangren looked at the wine cup in his hand and chuckled. Boundless Romance was the most expensive wine in the Wind Moon Workshop. Chu Kuangren fell in love with it the first time he drank it. He even asked Xiao AI to analyze it so that he could brew it himself when he had the time. It would be great to have a few sips of it in the future. Of course. There are two things that must be done in the Mystic Moon Ancient City. The first is to ascend the Full Moon platform to see the Full Moon Secret Realm. The second is to come to my Wind Moon house and have a pot of boundless wind and moon. The owner of the Wind Moon Workshop said proudly. Then she smiled beside Chu Kuangren and said, "By the way, Xiaoye and the others have a new dance today. Would you like to see it, master?" "Oh, that's great." Chu Kuangren nodded. The owner of the Wind Moon Workshop clapped her hands. Suddenly, a group of new dancers walked out from the stage. The girls bowed to Chu Kuangren and then began to dance. The dancers held their swords, their steps light and agile. However, as the sword rays flashed, the sound of gold and jade echoed, and there was no lack of heroism. "It's a good dance, but why isn't it fun?" Chu Kuangren asked. "This is Xiaoye and the others' new dance. They haven't found a suitable song yet," the owner of the Wind Moon Workshop said. "There's a dance but no music. Let me add the final stroke," Chu Kuangren said with a smile. He raised his hand and grabbed a guqin not far away. Then he plucked the strings with all 10 fingers and a beautiful guqin sound poured out. Beside him, the owner of the Wind Moon Workshop's eyes lit up. "Master Chu knows how to play the guqin." The guqin sound was majestic and it matched the dancers' dance perfectly. One played the music and the other danced. The two complemented each other perfectly. "This guqin sound? I'm afraid Master Chu knows more than that." The owner of the Wind Moon Workshop's eyes lit up. She looked at Chu Kuangren's profile and could not help but be stunned. The guqin sound echoed and spread out from the Wind Moon Workshop. Many people heard the guqin sound. "This guqin sound? Who is it? Who's playing the guqin?" "From the Wind Moon Workshop. Is it their guqin master?" "This guqin sound is majestic, and its artistic conception is profound. It seems that there's a musical expert in the Wind Moon Workshop. Come, let's go take a look." Many people were attracted by the guqin sound and headed to the Wind Moon Workshop. In the Wind Moon Workshop, the dancers danced to the music, their bodies swaying and their swords flashing. It was a dazzling and mesmerizing sight. The guqin sound grew louder and the swords danced more and more wildly. Vaguely, it seemed as if thousands of soldiers and horses were fighting. The group of dancers seemed to have turned into generals on the battlefield, and the women were not inferior to the men. The cultivators who came to the Wind Moon Workshop could not help but be shocked when they saw this scene. When the guqin sound stopped, the dancers stopped as well. Their faces were red and sweaty, but their eyes were unprecedentedly bright. That dance just now was the most exciting and the pinnacle of their lives. It was as if they had reached some kind of realm where they were one with nature. As bright as shooting down the 9 suns, as majestic as a group of emperors soaring like dragons. Come like thunder, retract with fury, and leave like the clear light of the river. Chu Kuangren's voice rang out. He looked at the group of dancers with admiration in his eyes. He raised his glass and said, "Good dance. Let me toast everyone." Chapter 866. Like shooting down the 9 suns, like a group of emperors soaring like dragons. Come like thunder, retreat like fury, and leave like the clear light of the river. The mistress of Wind Moon House murmured. She looked at Chu Kuangren with infatuation in her eyes and clapped her hands. "Someone pour wine for the sisters and toast Master Chu." "Ha, then I'll toast first." Chu Kuangren smiled and downed the wine in his cup. "Let's toast Master Chu." The leading dancer raised her cup to Chu Kuangren and downed it as well. The girls looked at Chu Kuangren with shining eyes. "I didn't expect Master Chu to know how to play guqin, and your skills are so good. May I know the name of that song?" The leading dancer, Xiaoye, asked. I haven't played for a long time, so I'm a little rusty. Chu Kuangren chuckled. Hearing his words, the musicians of Wind Moon House could not help but sweat. The song just now was played out of inspiration. It has no name, so I'll give it to Wind Moon House. Chu Kuangren smiled lightly. His musical Tao was so high that he had reached the chordless realm a few years ago. Occasionally he would have a flash of inspiration and play a famous song. In other words, this song was made for us? The eyes of Xiaoye and the others lit up. Yes. Thank you, Master Chu. The dancers were overjoyed and beaming with joy. They looked at Chu Kuangren with admiration in their eyes. The musicians of the Fengyue house could only smile bitterly. She was able to create a world-shaking famous song out of her own feelings. Her zither skills were much better than theirs. I didn't expect Chu Kuangren to know how to play guqin, and his level is so high. What a surprise. Did you guys hear his poem just now? As expected of the poetic sword god. This is another masterpiece that will be handed down through the ages. TSK, this is all there is to it. The cultivators who were attracted by the guqin music were amazed. They looked at Chu Kuangren, who was surrounded by the dancers, with envy and jealousy in their eyes. No matter how good his poem is, so what? He's just a coward who avoids battle. A cultivator snorted coldly, and some of the cultivators who were jealous of Chu Kuangren could not help but agree when they heard this. That's right. Avoiding the battle is just a coward. As an immortal seed, he doesn't think about improving himself and spends all his time wandering around in the brothels. Such a person wants to become an immortal? In your dreams. Zi Tianhen is many times stronger than him. All sorts of disparaging remarks about Chu Kuangren were heard. Of course, Chu Kuangren heard it too. However, before he could do anything, the manager's gaze had already turned cold, and then she flicked her sleeve, causing a strand of powerful imperial energy to surge out and blast those people who had belittled her flying. Don't even think about entering the Wind Moon House from now on. The owner of the Wind Moon House said domineeringly. She was not just an ordinary woman. To be able to run the largest money-squandering establishment in Mystic Moon City, it was impossible for her not to have some tricks up her sleeve. In truth, however, her cultivation base was so high that she had reached the Great Tao Lord level a long time ago. Moreover, she was a peak Great Tao Lord who was second only to the Heaven Tao Master. Young Master Chu, it's my fault for letting these rotten tongues in and spoiling your mood, the owner of the brothel apologized. It's all right. Chu Kuangren did not mind at all. Play the music. The owner of the Wind Moon House clapped her hands. Just when the music started again, a powerful aura suddenly descended from the sky and locked onto the entire Wind Moon House. Chu Kuangren, you're in such a good mood. An angry voice rang out from the void. A figure appeared out of thin air above the Wind Moon House. He was dressed in purple and his brows were straight like swords. It was Zi Tianhen. Zi Tianhen's sudden appearance made everyone gasp. Chu Kuangren looked at him with a playful look in his eyes. An emperor's will projection is here. What's the matter? The figure in front of him was not Zi Tianhen himself, but an emperor's will projection. However, just a projection alone was already so powerful. It was enough to show how powerful Zi Tianhen was. Chu Kuangren, why did you ignore my challenge? Zi Tianhen said coldly. Why should I? Chu Kuangren chuckled. Are you afraid? Don't overestimate yourself. Chu Kuangren, you've killed my purple star celestial seed. Even if you have the support of the mortal sky illusionary immortal, don't think that you can rest easy. I hereby issue you a challenge. This is a battle between celestial seeds. If you have the guts, accept it and fight me to your heart's content. Let's settle this score. Zi Tianhen said coldly to Chu Kuangren. An even more powerful aura emanated from his Emperor's Will projection. What a powerful aura. It's just an Emperor's Will projection, yet it's already so powerful. How powerful must his actual combat strength be? The second sequence is extraordinary. It's going to be hard for Chu Kuangren to win. The crowd secretly exclaimed. Some of them had paid attention to the battle between Zi Tianhen and the first sequence, Zi Xiao, so they had a better understanding of their opponent's strength. In their opinion, it would be difficult for Chu Kuangren to win this battle. Due to Chu Kuangren's performance in the past few days, many people had already acknowledged that he was no match for Zi Tianhen. Fight me to my heart's content? Chu Kuangren could not help but shake his head and laugh. What are you laughing at? Zi Tianhen frowned, feeling insulted. What right do you have to fight me to my heart's content? Just because you've broken through to the Great Tao Master level? Just because you're the Purple Star second sequence? You're too weak. You're just too weak. You're not qualified to be my opponent, Chu Kuangren said indifferently. His insufferably arrogant words caused those who heard it to be moved. How arrogant? Does he know what he's saying? He's just trying to be mysterious. If he's really as strong as he says, why hasn't he accepted the challenge after so long? Some people were shocked while others sneered. In the sky, Zi Tianhen's Emperor's will projection's expression was extremely gloomy. Do you think you're invincible just because you killed Ziying? The strength of a second sequence and a fourth sequence is different. I only used a little bit of strength to kill Ziying. Do you think that's my full strength? How can you see the heavens' might from looking at the sky from a well? A majestic and terrifying aura erupted from Chu Kuangren's body. The entire mystic moon ancient city trembled. Zi Tianhen's Emperor's will projection was the first to bear the brunt of this terrifying aura. Its expression changed instantly, and then the Emperor's will projection violently fluctuated before it collapsed. On a distant planet, Zi Tianhen suddenly opened his eyes and stared in the direction of the mystic moon ancient city. This aura, how is this possible? In terms of aura alone, Chu Kuangren was already above him. But why did he release his aura there? Zi Tianhen was puzzled. His Emperor's will surged as he tried to sense the mystic moon ancient city. Inside the romance workshop, an unparalleled aura continued to spread out. Chu Kuangren carried a pot of boundless romance and rose into the sky. The aura on his body was still rising. What is he trying to do? This aura? Terrifying. Everyone was speechless in their hearts. They felt that they might have guessed wrong. With this aura alone, there was no reason for Chu Kuangren to be afraid of Zi Tianhen. Inside the city lord's manor, the mystic moon Taoist master also sensed Chu Kuangren's aura and could not help but chuckle. He's finally going to make his move. Chapter 867. Mystic Moon Ancient City Wind Moon Workshop. A boundless, incomparably terrifying domineering aura continued to spread. Every cultivator was shocked by this powerful aura. What a powerful aura. Who is it? This aura? Could it be? Rays of light flew out and surges of Emperor's thoughts surged in the mystic moon ancient city. Soon they locked onto the source of the powerful aura. The cultivators looked at the sky above Wind Moon Workshop and narrowed their eyes. It's really him. This aura is much stronger than it was a few months ago at the full moon platform. And it's not just a little bit stronger. His speed of improvement is just too fast. A Taoist lord. Everyone was in disbelief. After all, it was extremely difficult to improve after reaching the Taoist lord realm. Even a small breakthrough would require a lot of effort and resources. That would usually take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. However, Chu Kuangren had only spent a few short months. A few months ago he had just stepped into the Taoist lord realm at the full moon platform, and a few months later he had soared to the Taoist lord realm. Even if he was a top-notch fairy seed, such a speed of improvement was still unbelievable to the Taoist lords. What's he trying to do with such a powerful aura? Some of the Taoist lords were confused. However, they soon understood the whole story. Everyone's eyes lit up when they learned that Zi Tianhen was here to challenge them. Is he finally going to make a move? Looks like the duel is about to begin. Everyone could not help but look forward to it. One was a famous fairy seed, while the other was a purple star second sequence cultivator. This battle would definitely be exciting. However, after waiting for a while, Chu Kuangren did not make any moves. All they saw was him hovering above Wind Moon Workshop with a wine flask in his hand. He did not look like he was going to fight Zi Tianhen. If he was not going to fight, why was he emitting such a terrifying aura? Was he trying to scare them? Found it. At that moment, Chu Kuangren suddenly spoke. He looked into the distant sky, past all obstacles, and locked onto Zi Tianhen, who was on a planet outside the mystic moon ancient city. On the planet, Zi Tianhen's pupils shrunk. What was he trying to do? Chu Kuangren, who was hovering above Romance Workshop, raised the bottle of boundless romance in his hand and gulped down half of it. The wine did not feel like much at first, but the aftereffects were strong. Chu Kuangren had already drunk a few bottles, and now that he had downed half a bottle, the accumulated alcohol in his body suddenly exploded. Chu Kuangren could have gotten rid of the alcohol in his body, but he did not. His face immediately turned red and his eyes became misty. Everyone couldn't help but feel strange when they saw this. Drinking wine during a battle? What is Chu Kuangren trying to do? Everyone was puzzled. Chu Kuangren, who was in a slightly tipsy state, let out a drunken burp and recited loudly, a poem and a sword to settle a business, living up to my reputation of 40 years of arrogance. As his words fell, the terrifying pressure on his body reached its peak. Then he took a deep breath. The wind and clouds around him surged, and endless spiritual energy was absorbed into his body. At that moment, all the powerful cultivators in the mystic moon ancient city felt their scalps go numb and their hearts palpitated as they stared at Chu Kuangren. The Taoist patterns on Chu Kuangren's body swirled as he opened his mouth and spat. In an instant, the spiritual qi, emperor qi, and wine qi all turned into a murderous sword qi that gushed out and blasted into the distance. Burp, you're only qualified to fight me if you can block this sword, Chu Kuangren said with a drunken burp. Upon hearing his words, everyone looked at the sword qi. They had already guessed what was going to happen. The sword qi was like a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, it flew out of the mystic moon ancient city and headed towards the vast starry sky. Its target was Zi Tianhen, who was thousands of miles away. The sword qi was so strong that it tore the starry sky apart. Zi Tianhen was locked on by the sword qi, and he suddenly felt a horrifying aura that he had never felt before. His pupils could not help but tremble violently. Immortal technique, galactic apocalypse. Zi Tianhen roared and pushed his cultivation to its limit. A burst of immortal technique fluctuations erupted, and the starlight in the sky disappeared. 100,000 miles of galactic river appeared in the sky. The galactic river and the sword qi collided. A loud explosion was heard. The galactic river exploded. However, the sword qi was like a hot knife through butter as it swept straight towards Zi Tianhen. How could this be? Zi Tianhen was extremely shocked. That move just now was already his full strength. However, it was easily destroyed by Chu Kuangren's sword qi. Just how terrifying was his opponent's strength? Am I going to die? Facing the sword qi, Zi Tianhen could not help but think in fear. The purple star second sequence cultivator suddenly panicked. Then he forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart and roared, "Divine heavenly barrier, appear." He raised his hand and unleashed a ray of golden light. The golden light transformed into a golden barrier with countless Taoist patterns flowing on it. There were also strange beasts in the mountains, rivers, and the universe starry sea. It was a top-notch defensive Taoist weapon. In fact, it was only half a step away from becoming a heavenly Taoist weapon. Boom! The sword qi blasted on the barrier. A terrifying explosion was heard, and the surrounding stars shook. The ground under Zi Tianhen's feet immediately caved in. Some of the sword qi that escaped swept across the surface of the stars, tearing huge cracks. Not long after, the entire planet was almost shattered. Ah! Zi Tianhen roared and continuously injected his emperor's qi into the barrier. However, under the impact of the sword qi, the barrier cracked inch by inch. Then, with a loud bang, it turned into countless light spots and exploded. Zi Tianhen was hit by the sword qi, and his bones and flesh were torn apart on the spot. The purple star second sequence cultivator had fallen. After the sword qi killed Zi Tianhen, it smashed onto the planet. The shattered planet finally could not hold on any longer and exploded. A single sword strike killed a sequence cultivator and shattered a planet. All the strong cultivators who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. Above the lunar romance workshop in the mystic moon ancient city, Chu Kuangren drank the rest of the boundless romance in one gulp and chuckled. Can't even withstand a single sword strike? Purple star second sequence? Useless. Purple star second sequence? Useless. All the strong cultivators who heard this were stunned for a long time. Writing a poem before killing someone, unleashing a peerless sword qi with a single breath. Chu Kuangren, a poetic sword sage with both sword and poetry. A poem and a sword to settle a business, living up to his reputation of 40 years. Oh my god, I just remembered that this person is only 40 years old. He's not even 60 years old yet. This is too terrifying. He's not even 40 years old yet he already has such earth-shattering strength. Give him a few more years and he might really become an immortal. The poetic sword sage lives up to his name. All the strong cultivators were shocked. Some of them were old monsters who had lived for countless years, but it was their first time seeing someone as talented as Chu Kuangren. Those who had been belittling Chu Kuangren for the past few days were also dumbfounded. A single sword strike from thousands of miles away, killing someone and destroying a planet. This kind of ability was too terrifying. What kind of monster were they belittling? No wonder he's not willing to accept challenges these days. It's not that he's afraid, it's because he's disdainful. Zi Tianhen is not qualified to be his opponent. The gap between them is too big, too big. On this day, Chu Kuangren composed a poem, drew his sword, and killed another purple star sequence cultivator. The poetic sword sage's name had shaken the entire galaxy. Chapter 868. Mystic Moon Ancient City Romance Workshop. Chu Kuangren returned to the workshop. Workshop owner, please refill my wine. Yes, master. At this time, the ladies in Romance Workshop looked at Chu Kuangren with excitement in their eyes. The strong cultivators outside the workshop, on the other hand, were secretly shocked. After that sword, Chu Kuangren's name was known throughout the Purple Gold Galaxy. The major forces could not sit still anymore. Such a top-notch fairy seed was too amazing. After Chu Kuangren returned to the city hall, several forces came to him within a few days, offering him an olive branch. However, he declined all of them. This strand of moon origin energy is indeed extraordinary. Inside the city hall, a white light floated in Chu Kuangren's palm. That was the moon origin energy. When he had killed Zitianhen, he had used this source energy. That was why he had been able to kill Zitianhen so easily with a single strike. He was very satisfied with the power of this origin energy. This is just a wisp of origin energy. It's hard to imagine how powerful an immortal who has mastered a complete origin energy would be. A complete origin energy was also known as immortal base. It was a power that only immortals could use. I will master that power sooner or later. Chu Kuangren murmured. He retracted the origin energy back into his body. Then, as usual, he started the lottery. In the past few months he had won many prizes, but most of them were gold and starlight grade items which were not very useful to him. He had won a few legendary Dao weapons, but now that he had the Descendant Self-Sect and the Heavenly Dao weapon for defense, he did not need other Dao weapons at all. Hence, he exchanged these Dao weapons for spiritual marrows at the 3000 firm. Spiritual marrows were considered a hard currency that could be used everywhere. They could also be used during daily cultivation. Now, Elderly of the 3000 firm treated him like he was the god of fortune. He was very enthusiastic and even gave him a 3000 firm VIP card. It was said that only a few customers had such treatment. Congratulations, host, you have won the God tier prize, Divine Wine of Enlightenment. Divine Wine of Enlightenment? Wine? Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up. He had won so many prizes, but this was the first time he had won a wine. And it was a God tier prize. Chu Kuangren took out the prize and a black wine jar appeared in front of him. It was covered with a red cloth. Just one jar. Chu Kuangren removed the seal on the wine. Suddenly, a dusty aroma of wine burst out. The fragrance of wine permeated the air, enveloping a radius of several hundred miles. Any cultivator who smelled it, even a monarch, would feel dizzy and drunk. Damn, where is this wine aroma coming from? This is too terrifying. What kind of wine is this? Just the fragrance alone is enough to make people so drunk. Even the strongest drunken dragon roar in the Purple Gold Galaxy can't reach this level. This is too exaggerated. With the City Lord's mansion as the center, the aroma of wine spread for hundreds of miles. Countless cultivators and commoners were drunk and collapsed on the ground. Emperors with stronger cultivations were already wobbling as they walked. In the city hall's manor, some of the maids and servants were so drunk that their faces were flushed red. They were snoring loudly on the ground. In the courtyard, Chu Kuangren was the one who unsealed the wine. The aroma was the most intense and he felt dizzy. Only after circulating his emperor's qi did he return to normal. Tiske, a god-tier wine is indeed extraordinary. Chu Kuangren was amazed. When the aroma of wine had almost dissipated, he then carefully observed the spirit of enlightenment. The wine was as clear as spring water. After the initial aroma of wine had dissipated, only a faint aroma was left. He opened his mouth and inhaled. A mouthful of wine went down his throat and into his stomach. Then a strong alcohol aroma erupted and rushed to his head. Amidst the explosion, Chu Kuangren's senses seemed to be magnified to the extreme. Everything in the world looked different in his eyes. The spirit of enlightenment. One drop could make one enlightened and one cup could help one attain Tao. It was an extremely rare wine that could help one achieve enlightenment. This is a great wine. Chu Kuangren looked at the spirit of enlightenment as if he had found a treasure. If I am able to finish this entire jar, I might be able to take a huge step forward in my progress in deducing the two great mysteries. Unfortunately, there's only one jar. Chu Kuangren suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. Shao AI, analyze the ingredients of this spirit of enlightenment for me. Yes. Just as Shao AI was analyzing, the Divine Moon Taoist Master walked in. He looked at the spirit of enlightenment in Chu Kuangren's hand and could not help but gulp. "Brother Chu, what kind of wine is this?" Chu Kuangren smiled. "The spirit of enlightenment. Brother, would you like a cup?" "Haha, then it would be impolite of me to decline." The Divine Moon Taoist Master laughed. Chu Kuangren took out 2 cups and drank with the Divine Moon Taoist Master. There were only a few cups. The Divine Moon Taoist Master lay on the table with his face flushed red. The Sky Taoist Master was drunk after drinking a few cups of spirit of enlightenment. Chu Kuangren, who was beside him, was also flushed and his eyes were blurred. "This wine is King strong," Chu Kuangren muttered. If not for his strong physical body, he would not be in a better state than the Divine Moon Taoist Master. He sealed the spirit of enlightenment and threw it into his yin and yang ring. A thud was heard. Chu Kuangren also collapsed on the table. About an hour later, Chu Kuangren slowly woke up. He stretched and felt that his understanding of the Tao had improved. "Xiao AI, how's the analysis?" "Analysis complete." "That's great. Doesn't that mean I can mass-produce this spirit of enlightenment in the future?" Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up and he said happily. "Among the ingredients for the spirit of enlightenment, there are a few rare spirit fruits. It's not very practical to mass-produce them with the Purple Gold Galaxy's current resources," Xiao AI said. "It's fine. It's enough for me to drink for now." Chu Kuangren laughed. Not long after, the Divine Moon Taoist Master woke up. "This wine is really strong." The Divine Moon Taoist Master shook his head. Then, as if he sensed something, his eyes narrowed. "My understanding of the Tao has improved. Although it was not much. Still it was shocking enough. After all, he was the Sky Taoist Master. His understanding of the Tao had long stood at the peak of this galaxy. It was very difficult for him to improve. Sometimes, he would only improve a little after tens of thousands of years. But now, a few cups of wine was equivalent to tens of thousands of years of cultivation. *CK. What kind of wine was this? Was it brewed by the liquor immortal? Brother Chu, what's going on with this wine? The Divine Moon Taoist Master was puzzled. It's a pot of wine that I obtained by chance. Chu Kuangren laughed. The next day, Chu Kuangren arrived at the 3000 firm with the deciphered recipe of the Spirit of Enlightenment in hand. Along the way, many people were talking about the wine fragrance that came out of nowhere yesterday, and their faces were filled with nostalgia. That wine must have been brewed by an immortal. I was drunk the moment I smelled it. When I woke up, all the questions I couldn't figure out before were solved. Besides the liquor immortal, who else could do this? A cultivator said with a beaming expression. Many people beside him also had a look of yearning. Chu Kuangren smiled and did not explain. When he arrived at the 3000 firm, he found Elder Li and asked him to help him find the ingredients to brew the Spirit of Enlightenment. However, these ingredients were extremely rare. Even the 3000 firm was not confident that they could get a lot of them. Chu Kuangren said that he would get as many as he could. He did not lack the spiritual marrow. Chapter 869. Purple Gold Galaxy. Inside a gigantic purple star. Inside a palace. A terrifying aura erupted with anger. The cultivators of Purple Star could not help but shiver as they looked in the direction of the palace. It's been a long time since the Hall Master was this angry. Yeah, it must be because of that matter. Yes, it must be. The sequence has been killed one after another. It would be strange if the Hall Master was not angry. It looks like the Hall Master can't sit still anymore. Ziwei Temple. The strongest orthodoxy of Purple Star. It was also the ruler of Purple Star, the core of the entire civilization. At that moment, a ray of purple light flew out of the palace and exploded in the air. Everyone could not help but be amazed at the sight. The Hall Master has summoned the 4 great protectors. Whoosh whoosh, several rays of light flew towards the palace. Inside the palace, a golden-robed middle-aged man sat at the top. His purple eyes were filled with anger. This person was the Ziwei Temple Master. At the same time, he was also the Purple Star Lord. Sequence has been killed one after another. What do you guys think? The Ziwei Temple Master said coldly. Below him, the 4 great protectors of Purple Star looked at each other. Poetic Sword Fairy Chu Kuangren must not be allowed to live. If he's allowed to live, the world will forever remember that the Purple Star Celestial Seed was killed by this person. Besides, this person has already formed a feud with the Purple Star Celestial Seed. Before he fully matures, I suggest that we kill him. A white-robed middle-aged man said. There were 4 protectors in Purple Star, namely Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. This white-robed middle-aged man was the strongest heaven protector with a cultivation level of a sky lord. I concur. A black-robed elder said. He was the second-ranked earth protector. I don't care. If you want to kill me, then kill me. The youthful mysterious protector spoke in a carefree manner. Chu Kuangren must not be allowed to live. The last yellow protector also agreed with the suggestion to kill Chu Kuangren. In fact, the fact that the Ziwei Temple Master had summoned the four of them meant that his patience with Chu Kuangren had reached its limit. Not only must we kill Chu Kuangren, we must kill him as a warning. The Firmament Star civilization behind him must be destroyed as well. Let the world understand that those who offend the Purple Star will not have a good ending. Palace Master Ziwei said coldly. The Firmament Star is just an ordinary high-level cultivation civilization. They don't even have many Dao Lords, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Leave the destruction of such a civilization to me. The Yellow Guardian sneered. There was a hint of violence in his eyes. Two sharp canine teeth protruded from the corner of his mouth, and a faint demonic aura emanated from his body. He was a fierce beast of Purple Star and possessed a cruel nature. When Purple Star expanded outwards, it had destroyed many civilizations, most of which were his doing. I'll leave the task of destroying Firmament Star to you, Enforcer Huang. However, Chu Kuangren must not be left alive after we destroy Firmament Star. Otherwise, once he grows stronger, the consequences will be unimaginable. Hence, this operation to kill Chu Kuangren must be foolproof. Chu Kuangren's biggest backer is the Heavenly Dust Immortal. There's no guarantee that he won't participate in this operation to kill Chu Kuangren. I'll ask the Forefather to hold him back. As for the Mystic Moon Dao Lord and the others who are on good terms with the Heavenly Dust Immortal, I'll leave them to you, Palace Master Ziwei said. Even the Purple Star Forefather, a Heavenly Dust Immortal, was going to be involved. This showed how determined Palace Master Ziwei was to kill Chu Kuangren. All right. The few of them nodded. Then I'll head to the Firmament Star first. Protector Huang said impatiently. Wait. Palace Master Ziwei stopped him. Go to the Firmament Star and investigate Zi Wuheng. Previously, the Blood Origin planet cooperated with us and asked us to help them occupy the Firmament Star. Zi Wuheng was in charge of this, but we lost contact with him some time ago. I suspect that something bad has happened to him. There's something in that place that could threaten the immortal seed? Enforcer Huang was a little surprised. Didn't Chu Kuangren come from the Firmament Star? I think he must have something to do with what happened to Zi Wuheng. Enforcer Xian smirked. That's possible. If that's the case, 3 of our Purple Star sequence cultivators have died in the hands of this person? Enforcer Tian said with a grim expression. Every immortal seed was extremely precious. However, the death of even one of them would normally make their hearts ache. Yet now 3 of them had died. And it was all done by the same person. This made their killing intent toward Chu Kuangren even more intense. Even with the Heavenly Dust Immortal as a deterrent, they could not hold it in anymore. Count me in for the expedition against Chu Kuangren. At that moment, an indifferent voice rang out. A young man slowly walked into the hall. He was dressed in a luxurious purple robe and had waist-length black hair. Just like Palace Master Ziwei, he had a pair of purple eyes. However, his purple was a little lighter. Your First Highness. Your Highness, are you coming with us? The young man was the first sequence cultivator of Palace Master Ziwei, Zi Xiao. He was also the second most powerful immortal seed in the Purple Gold Galaxy. It was said that his cultivation level had reached the Taoist Lord realm a few hundred years ago. His current cultivation level was even more unfathomable. Let's go together. I want to meet this poetic sword sage. Zi Xiao nodded slightly. Palace Master Ziwei pondered for a while before she said, All right, but Chu Kuangren's strength is extraordinary. Be careful. In the entire Purple Gold Galaxy, no one below the Heavenly Dao Master can hurt me. Zi Xiao stood with his hands behind his back and said proudly. Ancient Mystic Moon City. After Chu Kuangren had asked the 3,000 firm to help him gather the ingredients to brew the God of Enlightenment wine, he returned to the city hall. He then hugged the God of Enlightenment wine that he had won from the gacha roulette and stayed in his room all day long. When the servants of the city hall passed by that room, they said that they smelled the intoxicating scent of wine. Once they got close to it, they immediately passed out. When he woke up, his cultivation level had greatly increased. This made many people want to give it a try. Later, under the strict orders of the Mystic Moon Taoist Lord, everyone avoided Chu Kuangren's room and did not disturb him. Meanwhile, after Chu Kuangren had set up countless restrictions around his room, He drank half of the God of Enlightenment wine in one go. The strong smell of wine made him lie on the bed as if he was drunk and unconscious. A few cups of this God of Enlightenment wine was enough to make a heavenly Tao master drunk. Not to mention that he had drunk half of it. Chu Kuangren felt that his soul was so drunk that it felt like it would leave his physical body and travel the universe in the next moment. He barely managed to keep his consciousness and activated the universal cauldron physique to refine the wine qi in the God of Enlightenment wine, entering an unprecedented state of enlightenment. This time, I must derive a higher level of the technique of invincibility, Chu Kuangren thought to himself. With the help of the three souls and the God of Enlightenment wine, Chu Kuangren's confidence was at an all-time high. Just when he was drunk and unconscious, a crisis was approaching the mystic moon ancient city and firmament star. Firmament star. A ray of light suddenly arrived. Seeing the blue and white star in front of him, Guardian Huang had a cruel look in his eyes. What a beautiful star. If it were to explode in the universe, it would be a beautiful sight. But there's no hurry. Wait for me to go down and have a good time. Then I'll blow you up and turn you into a firework in the universe. Guardian Huang laughed out loud and then turned into a ray of light. He quickly flew towards Firmament Star, and a violent surge of demonic qi erupted from his body. Firmament Star, your doomsday is here. Chapter 870. Inside Firmament Star. Firmament Kingdom, Black Heaven City, Imperial Palace. Lan Yu, Gu Linglong, the Dharma Taoist master, and the others seemed to have sensed something as they looked towards the outer realm with shock in their eyes. This aura, is it demonic qi? It's a demonic qi that has never been seen before. And this demonic qi doesn't seem to be friendly. The Dharma Taoist master and the others gulped. They felt that the demonic qi was so strong that they had never seen it before. Even the Bright Moon Taoist master's demonic qi, the strongest Taoist master in Firmament Star, was nothing in front of this demonic qi. It's an enemy? The Sword Tao Lord said with a solemn expression. They could sense that the demonic aura was surging with a violent intent. Since when did Firmament Star offend such a being? Eminent, we've just dealt with the Blood Tribe, and now another terrifying being has appeared. The Dharma Taoist master gritted his teeth. Don't worry, leave it to me. A calm voice came from the depths of the Imperial Palace. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. A wooden puppet slowly walked out from the Imperial Palace. That was left behind by the king before he left. Is that a battle puppet? Everyone was stunned as they saw countless Taoist patterns on the battle puppet's body before it transformed into Chu Kuangren's appearance. King. It's the king. Chu Kuangren looked towards the outer realm with a cold look in his eyes. He then said, "You guys stay here, I'll be back soon." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew into the sky. Meanwhile, a golden ray of light shot out from the Imperial Palace. Amidst the flowing light was a large golden seal. It was the human ruler's seal. Aside from leaving the heavenly Tao battle puppet on Firmament Star, Chu Kuangren had also left the human ruler's seal behind to increase the battle puppet's offensive capabilities. In the outer realm, majestic demonic qi surged towards Firmament Star. Suddenly, Guardian Huang let out a soft gasp of surprise. He saw a faint golden Taoist pattern circulating outside the atmosphere of Firmament Star. Is this a formation? A formation that covers the entire star. I can't believe a tiny firmament star could come up with such a formation. Do you think this formation can stop me? Dream on. Guardian Huang sneered. Demonic qi erupted as he punched out with his palm. The dark red demonic qi transformed into the image of a gigantic blood-red wolf that tore through the air. The power of this strike was extremely terrifying, enough to shatter stars. Protector Huang believed that the great formation of morning parting heaven would not be able to withstand the attack. As expected, the entire formation trembled under the pressure of the blood wolf. Prepare to be crushed. Guardian Huang sneered. However, at that moment, within the heavenly formation of parting hatred, a golden flowing light suddenly flew out and turned into a large seal that was comparable to a star. With a loud bang, the blood wolf smashed into the seal. The great seal trembled and the blood wolf directly dispersed. That's a fortune treasure. Guardian Huang was slightly shocked. The treasure of providence was a treasure condensed from the providence of a civilization or race. The stronger the civilization or race, the more powerful the treasure. In the universe, it was an extremely rare treasure. There's a formation that covers the entire planet, and now there's a treasure of fortune. This firmament star really surprises me. Guardian Huang grinned. He stared at the golden seal that kept shrinking until it was the size of a palm. It then floated above the head of a white-robed young man. "You're Chu Kuangren?" Guardian Huang's pupils shrunk. He had seen Chu Kuangren's image before, and he looked exactly like this white-robed young man. No, Chu Kuangren should still be in the Mystic Moon ancient city. Why would he appear here? And your aura? There's no sign of life. This strange aura is a battle puppet. Your consciousness is attached to this battle puppet. As the Heavenly Lord of the Purple Star sect, Guardian Huang was knowledgeable enough to quickly determine that Chu Kuangren was only a battle puppet. But this powerful aura belongs to the Heavenly Lord. How can there be such a powerful battle puppet in the Firmament Star? Guardian Huang was a little shocked. There were only a few Heavenly Lord-level battle puppets in the entire Purple Star sect. How could the Firmament Star have such technology? You've been talking to yourself since just now. Are you an idiot? Chu Kuangren said indifferently. Guardian Huang's face darkened. How dare a mere battle puppet be so arrogant? Today I'll destroy you and the entire Firmament Star. A majestic demonic chi erupted from his body, and the surrounding starlight gathered around him. Then a gigantic blood-colored wolf lunged at him. However, this time, with the help of the starlight, its power was even stronger. Oh, this cultivation technique. You're from the Purple Star sect. Chu Kuangren lifted his arm, and the battle puppet's energy erupted into the human ruler's seal, shattering the blood-colored wolf. Then he clenched his fist and unleashed a punch. The profound art of invincibility was unleashed. Heaven and earth reversal. The fist energy swept across the sky and blasted towards Guardian Huang. Break it. Guardian Huang unleashed a claw attack. When the two energies collided, the void exploded. Guardian Huang's clothes were torn apart by that attack, and he was forced to retreat. His eyes narrowed. This battle puppet is so strong. He let out a long roar, bent his body and began to expand. Finally, he turned into a giant blood-colored wolf that was hundreds of meters tall. His majestic demonic chi wreaked havoc in the starry sky. Oh, you've transformed into your true form, Chu Kuangren said. Roar. With a long roar, the blood-colored wolf opened its mouth, and the surrounding starlight surged towards it. A large amount of starlight energy was compressed and condensed into a gigantic ball of light. The ball of light shot out, leaving a trail of light in the starry sky. Like a meteor, it headed straight for Chu Kuangren. Invincible technique, Heaven's Vortex. Chu Kuangren raised his hand and activated the battle puppet's energy. Taoist patterns intertwined in his palm, forming a vortex that blocked the ball of light. The energy within the ball of light was continuously disintegrated and dissipated. Then, from the vortex, a ray of starlight shot out and smashed towards the blood-colored wolf. He reflected my energy back at me? The blood-colored wolf's expression changed slightly. He smashed the blood-colored ball of light with his claw. Humph, your battle puppet strength is at most on par with mine. If I destroy it with all my might, do you think you can protect Firmament Star? The blood-colored wolf sneered. He pushed his demonic chi to its limit, and a large amount of starlight gathered around him, forming balls of light. Although it was not as powerful as the previous attack, there were more of them. More importantly, the blood-colored wolf's target was not Chu Kuangren. It was the Firmament Star that was behind him. No matter how strong Chu Kuangren was, it was impossible for him to block that many attacks. However, he did not panic. I might not be able to do it alone. But who said I don't have help? Chu Kuangren said calmly. Then, a large amount of golden light gathered around him, forming a small golden man that was half the height of a human. The blood-colored wolf's eyes narrowed when he saw that small golden man. This is the Heavenly Tao. The Firmament Star's Heavenly Tao. You can activate the Heavenly Tao. You're the Firmament Star Lord. A Star Lord was a cultivator who was recognized by the Heavenly Tao of a star and could use the Heavenly Tao's energy. Not every living star could give birth to a Star Lord. Only a few lucky ones could be recognized by the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 871. In the outer space of Firmament Star, the battle puppet Chu Kuangren was battling against the Purple Star Protector. The powerful shockwaves from their battle shook half the sky. Just as Enforcer Huang was about to charge past Chu Kuangren and attack Firmament Star, the Firmament Star's Heavenly Tao suddenly appeared. Fuse. Chu Kuangren said indifferently. The Heavenly Tao's little golden man then merged into Chu Kuangren's body, causing the battle puppet's strength to skyrocket once again. A terrifying aura shook the starry sky, causing the blood-red wolf's pupils to shrink. Heavenly Tao blessing. The crimson giant wolf said solemnly. Then it roared and shot out the countless light balls behind it. Countless light orbs rained down on Firmament Star like a meteor shower. Even if the Firmament Star was protected by the hateful parting formation, it would not be able to withstand all the attacks. At the very least, a few states would be destroyed. However, Chu Kuangren would never let that happen. Human Ruler Seal. With a soft grunt, Chu Kuangren pushed the battle puppet's power to its limit and continuously channeled it into the Human Ruler's seal. The Man Ruler's seal blossomed with a resplendent brilliance. Millions of rays of golden light surged out, covering the sky and covering the earth, forming a huge light screen in front of him. Countless meteors were blocked by the light barrier. How could this be? The Crimson Wolf cried out in alarm. The power unleashed by Chu Kuangren's fusion with the Heavenly Tao had far surpassed him, and it was not just by a little bit. No, I can't stay here anymore. Although the Crimson Wolf was violent, it did not want to seek its own death. Its bestial instincts told it that if it continued to stay here, it would die. Do you really think that you can come and go as you please in Firmament Star? Chu Kuangren could tell what the Crimson Giant Wolf was thinking and sneered. The Man Ruler seal flew out and grew with the wind. Very quickly, it expanded to the size of a small planet, emitting a monstrous pressure. A powerful sealing force erupted, sealing off the surrounding starry sky, leaving the Crimson Wolf with nowhere to run. No, I can't die here. The blood-red wolf howled crazily. The demonic aura attacked the sealing power of the seal of the Human Ruler. However, it was useless. His gigantic body seemed extremely tiny in front of the Human Ruler seal. There was a loud bang. The Man Ruler seal smashed onto the giant blood-colored wolf. The giant wolf's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. A lord of the Tao of Heaven had fallen. The Man Ruler seal quickly shrunk to the size of a palm. Chu Kuangren held the Human Ruler's seal in his hand and looked into the distance. The Purple Star tribe has begun their operation. My real body, you must be careful. What he had left on the puppet of the heavenly law was only a wisp of his will. However, not too long ago, he lost contact with Chu Kuangren's consciousness when he went into closed-door meditation after drinking the divine enlightenment wine. Let's go back first. Chu Kuangren turned around and returned to Firmament Star. Ancient Mystic Moon City. In the City Lord's mansion, the divine Moon Tao Lord suddenly opened his eyes. He looked towards the outer realm with a solemn expression. What a powerful aura. There are so many people approaching Xinhua Ancient City. His monarch will surged as he extended his perception toward the starry sky. In the starry sky, tens of thousands of warships were heading towards Mystic Moon Ancient City. Through the symbols on these warships, the Divine Moon Sect Master recognized that these warships were all from Purple Star. Purple Star suddenly launched a large-scale attack. Are they targeting fellow Daoist Chu? No, I must inform the Void Immortal Mortal Heaven. He alone could not stop the Purple Star army. Not only the Divine Moon Tao Lord, but most of the strong cultivators in the Mystic Moon Ancient City had also sensed the powerful aura of the incoming cultivators. Purple Star's sudden invasion must be because of poetic sword sage Chu Kuangren. Mystic Moon Ancient City is in danger. Sai, the Mystic Moon Ancient City has a jinx. How is the Divine Moon Tao Lord going to deal with this? Everyone in the Mystic Moon Ancient City was panicking. At that moment, outside the Ancient City, an indifferent voice came from afar. Those who have nothing to do with Chu Kuangren, leave the Mystic Moon Ancient City immediately. That was the voice of the Purple Star Protector. Everyone was stunned when they heard that voice. Then the crowd burst into an uproar. They quickly packed their belongings and left the Mystic Moon Ancient City in streams of light. In less than half a day, the once bustling Ancient City became deserted. The streets were empty and not a single person could be seen. In the City Lord's mansion, the Divine Moon Tao Lord snorted. Then, with a flick of his sleeves, a powerful surge of energy emerged and spread in all directions. Suddenly, Taoist patterns intertwined around the ancient city, and 4 light pillars rose into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they formed a giant light barrier that covered the entire city. That was the ancient city's defensive formation. Purple Star, if you want to play, then I'll play with you till the end. The Divine Moon Tao Lord's eyes were cold. In the starry sky, tens of thousands of battleships. On one of the giant battleships, a purple-robed young man looked at the golden light barrier in front of him with a playful look in his eyes. Oh, a defensive formation? But how long can it hold off my Purple Star army? Beside him, the white-robed middle-aged sky protector walked up. "Your Highness, it's ready. Shall we attack?" "There's no rush," the purple firmament said calmly. He flew to the sky above the mystic moon ancient city and looked down at the glorious city below. He channeled his emperor's chi, and his voice spread throughout the entire ancient city. "The Purple Star Army is here to kill Chu Kuangren. If the Divine Moon Tao Lord hands this person over, the Purple Star Army will let you go." In the mystic moon ancient city, there were still some aristocratic families and orthodoxies that had not left. Their base was here, so it was not easy for them to leave. When they heard the purple firmament's words, they were tempted. "It's not worth it to sacrifice the entire ancient city just for Chu Kuangren. Ask the city lord to hand him over." A white-haired old man said coldly. He was the Wang family's forefather, one of the few sky lords in the mystic moon ancient city. Upon hearing his words, the strong cultivators in the mystic moon ancient city agreed and rushed to the city lord's residence. "City lord, please hand Chu Kuangren over." "That's right. The Purple Star Army is coming at us fiercely. It's not something we can fight against. Only by handing Chu Kuangren over can we protect the mystic moon ancient city." "That's right. City lord, please look at the bigger picture." The divine moon Daelord's expression did not change in the face of the crowd's persuasion. If it were a few months ago, he might have been persuaded to give up Chu Kuangren just because of the heavenly dust immortal's favor. However, things were different now. Aside from the heavenly dust immortal's relationship, Chu Kuangren had also helped his daughter awaken her immortal physique. He had yet to repay that great favor. "There's no need to say anything more. Brother Chu is under my protection. If any of you wish to leave, please do so," the Divine Moon Tao Lord said. The Wang family's forefathers snorted coldly. "You're the city lord of a city, yet you don't know how to appreciate the bigger picture. The Wang family will not accompany you to your death. Farewell." Because of Chu Kuangren, the Wang family and the Divine Moon Tao Lord had a grudge against each other. Now that the Purple Star Army was attacking, it was impossible for the Wang family to fight for the mystic moon ancient city. The Wang family's forefather turned around and left. Looking at the mighty Purple Star Army in outer space, a strange look appeared in his eyes. "Perhaps I can use this opportunity to befriend the Purple Star Army." Aside from the Wang family's forefather, the other orthodoxies looked at each other. In the end, only a few of them were willing to stay. Chapter 872. Dust Sky Star. Dust Sky Immortal received a message from Pathmaster Xinyu. His eyes flashed coldly. "Oh, Purple Star has made a move and it's an army. What a big move. Looks like it's time for me to exercise my old bones." He slowly stood up. A strong hollow immortal energy spread out. But in the next instant, an equally strong hollow immortal energy came from the sky. A coffin made entirely of purple gold flew down from the sky and smashed into the purple star like a meteor. Hollow immortal energy spread out from the coffin. Dust Sky Immortal's pupils constricted. "This coffin. I didn't expect you to come." Dust Sky Immortal snorted coldly. Creak. The coffin opened. A skinny old man wearing a purple luxurious robe walked out. His turbid eyes shone brightly as he looked at Dust Sky Immortal and said calmly, "Friend Shintian, long time no see. You still look so healthy. I really envy you." Virtual Immortal Chintian said coldly, "Enough with the pleasantries. You, a guy with half your body in the grave, suddenly appeared. What's the matter?" "I had a sudden impulse and wanted to discuss the Tao with you." "Had discussed the Tao? You want to stop me from going to Xinhua Ancient City?" Dust Sky Immortal sneered. "Is that celestial seed worth you working so hard?" the skinny old man asked. "In this world it doesn't matter if it's worth it or not. It's just whether I want to or not." A long sword with green light flowing around it appeared in Dust Sky Immortal's hand. He raised his hand and a majestic sword energy slashed out. The skinny old man moved his mind. The coffin automatically blocked in front of him. With a bang, the entire Dust Sky Star shook. Huge cracks spread out with the two of them at the center. "Please advise me." Hollow immortal energy flowed around the skinny old man's body. A battle between hollow immortals erupted. Xinhua City. The Tao Master of the Divine Moon Sect looked at the few Tao Masters who were willing to stay with him with gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you all. City Lord, there is no need to thank me. Back then, when I was being chased by my enemies, it was you who saved me. Furthermore, you allowed me to establish a sect in Mystic Moon Ancient City. I have yet to repay this kindness." The burly man in yellow robes laughed heartily. Beside him, a cold lady glanced at the Taoist lord and said, "I'm staying here for the sake of my lunar palace and my disciples, not for you or Chu Kuangren. Don't overthink it." This woman was the master of the Moon Palace, a heavenly Tao lord. The Taoist master of the Divine Moon sect had known the other party for many years and knew that the other party was a sharp-tongued but soft-hearted person. Thus, he did not say much and silently kept his gratitude in his heart. The others were also people who had a good relationship with the Divine Moon Tao Lord. In the sky above Mystic Moon Ancient City, Zixiao had a panoramic view of what was happening in the city and said indifferently, "It seems that you have made your decision." He gently raised his hand. Behind him, countless warships aimed their cannons at the ancient city. The light of the Tao pattern circulated. Streams of energy were gathering. "Unfortunately, you have chosen a dead end." Zixiao waved his hand. Instantly, beams of light shot out from the cannons of the warships. Boom, boom, boom. The energy beams were like a torrential downpour, continuously landing on the Mystic Moon Ancient City's golden light barrier, causing a series of explosions. The entire golden barrier rippled. The great battle had begun. At that moment, the Wang family's forefather came before purple firmament. He cupped his fists and said, "My Wang family has a grudge against Chu Kuangren. I'm willing to do my part to fight against Chu Kuangren and lead the way for your highness." Upon seeing that, Zixiao nodded. It seems that not everyone in the Mystic Moon Ancient City is stupid. There are still some smart ones. Just like that, the Wang family's forefather joined the Purple Star Army in the battle against the Mystic Moon Ancient City. The Mystic Moon Ancient City's defensive formation was very strong, but the Purple Star Army was no joke either. Under the continuous bombardment of tens of thousands of energy beams, the great formation was already on the verge of collapse. "Prepare for battle," the Divine Moon Tao Lord said coldly. With a sword in his hand, a majestic sword pressure suddenly erupted. At that moment, not far away, a streak of sword light flew over and actually resonated with his sword pressure. "Who is this?" The Divine Moon Tao Lord was puzzled. He did not sense any hostility from that sword ray. Could it be that this person was not from the Purple Star Army? "Haha, I'm Yang Xiao. I'm here to help the Mystic Moon Ancient City." A heroic voice came from within the sword ray. A handsome middle-aged man with graying temples came before the Purple Star Army, raised his sword, and a majestic sword ray whistled out. Dozens of warships were destroyed by that sword ray. "Yang Xiao?" "Yang Xiao from the Royal Heaven Sword sect." The Purple Star Sky Guardian said coldly, "Even the Royal Heaven Sword sect wants to interfere in this matter. Aren't you afraid of the Purple Star's revenge?" "I once owed the ethereal immortal mortal heaven a favor, and I'm only here today to return the favor. My actions have nothing to do with the Royal Heaven Sword sect. If you want revenge, just come after me." Yang Xiao laughed. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and his sword pressure swept out like a tidal wave. Below, the Divine Moon Tao Lord was delighted to see that Yang Xiao was a Heaven Tao Lord. With his help, the Mystic Moon Ancient City had a much higher chance of winning. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at that moment, in outer space, rays of light flew over. Each ray of light contained a different Taoist fluctuation, but they all emitted an incredibly powerful Tao Lord's aura. The Lion Ridge Tao Lord is here to help the Mystic Moon Ancient City. Haha, Yun Xiaotian is here to protect the poetic sword sage Chu Kuangren. I, the loose cultivator and Tian, am here to join in the fun too. One after another, names were announced. Each of them was a strong cultivator in the Purple Gold Galaxy, and now all of them were here to protect Chu Kuangren. Everyone was left speechless. They understood that these people were not here to protect Chu Kuangren, but to return the favor to the ethereal immortal mortal heaven. The ethereal immortal mortal heaven is too prestigious in the Purple Gold Galaxy. Many strong cultivators here owe him a favor. That's right. Take Yang Xiao for example. Rumor has it that he was also an immortal seed back then. The demonic sky sword in his hand was forged by the ethereal immortal mortal heaven, and it has accompanied him in battle until now. The ethereal immortal mortal heaven's network is too strong. The spectators outside the Mystic Moon Ancient City were amazed. The Celestial Moon Taoist and the others were overjoyed. As expected of the ethereal immortal mortal heaven. Besides him, who else could gather so many strong cultivators from all over? The Celestial Moon Taoist laughed. On the other hand, the strong cultivators from the Purple Star Alliance looked extremely gloomy. This ethereal immortal mortal heaven is really troublesome. The Sky Guardian snorted coldly. Even he did not expect the ethereal immortal mortal heaven to be so powerful that he could weave such a network without anyone noticing. Purple Star Alliance, do you still want to fight? Yang Xiao stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him were the strong cultivators who came to repay the ethereal immortal mortal heaven's favor. A burst of laughter was heard. Purple Firmament took a step forward and said coldly, "A bunch of trash wants to fight against the Purple Star Alliance? Today, no matter who comes, Chu Kuangren must die. Kill?" The order was given. The strong cultivators from the Purple Star Alliance immediately flew out from the warship. Waves of domineering aura filled the sky above the mystic moon city. "Then let's fight," Yang Xiao said indifferently. With a twist of his sword, a majestic sword chi erupted. Chapter 873. The sounds of battle rang out. The powerhouses of Purple Star also made their move. Among them, the most eye-catching were the three protectors of Purple Star. All three of them were Heaven Law Masters. In addition to these two, there was a man and a woman, dressed in black and white robes respectively. These two were also Heaven Dao Masters. They were a pair of Dao companions, the famous black and white stars of Purple Star. In addition to the Wang family's old ancestor, the Purple Star Alliance now had 6 Heaven Path Masters. On the other hand, the ancient city of Mystic Moon, the Divine Moon Sect Master, the Moon Palace Master, Yang Xiao, and an old man with a cane. Only 4 of them were Heaven Law Masters. The number of other Path Masters was about the same. However, one Heaven Law Master was equivalent to dozens of Great Path Masters, so someone had to restrain the remaining 2 Heaven Law Masters of Purple Star. "Leave the black and white stars to me," Yang Xiao said to the Divine Moon Sect Master with his monarch consciousness. "Are you sure you can face 2 Heaven Law Masters at the same time?" "Don't worry, I can." Yang Xiao nodded. "Then there's one more Heaven Law Master. Who will restrain him?" "Don't worry, leave it to me," the Divine Moon Sect Master said. Yang Xiao's eyes lit up. The sword in his hand trembled slightly, and an unyielding battle intent erupted. "Then let's fight." Whoosh! Yang Xiao took a step forward and rushed toward the black and white stars. He swung his sword and a surging sword light poured out. While Yang Xiao was fighting the black and white stars, the other Heaven Law Masters also made their moves. They had tacitly chosen their own opponents. The Moon Palace Master faced the Earth Protector. The old man with the cane faced the mysterious Protector. He waved his hands and countless vines flew out and danced wildly in the void. "If you're courting death," the Heaven Protector, who was second only to Hall Master Ziwei, snorted coldly. He gripped his spear and stepped forward, a violent aura swirling around him. At that moment, a stream of light appeared in front of him. It was the Divine Moon Sect Master. "Purple Star Heaven Protector, come and fight me." The sword and spear collided. Terrifying energy poured out like a torrential flood. Just as he was locked in battle with the Purple Star Heavenly Protector, the Wang family's forefather, who was not too far away, looked towards the direction of the city hall with a glint in his eyes. "Let's break this formation first, then drag Chu Kuangren out." At this moment, the masters of the Heaven Law were fighting on their own. No one could stop him. The Emperor's chi within his body surged and intertwined with Taoist patterns. A terrifying domineering aura circulated as he raised his hand, ready to destroy the formation and drag Chu Kuangren out. However, at this very moment, the Divine Moon Path Master, who was fighting with the Purple Star Sky Protector, shot out several beams of sword light toward the Wang family patriarch. Sensing the sword light, the old ancestor of the Wang family snorted coldly, "You want to hold me back while fighting with the Purple Star Heavenly Protector? You are too naive." He raised his hand and blasted a palm at the sword light. The sword and the palm collided and the sword light shattered. But in the next moment, the shattered sword light turned into countless fine sword chi, intertwining in the void to form a sword chi cage. The patriarch of the Wang family was trapped within and his expression changed slightly. He struck the sword chi cage with his palm. However, with a bang the palm chi collapsed, but the sword chi was unscathed. "What kind of strange technique is this?" the Wang family patriarch said in a low voice. "Patriarch of the Wang family, just stay in that sword chi cage." The Divine Moon Path Master sneered. The confinement sword chi was one of his most powerful sword techniques. This sword technique did not have high lethality, but it excelled in trapping people. Even cultivators of the same cultivation realm as him would find it difficult to break free in a short time. How long do you think you can trap me with just sword chi?" The Wang family patriarch snorted. He unleashed one palm attack after another. Every time he unleashed a palm attack, the sword chi cage would weaken. Just as the masters of the heaven law were unleashing their techniques, the other Taoists were also engaged in battle. Terrifying energy fluctuations erupted one after another. The purple star first sequence, purple firmament, stood in the air with a cold expression. He could not intervene in the battle between the masters of the heaven law. Instead, he commanded the warship behind him to continuously fire energy beams at the mystic moon ancient city's great formation. Capture their leader first. Purple firmament is the first sequence, and his position in the purple star is very important. As long as we subdue him, we will have bargaining chips with the purple star. A burly man's eyes sparkled. His figure flashed and he turned into a stream of light. He dodged the attacks of several great Tao masters and flew toward purple firmament. His speed was extremely fast, and he appeared in front of purple firmament in the blink of an eye. Bow down. The burly man shouted coldly. His late-stage great Tao master cultivation base was completely unleashed. Terrifying Emperor Qi swept out and turned into a giant golden hand that grabbed at purple firmament. Purple firmament snorted. Endless starlight flowed around his body. The giant golden hand landed on the starlight, but it could not get even half a step closer. Galaxy annihilation. Purple firmament raised his hand and activated an immortal technique. Thousands of starlight gathered in his palm and formed a starlight vortex. Within the vortex there seemed to be a galaxy surging out. The giant golden hand was shattered by the galaxy. The burly man was sent flying while vomiting blood. How can he be so powerful? The burly man's expression changed. Before he could recover from his shock, a figure appeared above him like a ghost. It was purple firmament. He raised his hand gently and starlight shone in his palm. His palm fell like a huge star falling from the sky at high speed, and it smashed into the great Tao master's head. Bang! The burly man's head exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. This scene caused the powerhouses of Xinhua ancient city to secretly exclaim, "Is this the power of purple firmament sequence 1? He can kill a great Tao master so easily. This is too terrifying." As expected of one of the two strongest in the purple gold galaxy. I'm afraid no one below the heavenly Tao master can hurt him. Everyone was extremely fearful. Even the other sequence purple firmament celestial seeds were secretly shocked. So powerful. This is the power of a sequence 1. A few hundred years ago he could easily kill someone of the same level as him when he first became a great Tao master. Now his strength has improved a lot. Even a sequence 2 is far from being his match. Purple firmament stood in the air with a proud expression. He stared at the ancient mystic moon city lord's residence. Poetic sword god Chu Quanren, how long are you going to hide? Are you still not coming out? No one responded to him. What a shame. These people came to protect you, but who would have thought that they would protect a coward who doesn't even dare to come out and fight? Purple firmament continued to sneer. Inside the city lord's residence, it was still silent. Boom, boom, only the rumbling sounds of energy beams hitting the great formation could be heard. At that moment, the ancient mystic moon city's great formation finally could not hold on any longer. Cracks began to appear on it, and with a loud bang, the great formation shattered. Beams of energy beams smashed into the ancient city. Countless buildings were destroyed. Lock onto the city lord's residence. Purple firmament sneered. The warship's cannons turned and aimed at the city lord's residence. Beams of energy beams rained down, blasting the city lord's residence into a mess. If the mystic moon Taoist had not arranged for Tang Haitang and the others to a safe place, there would have been countless casualties. While the rest of the buildings in the city lord's residence were being destroyed, there was one room that remained unscathed. That room was surrounded by mysterious Taoist patterns that blocked off all the energy beams. Oh, is that where you are? Chapter 874. Oh, so that's where you're at? Zishao stared at the restricted room in the city hall and sneered. He then raised his hand and ordered everyone to attack it. Beams of energy landed on the restricted room like raindrops. Even the mystic moon ancient city's great defensive formation couldn't stop the continuous attacks, so this restriction naturally couldn't do anything. After a round of attacks, 30% of the restricted room was destroyed. However, that was still shocking enough. Only this much? Zishao could not help but frown. The mystic moon ancient city's defensive formation was built with countless resources, But this restricted room was obviously created by a single person. Only 30% of it was destroyed after being attacked by tens of thousands of battleships? Humph continued to attack. After the battleships were recharged, the energy beams continued to explode. 40%, 50%, 70%, 80%. In next to no time, 80% of the restrictions were destroyed, and the remaining 20% were dim like a thin piece of paper that could be broken with a single poke. The mystic Moon Taoist master and the others panicked when they saw that. However, they were occupied by their respective opponents and could not help at all. The battleship's energy beams stopped. The energy beams could not be fired at any time as they required energy. Now all the battleships were recharging their energy. One more round and the restricted room would be completely destroyed. The person inside the restricted room was no exception. Soon the battleships were fully charged. All that was left was for Zishao to give the order. Chu Kuangren, I know you're here. Why don't you come out? Come out and let me see what the poetic sword sage is capable of. Zishao said indifferently. His eyes were filled with battle intent. He really wanted to see how strong this newly risen fairy seed was. Still no one answered. Vaguely. A light snoring sound came from the room. It was as if someone was sleeping. Everyone present had a high cultivation level and strong senses, so they could hear the light snoring clearly. At that moment, everyone had a strange expression on their faces. The battle outside was in full swing. Yet the person inside was sleeping? Did he not respect them at all? Could he please respect us? Even Zishao could not help but turn pale with anger. He snorted. You deserve to die in your sleep. He raised his hand, signaling for the attack to continue. The cannons of the battleship had Dao patterns flowing on them. Beams of energy light shot out like raindrops, piercing through the void and blasting into the room. This wave of attacks was enough to destroy the last 20% of the seal. At the same time he would raise that place to the ground. Not good. The divine Moon Dao Lord exclaimed. But at this moment, all around the wind stilled and the clouds ceased. In a trance, everyone heard the soft snoring in the room stop. Subsequently, a peerlessly powerful and majestic emperor energy erupted from within the room, and it swept out in all directions like raging waves. The room was shattered by the emperor Qi, and the restrictions automatically disintegrated. The beams of energy that shot towards the other party were all destroyed by the emperor Qi. Under the terrifying impact of the energy, smoke and dust rose everywhere. What happened? What a terrifying monarch aura! Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Everyone stopped fighting and stared at the room that was filled with smoke and dust. Streams of emperor will swept over in that direction. When the smoke and dust dissipated, everyone could only see a bed in the dust. On the bed there was a person sleeping on it. That person was Chu Kuangren. *CKme. This person is really sleeping. Everyone was dumbfounded. What the *CK is going on? Chu Kuangren, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes, as if he had not fully woken up yet. However, everyone suddenly sensed a peerlessly powerful and terrifying ripple spreading out from the other party's body. That ripple also contained an indescribable profundity. Is this an immortal technique fluctuation? Purple Firmament and the other immortal seeds who knew immortal techniques could not help but be shocked. However, what happened next shocked everyone even more. Mysterious Taoist fluctuations spread from Chu Kuangren's body, and it evolved into magnificent transformations. There were heavenly fire meteors, mountains burning, frost falling, ice sealing thousands of miles, and thousands of soldiers hovering in the air. As the transformations continued to evolve, the Taoist fluctuations on Chu Kuangren's body became more and more intense, so much so that everyone's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, the heavens and earth shook, and waves of mysterious Taoist rhymes came from the depths of the universe. Thousands of golden lotuses surrounded Chu Kuangren. The spiritual qi of the heavens and earth surged, forming an incredibly mysterious rune-like mark on top of Chu Kuangren's head. This is the technique validation seal. A knowledgeable expert swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but exclaim. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The rest of the Sky Dao Master and the others were also horrified. Taoist rhymes technique validation seal. How is this possible? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Some of the cultivators even shook their heads in disbelief. The scene left many cultivators scratching their heads in confusion. What's wrong with these cultivators? The technique validation seal is something that can only be formed by the great Taoist will of the universe. It can only appear when a certain cultivator creates a brand new and powerful cultivation technique. The sacred Moon Taoist master said with a trembling voice, to form the technique validation seal, the cultivation technique must at least be an immortal technique. At this moment everyone understood. However, they were all dumbfounded. They looked at Chu Kuangren in shock. In other words, Chu Kuangren has created his own immortal technique. Everyone was speechless when they heard that. Following that, the sound of people gasping could be heard one after another. The immortal seeds were especially shaken as they stared at the bedridden Chu Kuangren. Their Taoist core was on the verge of collapsing. They were still struggling to become immortals. However, Chu Kuangren had created his own immortal technique. That was something only an immortal could do. Just when everyone was shocked speechless, the spiritual qi in the surroundings surged again and another technique validation seal was formed. 2 technique validation seals. How is this possible? 2 immortal techniques. He created 2 immortal techniques in one go. How is this possible? The purple star heavenly protector's pupils trembled violently. Creating a celestial art on his own was already enough to stun everyone. However, Chu Kuangren had created 2 of them. Poetic sword fairy, is he really an immortal? Someone murmured. Initially, many doubted Chu Kuangren's title as an immortal, but now no one doubted it anymore. He had created 2 immortal techniques in one go. Even if he could not become an immortal now, he would definitely become one in the future. It was only a matter of time. What a nice dream. Chu Kuangren murmured. After he finished drinking the divine enlightenment wine, he used the wine's qi to gain insights on the technique of invincibility. As the divine enlightenment wine was too strong, he felt like he was in a dream during the process. A dream about Taoism and techniques. The good news was, he had succeeded. He had successfully deduced the technique of invincibility to the level of an immortal technique. The transformations around him gradually dissipated. The 2 technique validation seals flew into Chu Kuangren's body. He could feel the powerful fluctuations contained in the technique validation seals. It was another opportunity of fortune. Chapter 875. Alright, it's time to deal with you guys. Chu Kuangren rested his head on his bed with his left hand and chuckled as he looked at the purple star cultivators before him. Although he had just woken up and was still confused about the situation, his emperor's thought quickly scanned the battlefield and roughly understood what was going on. Don't you think it's rude to disturb my sweet dreams? Chu Kuangren yawned and said. The purple star cultivators were shocked to see him in such a lackadaisical manner. They glared at him with eyes that were about to spit fire. Their great army and several Sky Dao masters had arrived, but to Chu Kuangren, they were merely disturbing his sweet dreams. It was as if this guy did not take them seriously at all. Let's go. So what if he can create his own immortal technique? He's just a Taoist master who hasn't ascended to immortality yet. One of the Taoist masters yelled. He then dashed towards Chu Kuangren in a flash. That's right, he hasn't ascended to immortality yet, so what's with his arrogance? Go to hell. The Taoist masters charged towards Chu Kuangren. This time, the higher-ups of the Purple Star Alliance had ordered that whoever managed to kill Chu Kuangren would be rewarded handsomely. Even the Sky Dao masters would be tempted by those rewards. Sword rays, fist qi, palm qi, all sorts of energies and mysteries were unleashed towards Chu Kuangren. Hey, you guys are still too weak to kill me. Chu Kuangren lay on his bed and took the attack. He held his head with one hand and gently lifted the other. Emperor's qi gushed out from his palm and turned into a purple vortex. Within the vortex, mysterious Taoist patterns circulated. An immortal technique fluctuation emanated. It was the invincible technique Heaven's Vortex. This technique was now an immortal technique. Moreover, it was an immortal technique that was most compatible with Chu Kuangren's Tao. As the vortex appeared, the sword rays, fist qi and other energies were all absorbed and neutralized. The Taoist masters could not hurt Chu Kuangren at all. How is this possible? Is this his self-created immortal technique? Retreat. The Taoist masters' pupils dilated as they tried to retreat. However, they soon realized that they were already enveloped by a surge of qi. Retreat? Where can I retreat to? Chu Kuangren gently waved his palms, and a burst of saber light and fist qi shot out from the vortex. It was the technique that the Tao Lords had used to attack him. Pay them back in their own coin. Not only that. With the help of Chu Kuangren's Emperor's qi, these attacks were even more terrifying. A few Tao Lords could not dodge in time and were blasted into a mist of blood on the spot. This move silenced the entire battlefield. The wind blew, rolling up the bead curtain. Chu Kuangren slowly got up and got off the bed. He raised his hand and took out a gorgeous white robe from the clothes rack beside him. Then, in front of the countless soldiers, he put on his clothes unhurriedly. His attire was neat and tidy, and he fastened his Kunwu robe. Chu Kuangren took a step forward. With a flick of his sleeves, an immense domineering aura gushed out like a torrential flood in all directions, causing the cultivators at the scene to shudder in fear. Are you ready? I can be quite grumpy when I wake up. Chu Kuangren glanced at the crowd and smiled. With the help of the omniscient spirit, Xiao AI, he could tell at a glance which side was here to kill him and who was here to help him. Everyone prepare to face the enemy, one of the Dao Lords said in fear. But in the next moment, Chu Kuangren, who was originally in front of everyone, disappeared. The Dao Lord who was yelling to face the enemy narrowed his eyes. Where is he? Here. Behind him, a chuckle was heard. Before the Dao Lord could turn around and escape, he felt a sudden chill on his neck. Then he felt the world spin around him and he saw a headless corpse. Isn't that my body? The Dao Lord thought in confusion. Then his consciousness disappeared into the darkness. After Chu Kuangren had beheaded a Dao Lord, the descendant's self-sword in his hand emanated an incredibly sharp and cold sword chi. Kill. A loud roar was heard. The Purple Star Sect's cultivators charged towards Chu Kuangren in a frenzy. Come, let's kill each other. Chu Kuangren did not retreat. Instead, he faced the crowd of cultivators head-on. He waved the descendant's self-sword in his hand, and sword rays flashed. One by one, the cultivators were either beheaded or torn in half by his sword chi. My Lord Zhao wears the tassel of a beard, and the Wu hook is as bright as the snow. Suddenly, on the battlefield, a poem was recited. The crowd looked at Chu Kuangren, who was killing with his sword, and their hearts trembled. It's him, he's reciting a poem. It's the poetic sword fairy, it's the poetic sword fairy, Chu Kuangren. Outside the mystic moon city, the onlooking cultivators were dumbfounded. Reciting a poem while fighting? *CKME. So this is the poetic sword fairy? So cool. The silver saddle shines on the white horse, galloping like a meteor. Chu Kuangren's figure flickered. Although he did not use the spatial conveyor technique to move, his speed was still extremely fast. His body was like a meteor, and as he waved his sword, sword rays lit up the heavens and earth. 10 steps to kill a man, 1,000 miles unstoppable. The Purple Star Sect's cultivators could not hurt Chu Kuangren at all. In terms of defense, Chu Kuangren was almost invincible. The Heaven Vortex, Heavenly Weapon, Stellar Immortal Physique, Immortal Body, and many other techniques allowed him to weave through the army unscathed. On the other hand, every time he waved his sword, he would reap countless lives. 1 step to kill a man. 10,000 soldiers were repelled. When the matter is done, I shall leave without a trace. Chu Kuangren waved his sword. The sword chi retracted. His mind power circulated around his body, and circles of light waves spread out. Any cultivator who got close to him was blasted away by the light waves, spitting out blood. At that moment, no one could stand around Chu Kuangren. He stood with his sword in his snow-white robe, like a sword fairy. Around him, corpses and the screams of his enemies could be heard. The Purple Star Sect's cultivators were shocked by his methods, and they looked at him in horror. They hesitated and no one dared to act rashly. Chu Kuangren chuckled when he saw that. He took out a jar of boundless romance and took a big gulp. He did not compose any more poems. That was because he had forgotten the rest. However, those few lines were enough to dazzle the surrounding spectators. They looked at Chu Kuangren with yearning in their eyes. So this is the poetic sword fairy. With a smile, he recites ancient poems. With a wave of his hand, he can turn his enemies into ashes. The poetic sword fairy, who is a master of both sword and poetry, truly lives up to his name. He's too powerful. 10 steps to kill a man, 1,000 miles unstoppable. What a heroic and murderous poem. It's a perfect match for the current situation. Chu Kuangren is such a playboy. The spectators were amazed. Some of the female cultivators even had a look of infatuation and longing in their eyes. Chu Kuangren, what a poetic sword fairy. Even a heavenly lord like the Purple Star Heavenly Protector could not help but feel amazed, but it was soon replaced by an intense murderous intent. The more talented Chu Kuangren was, the greater the threat he posed to the Purple Star Sect. All the more reason for them to kill him. If they did not kill him today, the Purple Star sect would never have peace. Kill. The Purple Star Heavenly Protector wanted to attack Chu Kuangren. Unfortunately, he was stopped by the Divine Moon Taoist. Not only the Purple Star Heavenly Protector, but the other Heavenly Lords were also stopped by Yang Xiao, the Lunar Palace Lord, and the Unknown Elder. Haha, Purple Star Heavenly Protector, do you see this? This is the person you want to kill. Can you kill him? The Divine Moon Taoist laughed out loud. Not far away, Yang Xiao was also amazed. I finally know why Elder Qin Tian gave him the Heavenly Dust Jade token. It turns out that he's such a peerless figure. The poetic sword fairy truly lives up to his name. Chapter 876. In the Mystic Moon Ancient City, a great battle was taking place. Chu Kuangren made his move. With every step he took, he would kill, and with each kill he would compose a poem. The poetic sword saint's technique had completely shocked everyone present. Meanwhile, the Purple Star Heavenly Masters were being held back by the other Heavenly Masters, so they could not attack Chu Kuangren. As for the other Heavenly Masters, they were not even worth mentioning in front of Chu Kuangren. Just as the Purple Star cultivators were in a dilemma, a tyrannical aura erupted from the Purple Star camp and swept out mightily. When everyone looked towards the source of the aura, their eyes lit up. It's Your Highness. Purple Star Sequence 1 Zishao. Everyone's eyes lit up. The person who emanated the powerful aura was none other than the strongest cultivator of the Purple Star Sage Seed, Zishao. Poetic Sword Saint Chu Kuangren. A deep voice rang out. Zishao stared at Chu Kuangren with a strong battle intent in his eyes. Chu Kuangren looked at him and said, "When I was sleeping, I felt like someone was yelling in my ear. Was that you?" "I'm surprised by your strength." Zishao snorted coldly. Then purple light circulated around his body, and a purple armor covered his body. It was a defensive heavenly weapon. That's the Purple Star Heavenly Armor. The Purple Star Sequence 3, Zifeng narrowed his eyes. The Purple Star Heavenly Armor was one of the strongest defensive Taoist weapons in the Purple Star tribe. Even the Heavenly Master would have a hard time breaking it. After summoning the Heavenly Armor, Zishao took out a dark purple longsword. There were patterns on the blade that formed the silhouette of a dragon. The Purple Dragon Saber is an offensive Taoist weapon paired with the Heavenly Armor. This is also a heavenly weapon. It seems like he feels threatened by the fact that he has two heavenly weapons in one go. Zifeng said solemnly. In fact, Chu Kuangren's strength was much stronger than a Sequence 2, so it was hard for Zishao not to feel threatened. With two heavenly weapons in hand, Zishao's aura instantly skyrocketed. Chu Kuangren, I became a great Taoist lord 500 years ago. Since then, no one under the Heavenly Master has been able to hurt me except for the Golden Star Sequence 1. Let me see if you can do it. Zishao said coldly. Although Chu Kuangren's self-created immortal technique had shocked him greatly, Chu Kuangren was only a late-stage Taoist master in terms of cultivation level, which was similar to his own. Hence, he was confident that he could deal with Chu Kuangren. Hey, you're clearly so weak. Where does your confidence come from? Chu Kuangren shook his head and smiled. Take this. Zishao took a step forward and slashed with the long saber in her hand. All of a sudden, a majestic surge of saber chi gushed out from the blade and intertwined with the Taoist patterns before it transformed into a purple dragon shadow that charged towards Chu Kuangren. Useless move. Chu Kuangren casually swung his sword. The ultimate emperor energy erupted, and the sword energy tore the dragon shadow apart. Then his body disappeared on the spot and reappeared in front of Zishao. The descendant self-sword in his hand slashed out with a brilliant sword light. Zishao raised his saber to block. Clang. The sound of golden jade rang out, and a powerful chi swept out. Zishao only felt an indescribably powerful force sweeping towards him, and his entire body was involuntarily sent flying backward. Such powerful strength. Zishao felt that his entire arm was numb. If not for the God Strength Armor's protection, it was not impossible for his arm to be torn apart by that powerful force. Whoosh, Chu Kuangren's figure flashed again. He came to the sky above Zishao and smashed his fist down. Boom. His fist landed on the God Strength Armor. The power that was enough to destroy a star made the heavenly Tao weapon tremble continuously. Although Zishao did not receive the full brunt of the punch, the powerful recoil was still shaking his internal organs. After that punch, Chu Kuangren grabbed Zishao's arm and tossed him into the air. Then his figure flashed and his fists and legs landed on Zishao's body from left to right, and then above. The crowd was dumbfounded. The dignified purple star sequence 1 was like a helpless child in front of Chu Kuangren. The difference in strength was too great. Chu Kuangren came to the sky above Zishao and kicked him. Boom! Zishao smashed onto the ground like a meteor. With a loud explosion, the entire Mystic Moon ancient city shook, forming a huge crater. Zishao lay in the crater, coughing out blood continuously. The indestructible god strength armor on his body had a few cracks. His hair was disheveled and he looked extremely pathetic. An unprecedented sense of humiliation engulfed him. Ever since he became a Taoist master, this was the first time he was in such a sorry state. Even the sequence 1 from Venus did not injure him this badly. Moreover, he was completely suppressed. He was brutally tortured. The turtle shell on your body is quite hard. Chu Kuangren slowly landed on the ground. He chuckled. However, you're weaker than I thought. None of the purple star sequence 1s are decent. He looked at the other sequence 1s who were watching the battle from afar. Why don't you guys come at me together? I can finish you all off in one go. Upon hearing that, the other sequence 1s trembled and quickly took a few steps back. They had lost the courage to fight Chu Kuangren. The difference in strength was too great. Chu Kuangren, I must kill you. Kill you. At that moment, Zishao slowly stood up from the crater. He stared at Chu Kuangren with intense hatred in his purple pupils. Celestial River Apocalypse. Zishao growled and activated his immortal technique. The starlight around him surged towards him. With a lift of his hand, a dazzling celestial river filled with domineering aura surged towards Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren casually threw out a punch. Invincible technique Heaven and Earth Reversal. Boom. When the two powerful forces collided, the surrounding void immediately exploded. The starlight shattered, and the majestic fist energy landed on Zizhao's body. Once again he was blasted away with blood spewing out of his mouth. In terms of immortal techniques, he was completely crushed by Chu Kuangren. No. Zishao roared. As the purple star sequence 1, he was a proud person. Yet now he was beaten to such a state in front of everyone. His pride was completely trampled under Chu Kuangren's feet. Take this. Purple star divine gaze. Zishao leaped into the air, and an even more powerful immortal technique fluctuation emanated from his body. His eyes radiated a brilliant purple light. Zifeng and the other immortal seeds could not help but exclaim. That's the purple star divine gaze. Purple star's strongest immortal technique. In the history of purple star, only a few people managed to cultivate the purple star divine gaze. He's the sequence 1 too. The immortal technique fluctuation on Zizhao's body grew stronger. The purple light that surged in his eyes was as dazzling as the stars. Go. The purple light in Zizhao's eyes condensed to its limit. Suddenly, a beam of purple light shot out. Wherever the purple light passed, the void shattered, and the phenomenon of falling stars was reflected. Even the Lord of the Heaven Law felt his heart palpitate when he sensed such a powerful aura. With a single thought, 10,000 rivers of ice and snow. An extremely powerful fluctuation erupted from Chu Kuangren's body. Cold chi swept across and froze the void. That was not an ordinary cold chi. It was the cold chi that erupted from the lunar immortal physique. Using an immortal physique to activate an immortal technique. The horrifying cold chi erupted and condensed into an ice mountain that smashed out. When the purple light landed on the ice mountain, it was corroded by the cold chi and was easily frozen. Then it was easily shattered by the ice mountain. The Sky Path Lord's pupils shrank when they saw that. Immortal physique. Chapter 877. The iceberg smashed through the purple light emitted by the purple star divine eyes and directly crashed into Zishao, completely shattering his pride. With a boom, the divine spear armor shattered. The indestructible heavenly Tao weapon could no longer withstand Chu Kuangren's continuous attacks and shattered into pieces on the ground. Purple Firmament's body was almost completely frozen by the frost chi. The group of heavenly Tao masters looked at Chu Kuangren in shock. Their senses were not wrong. Chu Kuangren's body had indeed exploded with the fluctuations of an immortal physique. He has an immortal physique. Purple Firmament Heavenly Protector said in shock. It's a frost attribute immortal physique. Could it be that he specializes in frost Taoism? What a terrifying frost chi. No wonder he's so powerful. He has an immortal physique. Immortal physiques were too rare in the Purple Gold Galaxy. In the history of all the known civilizations in the Purple Gold Galaxy, there were not many immortal physiques. Even the current Purple Star and Golden Star sequences did not have an immortal physique. Compared to the other Heavenly Tao Masters, the Divine Moon Taoist Master was even more shocked. Was that not Hai Tang's lunar divine physique? How could it be? How could Brother Chu have Hai Tang's lunar divine physique? The Divine Moon Taoist Master was dumbfounded. Chu Kuangren had given him too many surprises. Break. At that moment, a low roar came from the sky. The Wang family's elder had finally shattered the Divine Moon Taoist Master's sword chi cage. He then looked at Chu Kuangren with a fiery gaze. Taoist seal, immortal physique? Young lad, I'll be taking your opportunity of fortune. The combat strength and talent that Chu Kuangren had displayed were too unbelievable. No one would believe that he did not have any opportunity of fortune or secret. Perhaps this opportunity of fortune could help one become an immortal. At that thought, the Wang family's elder was extremely excited. Do you think you can covet my secrets? Chu Kuangren sneered. With a thought, a golden red lotus appeared in his hand. The fire that formed the lotus was not an ordinary flame. It was the phoenix flame. Its flames were on the same level as Chu Kuangren's immortal physique. In fact, the godly phoenix physique was even more advanced than the lunar divine physique. The fire lotus shot out, burning the entire void. The Wang family's old ancestor punched out with his palm and two terrifying forces exploded. The Wang family's old ancestor was forced back tens of feet by the heat wave. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Chu Kuangren had forced the Heavenly Tao Master to retreat. He could actually fight against the Master of the Heaven Tao. This guy can even use phoenix fire? The patriarch of the Wang family narrowed his eyes. Then, he looked at Chu Kuangren with an even more fervent gaze. First an immortal physique, now a phoenix flame. Your opportunities of fortune and secrets are mine. You have to be alive to get it. Do you really think you can fight against the Master of Heaven Law? Wang family ancestor snorted coldly. He channeled his emperor's qi to its limit, and the majestic aura of a heavenly Tao master instantly erupted and charged towards Chu Kuangren. Upon seeing that, Chu Kuangren channeled his mind power. In the void, a huge rainbow-colored rune gathered. 9 rainbow-colored dragons soared into the sky and surged into his body, causing his aura to rise explosively. He actually rose to the peak of the great Tao Lord level in a single go. Tao integration. Chu Kuangren shouted. The heavenly energy hidden in his body also erupted. The heavenly energy surged. His aura rose once again. With the divine 9 dragons transformation and the heavenly energy, Chu Kuangren's current cultivation level was infinitely close to the Master of the Heaven Tao. His combat strength was even more unimaginable. Old man, you've lived for so long. You should be tired of living. Today I'll send you on your way. Chu Kuangren said coldly. His figure flashed and instantly disappeared. The Wang family ancestor keenly sensed a spatial fluctuation behind him, so he turned around and launched a palm attack. That palm attack landed on the blade of a longsword. A powerful surge of energy swept over and hit the Wang family ancestor's arm, causing him to let out a cry of pain. He could feel it. That surge of energy contained more than just Emperor's Qi. It also contained his mind power and physical strength. Emperor's Qi, mind power, physical strength, and triple combat strength. Even someone as powerful as the Master of the Heaven Tao could not help but be sent flying. *Emenet. Tyrannical army shattering palm. The Wang family ancestor was extremely furious. He channeled his Emperor's Qi and launched a palm attack. The Taoist and Emperor's Qi intertwined to form a huge black palm. Honorable Emperor Sword Art, Dominator of the Universe. Immortal technique fluctuations erupted from Chu Kuangren's body. Behind him, a powerful Emperor avatar formed. Thousands of sword qi surged in the avatar's palm and formed into a golden sword shadow. Then it slashed at the Wang family ancestor. The black palm and golden sword qi collided. The palm was shattered. The Wang family ancestor was blasted away by the sword qi, and his body was left with several bloody sword wounds. Everyone's jaws dropped as they looked at the scene in disbelief. Chu Kuangren had overpowered the Heavenly Tao Master. Oh my God, am I blind? I can't believe this actually happened. The difference between a great Tao Master and a Heavenly Tao Master is as big as a chasm. But now, Chu Kuangren has overpowered the Heavenly Tao Master as a great Tao Master. Also, there are Heavenly Tao fluctuations on him. He's even a Celestial Lord recognized by the Heavenly Tao. Countless people were discussing. In this battle, Chu Kuangren had completely displayed combat strength that surpassed the scope of a Sky Pride. The Wang family ancestor looked at Chu Kuangren with his eyes trembling. A threat. An unprecedented threat of death. The Wang family ancestor gulped. He could sense a strong threat of death from the young man in front of him. Old man, aren't you the heavenly Tao master? Didn't you want the opportunity of fortune in secret on me? Why are you afraid now? Chu Kuangren walked towards the Wang family ancestor as his aura continued to rise. With a twist of his sword chi surged out again. ****. The Wang family ancestor gritted his teeth and roared. He attacked the sword chi with his palm, but he was still blasted a few hundred meters away. Quick, help me. The Wang family ancestor shouted at the Purple Star cultivators. However, everyone had long been frightened by Chu Kuangren's strength. They could not wait to hide from him, so they did not have the courage to fight him. Die, old man. Chu Kuangren channeled his emperor's chi and mind power to their limits, and the ultimate reversal technique was unleashed. In an instant, the sun and moon were reversed, and the heavenly Tao master was thrown into disorder. A majestic fist chi enveloped the Wang family ancestor. No matter how hard he tried to resist, his body was blasted into a mist of blood. Chu Kuangren had almost crushed and killed a heavenly Tao master. And you? Chu Kuangren looked at the purple firmaments. The purple firmaments could not help but shudder, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. In the face of death, the dignity of being the #1 purple firmament sequence cultivator and his immortal seed status were all useless. He wanted to run away. However, his body was so stiff that it was hard for him to move. At that moment, the battleships in the sky began to glow with Taoist patterns, and countless cannons were aimed at Chu Kuangren. Fire! The third sequence cultivator, Zifeng, roared. Energy beams shot out continuously. Idiot! Chu Kuangren gently raised his hand. A ripple appeared in the space around him. Countless energy beams disappeared in the air before him, and then rained down from the battleships like raindrops. Spatial conveyor technique. One by one, the battleships suffered the consequences of their own actions and exploded. However, that was not the end. As Chu Kuangren raised his hand, spiritual chi gathered and turned into countless weapons in the blink of an eye, aimed at the battleships and the purple firmaments. With a single thought, 10,000 weapons created a disaster. The weapons shot out, and wherever they passed, it was as if the Grim Reaper had passed through. Countless battleships exploded like fireworks, and cultivators fell one after another. Even the purple firmaments could not escape. Chapter 878. As the thousands of soldiers passed through, the battleships exploded one after another. One by one, the Purple Star cultivators fell. With the Purple Star's Sky Lord being held back, and the Wang family's forefather being killed by Chu Kuangren, no one could stop him now. Today, those who wish to kill me, I shall kill them all. Chu Kuangren said coldly as his murderous intent poured out like a torrent. He glanced at Zishao, who was not far away. He raised his hand and condensed a spiritual weapon before shooting it towards his opponent. The weapon pierced through the void. Zishao's pupils shrank as an unprecedented threat of death loomed over him. However, at that moment, a ray of purple light shone from his body. The purple light turned into a light barrier and repelled the spiritual weapon. A figure walked out from the light barrier. It was Palace Lord Ziwei. Palace Lord. No, this is a clone of the Palace Lord. This is a clone that the Palace Lord left on your highness. It was refined by the Palace Lord with many materials, so it has at least the strength of a Sky Lord. This is great. Chu Kuangren is dead for sure. The Purple Star cultivators were overjoyed. A Sky Lord was much stronger than the Wang family's forefather. Not to mention this person was Palace Lord Ziwei. After all, he had an immortal technique in his hands. Chu Kuangren, the Palace Lord is here. Why aren't you bowing down? Zishao felt a surge of confidence when he saw Palace Lord Ziwei. It's just a clone. Do you really think it can stop me from killing you? Chu Kuangren said indifferently. Sword chi circulated around his body and locked onto Palace Lord Ziwei. Palace Lord Ziwei stared back at him with a horrifying expression as a terrifying aura erupted from his body. ****. How dare you make the Purple Star suffer such heavy losses? Chu Kuangren could not help but laugh when he heard that, but it was soon replaced by a cold expression. You guys tried to kill me and now you're blaming me for causing heavy losses? Palace Lord Ziwei, you must be out of your mind. Chu Kuangren had always adhered to the principle of not offending others if they did not offend him. However, once he was angered, he would return the favor tenfold. The Purple Star's actions had completely infuriated him. especially when the other party had the guts to send Guardian Huang to Firmament Star to destroy his civilization. How could he tolerate that? Today I will not only make you suffer heavy casualties. One day I will personally visit Purple Star and let your Purple Star have a taste of what it feels like to have your civilization destroyed. Chu Kuangren's voice reverberated through the clouds and shook the starry sky. When the surrounding cultivators heard this, they were all shocked. Chu Kuangren was issuing a challenge to Purple Star. Purple Star wanted to kill him. He wanted to destroy the entire Purple Star. He planned to fight the entire civilization on his own. Does he really have a way to do this? Everyone was in a daze. Hall Master Ziwei's eyes were blazing with anger. Purple Star was the second most powerful civilization in the Purple Gold Galaxy. In the entire galaxy there were not many who dared to provoke them. Not to mention publicly issuing a challenge to them. And a young cultivator at that. Such a thing had never happened since ancient times. Hall Master Ziwei was enraged, and her aura became more and more violent. Chu Kuangren, we can wait for another day. Today I shall bury you here. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and gathered starlight that filled the sky. A giant starlight sword was formed and slashed towards Chu Kuangren. The awe-inspiring sword might shook the entire Mystic Moon ancient city. Chu Kuangren did not retreat nor evade. His mind power and Emperor's Qi erupted at the same time. Honorable Emperor Sword Art, sole dominator of the universe. The Emperor's avatar was formed. Thousands of sword Qi gathered to form a golden sword shadow that slashed out. Boom. Starlight Sword, Emperor's Sword. The two sword silhouettes collided with each other and the resulting shockwave sent the surrounding cultivators flying, causing them to fall to the ground in a daze. Chu Kuangren and Hall Master Ziwei were both pushed back from the collision. However, it was not over yet. With a single thought, 10,000 blade disaster. Tens of thousands of spiritual power blades gathered and locked onto Hall Master Ziwei. Bang bang bang. The blades were unleashed one after another. Hall Master Ziwei let out a cold roar. Galactic apocalypse. Immortal technique fluctuations spread. A Milky Way that stretched for tens of thousands of miles surrounded his body, blocking the thousands of incoming attacks before it smashed towards Chu Kuangren. With a single thought, 10,000 snowy rivers. His immortal physique activated his immortal technique. A terrifying chill instantly erupted and turned into a giant iceberg. Amidst the explosion, the galactic river froze. An unparalleled chill swept back, causing Hall Master Ziwei's pupils to shrink. Immortal physique. He activated his Emperor's Qi and unleashed another attack, shattering the iceberg. However, the powerful force still sent him flying hundreds of meters away. This person must die today. Otherwise, there will never be a day of peace for Purple Star. Hall Master Ziwei's eyes surged with murderous intent. He let out a long roar and endless starlight gathered towards him. Streams of galactic river appeared in the void, and the surging starlight energy caused the void to collapse. Come! Chu Kuangren yelled. Emperor's Qi, mind power, and mystical Taoist patterns flowed on the surface of his body. A terrifying immortal technique fluctuation spread from his body. Go! Hall Master Ziwei waved his hand. Instantly, streams of galactic river smashed towards Chu Kuangren. The galactic river flowed in the void, interweaving into an extremely beautiful scene. However, its terrifying power made everyone's heart palpitate. Chu Kuangren stood still in the face of such power. All of a sudden, the surrounding wind stopped and the clouds stopped. It fell into a strange silence. Chu Kuangren suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with a brilliant light. With a single thought, all shall be silent, and the heavens and earth shall perish. A purplish-red light wave that was a mixture of Taoist patterns, Emperor's Qi, mind power, immortal physique, chilling Qi, and godly phoenix fire spread out in circles. Wherever the light wave went, the void was shattered. Streams of galactic river and light wave clashed together. The rumbling sounds were endless. Every time the galactic river and light wave collided, the void would collapse, and the entire Mystic Moon ancient city would tremble. After the collision, half of the Mystic Moon ancient city was in ruins. Chu Kuangren and Hall Master Ziwei were the first to bear the brunt of the impact. Affected by the energy impact, they were both pushed back. Chu Kuangren's physical body was extremely strong, so the impact did not affect him much. However, Hall Master Ziwei did not feel good. His face was pale and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Chu Kuangren with shock. What a powerful force. Is this enough to shock you? Chu Kuangren sneered. His figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. In the next instant he appeared in front of Hall Master Ziwei. With the Descendant Self-Sword in his hand, he immediately suppressed Hall Master Ziwei. Chu Kuangren unleashed all kinds of techniques. At his current cultivation realm, any one of them was extremely powerful. With a single thought, he unleashed the invincible technique, Honorable Emperor Sword Art, Heavenly Reversal. Chu Kuangren unleashed a sword attack, and the invincible technique's power erupted. Hall Master Ziwei was sent flying by the sword attack. Purple Star Divine Gaze. Hall Master Ziwei let out a cold roar, and a dazzling purple light radiated from his eyes. Purple Star's strongest immortal technique, unleashed. Time halt. Just as the immortal technique was about to be unleashed, a burst of mysterious energy suddenly erupted from Chu Kuangren's body. It was a divine ability. A temporal divine ability. The purple light in Hall Master Ziwei's eyes froze for a moment. The next moment, Chu Kuangren appeared in front of him and unleashed the Descendant Self-Sword. His sword was unleashed and a bloody light shone. Hall Master Ziwei's clone had fallen. Far away in Purple Star. Inside a palace, Hall Master Ziwei opened his eyes. Chu Kuangren. I must kill you. Chapter 879. Ancient Mystic Moon City. Chu Kuangren had killed Hall Master Ziwei's clone with a single slash of his sword. In the process, the temporal techniques that he had displayed had shocked many people. Time technique. How many trump cards does this guy have? Too scary. Endless cultivation techniques and divine abilities. Just how does this guy cultivate? He's only 40 years old? The hearts of the Purple Star Heavenly Protectors, the Black and White Stars, and the others palpitated. After killing Hall Master Ziwei's clone, Chu Kuangren went up to the first sequence ruler, Purple Firmament, and with a single punch, he blew his opponent up. Purple Star Sequence 1, dead. Go. Purple Star Heavenly Protector gritted his teeth and said. The combat strength that Chu Kuangren had displayed was so powerful that he could even kill a late-stage Heavenly Dao Master. Coupled with the Mystic Moon Taoist Master, Yang Xiao, and the others, the Purple Star cultivators were utterly defeated this time. There was no way they could kill Chu Kuangren. Right now they could only retreat. You want to leave? Too naive. Chu Kuangren locked his gaze on the Black and White Stars. In a flash, he appeared in front of the two Sky Dao Masters and unleashed his Honorable Emperor Sword Art. The Dharma idol of the Emperor was condensing. The sword shadow in the Emperor's hand slashed down majestically. Bai Xing of the Black and White Twin Stars shouted. Immediately after, waves of starlight gathered, transforming into a resplendent river of stars. However, this attack could not block the Emperor's sword. The Milky Way shattered. Bai Xing let out a blood-curdling scream as he was torn into two by the sword shadow on the spot. The remaining Black Star could not help but let out a furious roar, his eyes almost popping out of his sockets. I'll fight you to the death. Black Star glared at Chu Kuangren furiously. In his rage, he channeled his Emperor's Qi to its limit, and countless mysterious Taoist patterns appeared on his body. Tao patterns circulated and starlight gathered on his body. It was as if Black Star had transformed into an entire star as he charged towards Chu Kuangren. It was a suicidal technique. Let's die together. Meteor explosion. It was accompanied by a furious roar. As Black Star got closer to Chu Kuangren, his body began to expand. Boom. It was accompanied by an earth-shattering noise. The starry space, spanning a radius of tens of millions of li, was shaken at the same time. Large swathes of space collapsed and countless cultivators were killed by the shockwaves. The self-detonation of a heavenly law lord was extremely powerful. Countless cultivators were waiting at the center of the explosion. That guy should already be dead. The Purple Star cultivators couldn't help feeling a little expectant. However, when the smoke and dust gradually dispersed and the energy ripples weakened, everyone looked towards the center of the energy and saw an incomparably shocking scene. Within the smoke and dust, a white-clothed figure stood in the air, like an immortal that had descended to the world. It was Chu Kuangren. However, there were no injuries on his body at all. Even the self-destruction of a Lord of the Heaven Tao can't hurt him. How is this possible? No, that's impossible. How could this guy be so powerful? Not even the Heavenly Law Master's self-destruction could do anything to him. The Purple Star cultivators were filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren, who was engulfed by the violent energy, patted his chest and said indifferently, Self-destruct? He's just seeking his own death. The self-destruction of a Lord of the Heaven Law was indeed terrifying. Even though Chu Kuangren had the Heavenly Dao weapon as a buffer, he still suffered quite a bit of impact. However, this only caused the immortal stellar physique to suffer some minor injuries, which were healed by the immortal body in the next second. Monster. One of the Dao Lords could not help but gulp. Not bad. To them, Chu Kuangren was no different from a monster. What kind of sky pride immortal seed was this? How could he possess such strength at the age of 40? He was definitely a monster. Let's run. The Purple Star cultivators panicked and began to escape. When Chu Kuangren saw that, thousands of sword chi suddenly rained down from his body in all directions. The sword chi then transformed into many clones. The sword chi clones chased after the group of Purple Star cultivators. Wherever they went, it was as if the god of death had passed through, causing countless deaths and injuries. This massacre lasted for an entire day. Less than 1/10 of the Purple Star cultivators survived, and none of them knew how they managed to escape. It was too terrifying. They could not help but shudder at the thought of Chu Kuangren's face. From that day onward, Chu Kuangren would become their nightmare. As for the cultivators who were watching the battle, they swore that they would never forget what they had seen and heard today for the rest of their lives. One person could stop an army of 1,000. A single person had utterly routed the Purple Star cultivators. One person could dominate the entire galaxy. On the battlefield, Chu Kuangren's sword chi clones dissipated one by one. His aura also gradually weakened. After the 9 dragons' heavenly transformations effect wore off, he returned to the Dao Lord late stage. However, no one dared to underestimate him. That was because this Dao Lord had single-handedly killed 4 heavenly lords right in front of them. One of them was even a late-stage heavenly lord. Brother Chu, how are you doing? The God Moon Dao Lord asked. Very well. Chu Kuangren chuckled. He looked at the mystic moon ancient city with an apologetic look in his eyes. Brother Shinmoon, I'm sorry for dragging the mystic moon ancient city into this. Brother Chu, you don't have to say anything. It's just a city. The God Moon Dao Lord waved his hand nonchalantly and said, before the Purple Star army arrived, the cultivators in the city had either fled or hid. The only thing that was damaged was the city. We can just rebuild it. Chu Kuangren nodded. Brother Shinmoon, don't worry. I'll return you an even more magnificent mystic moon ancient city. He looked into the distance with a cold gaze. And to do that, I'll have to make the Purple Star bleed. Everyone could not help but feel a little fearful at his words. They remembered that Chu Kuangren had just issued a challenge to the Purple Star. Brother Chu, do you really want to go to the Purple Star? The God Moon Dao Lord asked. That's right. The Purple Star has been causing me trouble time and time again. They even tried to destroy my firmament star. I must settle this score with them. The Purple Star has dominated the Purple Gold Galaxy for so many years. Their resources are extraordinary and they even have a pseudo-immortal. Brother Chu, you may be strong now, but I'm afraid you're still no match for the Purple Star. The God Moon Dao Lord advised. To him, Chu Kuangren's current strength was already at the peak of the Purple Gold Galaxy. However, compared to a civilization with a rich heritage like the Purple Star, he was still lacking. Brother Shinmoon, you don't have to worry. I know this very well. I didn't say that I'll go immediately. Before that, I'll leave the Mystic Moon Ancient City for a while. I'll only act when the time is right. Chu Kuangren said calmly. He knew how dangerous and difficult it was to go against an entire civilization all by himself. He would not act rashly before he was confident. Then Chu Kuangren looked at Yang Xiao and the others. Everyone, I'll remember your help today. He cupped his fists and said, Brother Chu, you're too kind. We're only here to return a favor to the pseudo-immortal Mortal Heaven. That's right. Many years ago, Senior Mortal Heaven once forged a sword for me. I finally returned this favor today. Now that I've returned the favor, my thoughts are clear. After I go back and go into closed-door meditation for a while, I'll definitely be able to break through my bottleneck. Everyone said one after another. Brother Chu, now that the Purple Star's matter is almost settled, it's time for us to leave. If you're free, feel free to visit the Royal Heaven Sword Sect. I'll be sure to welcome you with open arms. Yang Xiao smiled faintly. After that, he turned around and left. The others also left one after another. Chapter 880. The battle at Mystic Moon Ancient City was too exciting. That battle attracted the attention of countless forces and civilizations, and the name of poetic sword god Chu Kuangren was once again pushed to the forefront. Countless people were discussing it. Initially, no one thought that Chu Kuangren would be able to survive. After all, he was up against the Purple Star civilization. However, he had managed to survive. Not only that, but he had also caused the Purple Star sect to suffer heavy losses. Apart from the Wang family's grand ancestor and his clone, the Purple Star sect had suffered 3 casualties. The Black and White Double Stars and Guardian Huang, who had died in Firmament Star. The Master of the Heavenly Law was the cornerstone of a civilization. How many Masters of the Heavenly Law could there be in a civilization? Even for a powerful civilization like the Purple Star, there were no more than 10 Heavenly Law Masters on the surface. But now, 3 of them had died. Not to mention the casualties of the other Dao Lords. In fact, even a first-rank immortal seed had died. In addition, the most important thing for Purple Star was face. The stronger and more famous a force was, the more importance it placed on its face, just like Purple Star. This time they could not kill Chu Kuangren. Instead, they had fallen into his hands and were used as a stepping stone for him to make a name for himself in the galaxy. Purple Star's reputation had hit rock bottom. Compared to before, it was unknown how much his prestige had dropped. That was what the higher-ups of the Purple Star sect could not tolerate. After the battle at the Mystic Moon Ancient City, the Purple Star sect issued a kill order for Chu Kuangren. A bounty as high as 10 billion spiritual essence stones. Apart from that, there were also 2 Heaven Dao weapons, an immortal art, the position of a Purple Star guest elder, and many other great rewards. It could be said that whoever killed Chu Kuangren would have a meteoric rise. As soon as this bounty was issued, the entire galaxy was shaken. Unfortunately, not many people dared to accept it. Chu Kuangren's combat strength was undeniable. Even after Purple Star had sent out several Heavenly Dao Masters, they still could not do anything to him. Instead, they were beaten to a pulp by Chu Kuangren and lost all their dignity. Who would dare to provoke someone like Chu Kuangren? The Master of the Heaven Dao didn't dare. Even some advanced cultivation civilizations did not dare to do so. Ancient Mystic Moon City. After the battle at the Ancient City, the cultivators who left came back one after another. Although many parts of the Ancient City had been damaged, there were still some places that were in good condition. Soon it became lively again. Have you heard? The Purple Star sect has issued a kill order for Chu Kuangren. Yeah, that reward is really too generous. Even I'm extremely tempted. The assassin organizations in this galaxy should be getting restless. You're moved? Why don't you try it? What kind of joke is this? I still want to live. It's not like you guys didn't see the battle that day. That guy is simply a monster. I heard that the Black Blood Tower has taken action. Oh my god, there's really someone who dares to do that. In the ancient city of Mystic Moon, countless cultivators were still immersed in the battle not long ago. They were unable to calm down for a long time and were still discussing it. At this moment, at the end of the street, a gorgeous white robe slowly walked over. When the people on both sides of the street saw the white robe, they all retreated to the side, as if they were welcoming a king, automatically opening up a path for this person. That person was Chu Kuangren. Everyone looked at him with reverence and worship in their eyes. Chu Kuangren was not bothered by the gazes and discussions of the crowd. He went straight to the 3000 firm. Elderly received him. Fellow Daoist Chu, how have you been? Elderly looked at Chu Kuangren with a hint of reverence in his eyes. Even Elderly did not expect Chu Kuangren to be so monstrous. His value was far beyond his imagination. How's the preparation for the thing I want? Chu Kuangren's main purpose of coming here was to obtain the ingredients for brewing the god's wine of enlightenment. It's almost ready. Elderly took out a yin and yang ring. Inside it were the ingredients for brewing the god's wine of enlightenment. Chu Kuangren took it and scanned it with his emperor's thought. He then took out a yin and yang ring too. This is the rest of the payment. He had spent more than half of his spiritual marrows to purchase this batch of ingredients. However, the spiritual marrows were just worldly possessions. If he could successfully brew the god's wine of enlightenment, he would be willing to spend more. Thank you, Brother Chu. After completing the transaction, Chu Kuangren left. Master Chu. When he passed by the Wind Moon House, the Wind Moon House mistress saw him and could not help but call out in surprise. Hello, mistress. Master Chu, what's up? Do you want to have a drink or two today? Chu Kuangren rubbed his nose and smiled. I've just bought a few things. I'm afraid I don't have the fortune to enjoy them. Master Chu, you really know how to joke. If you're here, we're willing to pay for it. The spiritual marrows don't matter. The Wind Moon House mistress said as she pulled Chu Kuangren into the Wind Moon House. Ladies, Master Chu is here. The Wind Moon House mistress shouted. Xiaoye and the others immediately walked out. It's Master Chu. That's great. Servants, prepare some wine for Master Chu. Xiaoye said to a servant. Chu Kuangren heard and quickly said, There's no need for that. I'm only here to listen to the music. I'll pass on the wine. The wine at the Wind Moon House was shockingly expensive. It did not matter to him in the past. Now that he had bought the ingredients for the god's wine of enlightenment, he was short of money. Master, you don't have to be so formal. I've already said that all your expenses are on me. The Wind Moon House mistress rolled her eyes and said. Xiaoye and the others understood what was going on. Yes, master. Come, please have a seat. If it's Master Chu, it's not a problem even if you're a freeloader. Don't say freeloader. You can even pay for it. A woman said with a lustful look in her eyes. Quite a few people also had the same thought. Chu Kuangren was too outstanding. They knew that a man like him was out of their league, but if something could happen between them, they would be more than happy. There were also many customers in the Wind Moon House. Seeing how popular Chu Kuangren was, they felt a little jealous. It's good to be handsome. Tsk, being handsome isn't the main point. The main point is that he's handsome, strong and talented. No one can compare to him. The title of poetic sword fairy is not just for show. These women in the Wind Moon House usually have their eyes on the top of their heads, but when they look at Chu Kuangren now, they can't wait to pay for it. Stop it. Compared to the poetic sword fairy, I feel like I'm useless. Comparisons are odious. After having a good time in Romance Brothel, Chu Kuangren returned to the city hall with a flask of eternal romance in hand. However, this time he did not plan to stay. This time he was here to say goodbye. Brother Chu, you're leaving? Tang Haitang looked at Chu Kuangren and could not help but feel a little sad. Although they had not spent much time together, Tang Haitang was sure that she had fallen in love with Chu Kuangren. Now that they had to part, she could not help but feel sad. Chu Kuangren saw Tang Haitang's sadness and smiled. The universe is vast and boundless. There are still many people and sceneries waiting for me to meet. Miss Tang, if fate allows, we will meet again in the future. Yes. Tang Haitang nodded. Brother Chu, I won't be seeing you out then. The God Moon Taoist master said. Alright, see you again. Chu Kuangren no longer lingered and turned to leave. Behind him, Tang Haitang looked at him reluctantly. The sacred Moon Taoist looked at his daughter and said, Brother Chu is destined to stand at the top. The scenery he sees is not something ordinary people can see. If you want to stand side by side with him, Haitang, you have to work hard. He was using Chu Kuangren to encourage Tang Haitang. Yes, I will. Tang Haitang nodded firmly. Chapter 881. In the vast universe. A battleship was sailing. On the ship, Chu Kuangren was sitting with his legs crossed. Above his head were two mysterious runic symbols that were floating and glowing. That was the Technique Validation Seal. The Technique Validation Seal was a treasure that could only be condensed when one created an immortal technique and resonated with the Taoist will of the universe. There was only one effect of this treasure: imbuing it with Tao technique energy. In other words, after refining the testimony seal, Chu Kuangren would be able to increase the power of his Tao techniques in the future. Even immortal techniques would be enhanced. That was a terrifying thing. To Chu Kuangren, the Technique Validation Seal was more valuable than an immortal technique. After spending a month, I finally fully refined this Technique Validation Seal. Now, let's test out the effects of this Technique Validation Seal. Chu Kuangren's eyes were filled with anticipation. He looked at an uninhabited planet not far away and raised his hand. A powerful immortal technique fluctuation spread out. Above his head, the Technique Validation Seal floated and glowed mysteriously, resonating with the immortal technique on his body. Invincible Technique Universal Reversal. Chu Kuangren threw a punch. Like a purple torrent, his fist strength pierced through the sky and landed on that planet, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. The planet exploded into a ball of flames. So powerful. Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up. Shattering a small planet was nothing to him. However, he had only used less than 10% of his strength in that attack. More importantly, he had only used one Technique Validation Seal. If he had used two Technique Validation Seals at the same time, the power of that attack could be enhanced. With this Technique Validation Seal, my strength will rise to another level. Chu Kuangren smiled in satisfaction. Then, as if he had thought of something, he licked his lips and said, creating an immortal technique gives me a Technique Validation Seal. If I continue to create my own immortal techniques in the future, I'll be able to obtain more technique validation seals. One technique validation seal already has a huge enhancement effect on my Dao technique. If I have 10 or 100 of them, what will it be like? To what extent will my Dao art be amplified? If anyone knew what he was thinking, they would definitely scoff. Creating one's own immortal art was extremely difficult even for immortals. Create 10 or even 100 immortal arts. Was that even possible? Even in the eyes of immortals, it was a fantasy. Chu Kuangren knew this as well. However, he did not give up. It's fun to challenge something that others think is impossible, Chu Kuangren murmured with bright eyes. What was impossible? What was impossible? He didn't understand. Let's take it slow. At least wait until the soul of enlightenment wine is done brewing. Chu Kuangren knew that self-creating an immortal technique could not be rushed. He created these two immortal techniques with the help of the divine enlightenment wine. The divine enlightenment wine would be a great help to him in creating his own immortal technique, and the materials he bought had already been properly disposed of. However, it would still take some time to brew the enlightenment wine. Return. Chu Kuangren kept the two Taoist seals back into his body. Let's think about how to deal with Purple Star first. When he said that he wanted to destroy Purple Star, it was not a joke. He really had this idea and he was putting it into action. The first prerequisite was to increase his strength. Even though he was very powerful now and could kill an ordinary heavenly lord or even a late heavenly lord if he went all out. However, it was still a little difficult to deal with an entire civilization. Who knew how many heavenly lords or even hollow immortals were hiding in Purple Star? Although he had the immortal body, he would not be careless. If I want to increase my strength quickly, I'll have to draw some powerful reward. However, it's a matter of probability. I can't rely on it completely. To be more practical, I can only consume the stars. Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up as he looked at the starry sky in front of him. An ordinary cultivator would need the support of resources if they wanted to increase their strength quickly. To Chu Kuangren, these stars were resources. They were all nutrients for his eternal star physique. In the remaining time, Chu Kuangren began to look for some stars that he could absorb to improve his immortal stellar physique. 3 months had passed. Chu Kuangren had continuously consumed dozens of uninhabited planets. His eternal star physique had become much stronger. However, there was still a long way to go before it reached its peak. Not enough. It's far from enough. The planets I've absorbed these past few days are only level 4 and level 5 planets. It's far from enough for my eternal star physique to have a breakthrough. In fact, as my eternal star physique continues to improve, these level 4 and level 5 planets are becoming less and less useful to me, Chu Kuangren murmured. He sat on the warship with a star map in his hand. He had obtained the star map from a nearby civilization. The star map showed that there was a level 7 planet a light year away from him. It was an uninhabited planet, which was also his destination. Let's draw a prize first, Chu Kuangren said. He opened the fantasy roulette. The roulette instantly changed. Congratulations, host. You've obtained a God-tier technique, Heavenly Engulfing Divine Art. A God-tier technique, Heavenly Engulfing Divine Art. Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up. Withdraw. He extracted the Heavenly Engulfing Divine Art. Suddenly, all sorts of mysteries regarding this technique surged into his mind. The Heavenly Engulfing Divine Art is a heavenly engulfing technique. Chu Kuangren could not help but be shocked. A heavenly engulfing technique. Chu Kuangren had been paying attention to this technique since a long time ago. However, it was too rare, so he never had the chance to see it. He did not expect to obtain it today. The Heavenly Engulfing Divine Art was a technique that targeted the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Engulfing Divine Art could seize the power of other Heavenly Taos and merge it with the Heavenly Tao of one's own star. It was a top-notch Heavenly Engulfing technique. However, there were 2 prerequisites for this Heavenly Engulfing Divine Art. First, the user must possess the power of the Heavenly Tao. Only with the power of the Heavenly Tao could this technique be used to devour other Heavenly Taos. Second, this Heavenly Engulfing Divine Art could not directly seize the Heavenly Taos of other stars. There must be a medium, such as a Celestial Lord. A Celestial Lord was recognized by the Heavenly Tao and possessed the power of the Heavenly Tao. They were connected to the Heavenly Tao, so they were the best medium. In other words, Chu Kuangren could use this Heavenly Engulfing Divine Art to devour the Heavenly Tao of other Celestial Lords and merge it with the firmament star's Heavenly Tao. Although there were 2 limitations, it did not affect the power of this Heavenly Engulfing Divine Art. Among all the Heavenly Engulfing Divine Arts, the Heavenly Engulfing Divine Art was the best. Looks like I should try it on a celestial lord in the future. Chu Kuangren chuckled. For the time being, he set his sights on the Grade 7 planet on the star map. Not long after, he arrived at the Grade 7 planet marked on the star map. However, there were many cultivators guarding the planet. Chu Kuangren was not surprised. Some uninhabited planets often contained rich resources, so it was common for some civilizations or orthodoxies to target them for resources. However, Chu Kuangren had his eyes on this planet now. He immediately entered the interior of the planet. The starlight immortal physique was activated. The entire planet began to tremble. The cultivators on the planet fell into a panic and quickly evacuated. In the universe, the Grade 7 planet continued to collapse. The cultivators did not know how this happened, but they could feel that the energy that could destroy the planet was not something they could defend against. Chapter 882. Star Devourer. A cultivator in the starry sky looked at the collapsing giant planet and could not help but swallow his saliva. Star Devourer? Hearing this name, someone revealed a puzzled look. That person also explained, Star Devourer is a terrifying existence that appeared recently. No one knows if it's a human, a demon, or a spiritual body. However, wherever this person goes, the stars will gradually collapse and disappear as if they're being devoured. It's extremely terrifying. That person's eyes were filled with fear. Originally, I didn't believe this rumor. However, this planet is starting to collapse right in front of us. This must be the doing of the Star Devourer. Hearing this, everyone could not help but gasp. Feeding on planets? What kind of terrifying existence is that? Let's leave quickly. Who knows if this Star Devourer will devour humans? If we're devoured, we'll have nowhere to cry. Yes, let's leave quickly. Let's go back and report to the clan leader and the rest. Facing such a terrifying existence, I believe the clan leader and the rest will not make things difficult for us. After saying that, everyone left. In the universe, the giant planet was still collapsing continuously. Soon after, less than 1/10 of the giant planet was left. Looking from afar, there was only a huge earthy yellow ball of light left. On its surface there were broken mountains, rivers, and the earth. Several warships flew over from afar. Among them, a red-robed lady stood on one of the warships. Beside her were a few injured cultivators. The red-robed lady and the rest were all equipped with long swords. Although they were injured, the sword chi on their bodies was still extremely sharp. Senior sister, we can't go any further. A young man looked at Duanmu Hong and said anxiously, I heard that the Star Devourer is up ahead. If we go any further, we might be in danger. Duanmu Hong's expression was cold. Of course I know that. However, the Black Blood Hall's assassins are chasing us relentlessly. Now that we're all heavily injured, if we don't take the risk, I'm afraid none of us will survive. The white-robed young man was speechless. They looked at the warships behind them and gritted their teeth. All right, we'll listen to senior sister. Let's go all out. In the warship behind Duanmu Hong and the others, a group of cultivators in black robes and masks were gathered together. One of the assassins wearing a silver mask had a solemn look in his eyes. Rumor has it that the Star Devourers appear up ahead. Should we continue chasing? Everyone fell silent when they heard about the Star Devourer. A golden-masked assassin, who seemed to be the leader, said coldly, if we let these people return to the Royal Heavensword sect alive, our Black Blood sect will probably be in big trouble. As for that Star Devourer, it's just a rumor. If it's true, I'd like to see it for myself. For some powerful cultivators, destroying a planet wasn't a difficult task. However, this Star Devourer's methods were strange. It could actually devour a planet, which was why many cultivators were fearful of it. However, the golden-masked assassin believed that he had a high cultivation level and was fearless. Even if there really was a Star Devourer, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. Very soon, the few warships gradually approached the Star Devourer's domain. They felt a terrifying pressure enveloping the entire starry sky, causing their battleship to lose control. Not good, the warship has become difficult to control. There seems to be a suction force. Duanmu Hong, the golden-masked assassin, and the others were astonished. At this moment, their warship seemed to have entered a gravitational whirlpool. It was very difficult to control the direction, and they were flying toward the center of the whirlpool. Look, what's that? Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. In the distance, a huge earthy yellow ball of light appeared. On the surface of the ball of light, There were scenes of shattered mountains and rivers, rolling lava, and other scenes. These scenes were continuously collapsing into the ball of light. That ball of light would occasionally expand and shrink. It was like a rising tide and a receding tide. Vaguely, they could hear a series of heavy breathing echoing in the starry sky. It was coming from inside the ball of light. Gulp. Someone could not help but swallow his saliva. What exactly is inside that? There's actually a star devourer. This is too terrifying. Destroying a planet isn't difficult for some powerful cultivators such as Tao Lords, but devouring a planet? This is the first time I've seen something like this. It's really too terrifying. Everyone looked at the ball of light in astonishment. Seeing that the warship was gradually losing control, Duanmu Hong shouted loudly, "Oh no, we're about to be sucked in. Quick, get out of the warship." She immediately led the others out of the warship and hovered in the starry sky, using her Emperor Qi to resist the suction force emitted by the ball of light. The Golden Masked Assassin, Silver Masked Assassin, and the others did the same. Everyone met in the starry sky, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. "Kill them first and then leave this place immediately," the Golden Masked Assassin said loudly. Even he felt a trace of fear toward the mysterious existence in the ball of light. Was that the Star Devourer? It was better not to provoke it. The group of assassins charged toward Duanmu Hong and the others. Duanmu Hong and the others naturally would not wait to be captured, and they immediately resisted. Sword light flashed and all sorts of energy exploded in the starry sky. Boom, boom, at this moment consecutive explosions came from nearby. Those warships were sucked to the surface of the ball of light, and then they collided with a powerful force and exploded. Dazzling sparks bloomed from the warships. When Duanmu Rong and the others saw this, their hearts could not help but tremble slightly. This wouldn't alarm the Star Devourer, right? In fact, it was indeed alarmed. Inside the ball of light, Chu Kuangren, who was devouring the star energy, felt an external impact that did not belong to the star. This affected his devouring process. It was as if he was eating and suddenly found a few grains of sand in his rice. Although it was edible, it was still unpleasant. Chu Kuangren could not help but frown. He then pushed his Emperor Qi and Universal Cauldron physique to their limits to absorb the remaining star energy. Outside the ball of light, Duanmu Hong and the others felt an even stronger suction force suddenly erupt from the ball of light. Then the entire ball of light began to shrink rapidly. It was followed by a deafening explosion. The ball of light exploded. The majestic impact swept in all directions. Duanmu Hong, the Golden Masked Assassin, and the others bore the brunt of it and were blasted away. The Royal Heaven Sword Sect cultivators, who were already injured, were now even more injured. They stared at the center of the energy explosion. They could vaguely see a figure within it. Is that a person? Is that a person devouring the star? Everyone was extremely curious. That person slowly walked out of the center of the energy explosion. That person was dressed in a gorgeous white robe with an elegant ancient sword hanging from his waist. However, his face was shrouded in a layer of spiritual light, so no one could see his face clearly. However, that person's aura was deep and unfathomable. With just one look, one could tell that he was a peerless figure. What a deep aura. I can't even tell what's going on, the Golden Masked Assassin said solemnly. After all, he was a great Taoist master. Even if it was a Taoist master who was more powerful than him, he would still be able to see through them. However, he could not see through the person in front of him at all. Unfathomable. Chapter 883. May I know your name, sir? The Golden Masked Assassin cupped his fists and said. Chu Kuangren glanced at him. He knew that his name had already spread throughout the entire purple gold galaxy. Therefore, in order to not expose his identity and cause unnecessary commotion, he had purposely covered his face with a spiritual light. You guys are disturbing me, Chu Kuangren said in a slightly displeased tone. Upon hearing that, the Golden Masked Assassin cupped his fists and said, It's our fault for disturbing you, sir. However, the Black Blood Syndicate is in the middle of something urgent, so we hope you can forgive us. He was being polite. However, he revealed the organization behind him. The Black Blood Syndicate was a very powerful assassin organization in the Purple Gold Galaxy. Their strength was no less than some powerful orthodoxies or civilizations. Due to their ruthless style, many first-rate orthodoxies and civilizations would avoid them when they encountered them. Chu Kuangren had naturally heard of this assassin organization. He could not help but chuckle. Using the name of the Black Blood Syndicate, can I take that as a threat? As soon as he said that, a cold intent suddenly appeared, almost freezing the surrounding void. Duanmu Hong and the others could not help but shudder. This person did not look like a good person. However, they were secretly delighted. If Chu Kuangren and the Golden Masked Assassin fought, they would have a chance to escape. I dare not. If my words have made you unhappy, I apologize here. The Golden Masked Assassin quickly cupped his fists and said. Chu Kuangren snorted and turned to leave. It was not that he was afraid of the Black Blood Syndicate. It was just that he did not want to cause trouble. Thank you, sir. The Golden Masked Assassin sighed in relief and cupped his fists. It's over. Duanmu Hong and the others had a look of despair in their eyes. Prepare to die. Black Blood Syndicate, the Royal Heavensword sect will not forgive you. A young man beside Duanmu Hong said fiercely. Upon hearing that, Chu Kuangren, who was about to leave, stopped and turned to look at Duanmu Hong and the others. You guys are from the Royal Heavensword sect? The Golden Masked Assassin's heart skipped a beat as he had a bad feeling. Duanmu Hong, on the other hand, quickly said, Yes, I'm the Taoist of the Royal Heavensword sect, Duanmu Hong. Chu Kuangren was deep in thought. Back when the Purple Star Army attacked the Mystic Moon Ancient City, there were people from the Imperial Heavensword sect among those who came to return the favor to the mortal Heaven Void Immortal. Even though he was here to return the favor to virtual immortal mortal Chen Tian, he had still helped Lin Fan out in the end. Forget it. It's nothing much anyway. Chu Kuangren turned around and looked at the gold-masked assassin and the others. He said calmly, I'll protect these people. You may leave now. The golden-masked assassin's eyes narrowed. One moment you're leaving, and the next moment you're saying that you're going to protect these people. Are you playing with us? If you want to think that way, I don't mind. Chu Kuangren said indifferently. Sir, do you really intend to go against my Black Blood Tower? Yes. Then don't blame us. The golden-masked assassin did not say anything else. With a wave of his hand, the assassins beside him immediately charged towards Chu Kuangren, unleashing all sorts of powerful killing techniques. Chu Kuangren stood still. He raised his hand. Then he gently pushed it forward. He did not use any cultivation techniques. Instead, he simply released the Emperor's essence. A burst of purple chi swept across like a raging wave. Amidst the explosion, the assassins were instantly turned into a mist of blood. What? The golden-masked assassin was horrified. Then, without another word, he took out a small black sword. With a flick of the sword, it turned into a black ray of light and shot out. The ray of light that the small sword transformed into was not eye-catching. However, the power contained within it was extremely terrifying. Wherever the blade of the sword passed, the void was torn apart, and there was a sense of dead silence. The small sword pierced through the purple chi and flew towards Chu Kuangren. Its speed was so fast that it was difficult to dodge. Chu Kuangren did not dodge either. With a clang, the small sword landed on Chu Kuangren's chest, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Chu Kuangren stood still on the spot. The small sword stabbed into his chest, but it could not penetrate the surface of his body. How is this possible? The golden-masked assassin could not help but feel terrified. After all, this small black sword was a treasure that he had exchanged from the Black Blood Gang with a large number of assassin points after completing countless assassination missions. Even the Skydao Master might not be able to withstand that attack. However, Chu Kuangren stood his ground and took the attack head-on without a scratch. Moreover, it seemed like he did not use the Emperor's essence. Did he withstand the small black sword purely with his physical body? This small sword is quite interesting. Chu Kuangren reached out with 2 fingers and pinched the small sword with a playful look on his face. There were runes flowing on the small sword, and the material it was made of was very special as well. It was an ingenious combination of runes and equipment crafting techniques. Unfortunately, that's all it can do. He shook his head. With a slight force from his fingers, the runic power on the small sword exploded the moment it hit Chu Kuangren. However, it could not hurt him at all. Now that it was caught between his fingers, it broke with a clang. He sensed his current strength. He was one step closer to the peak of the Starlight Immortal physique. The increase that this grade 7 planet gave him was greater than the dozens of planets that he had devoured in the past few months combined. Let's go. The gold-masked assassin did not dare to stay any longer. His figure flashed and turned into a stream of light as he was about to leave. However, the next moment, his body abruptly stopped in midair, unable to move. A purple chain that contained the power of the small realm had tightly bound him, making it impossible for him to break free. On the other end of the chain was Chu Kuangren. With a tug of the chain, the gold-masked assassin's body flew back uncontrollably. A majestic emperor's essence surged from behind him. Before the gold-masked assassin could react, his body was blasted into a cloud of blood mist. Not far away, Duanmu Hong and the others were dumbfounded. The assassins who had forced them into a corner were easily taken care of by Chu Kuangren? How powerful was his opponent? Those are the gold-masked assassins from the Black Blood Gang. They're at least in the Great Dao Master realm, but they can't even take one hit from him. Is this the legendary Star Devourer? After Chu Kuangren had taken care of the group of assassins, he walked past Duanmu Hong and the others and was about to leave. Duanmu Hong and the others were stunned for a moment before they quickly followed him. Thank you for saving us, sir. I'm acquainted with Elder Yang Xiao from the Royal Heaven Sword sect. That's why I saved you guys. You don't have to thank me, Chu Kuangren said. My senior brother, the Triple Swordsman, has been captured by the Black Blood Gang. I hope you can help us. Duanmu Hong begged Chu Kuangren for help. I saved you guys because you guys appeared before me, but that doesn't mean I'll go out of my way to save you guys. Chu Kuangren said. The Triple Swordsman? He had some recollection of that. However, they had only met once on the Purple Blood planet, and they were still fighting for the so-called Purple Blood Illusionary Immortals' inheritance. As long as you help us, the Royal Heaven Sword sect will reward you. There's nothing in the Royal Heaven Sword sect that can move me. My senior brother has an immortal tendon. Duanmu Hong gritted his teeth and said. That piqued Chu Kuangren's interest. Immortal tendon? Chapter 884. Immortal tendons? The tendons of an immortal. Chu Kuangren's interest was piqued. Anything that was related to immortals was not something simple. Tell me about it, Chu Kuangren said. Some time ago, senior brother and I were training in a secret realm in the universe, and by chance we found an immortal tendon. However, the Black Blood Hall found out about this. In order to obtain this immortal tendon, the Black Blood Hall's young master brought people to surround us. In order to protect us, senior brother was captured by the Black Blood Hall. Chu Kuangren pondered for a while. I can help you guys, he said. An immortal tendon might be a good opportunity of fortune. Thank you, sir. Duanmu Hong was delighted. After that, she asked the rest of the Royal Heaven Sword sect disciples to report back to the sect, while she brought Chu Kuangren to the Black Blood Gang. Why didn't you wait for the Royal Heaven Sword sect's experts to rescue you? Chu Kuangren asked on the way to the Black Blood Gang. The Black Blood Gang has many strongholds in the Purple Gold Galaxy. If we wait for the elders to rescue us, senior brother and the Black Blood Gang's young master would have already moved. So we must finish this quickly. Duanmu Hong said. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Moreover, for an assassin organization like the Black Blood Tower, no one knew how many hideouts the Black Blood Tower had. Inside a star. The Black Blood Gang. A white-robed young man was sitting with his legs crossed. On his right arm, there was a crystal white light that vaguely revealed mysterious Taoist markings. Not long after, the white-robed young man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with joy as he clenched his fists. Such powerful strength. I feel like I can easily kill a Tao Lord with this punch. Is this the power of an immortal tendon? The white-robed young man was the young master of the Black Blood Gang. He was also an immortal seed. However, he was not well known and had always been in hiding. Now that he had refined an immortal tendon into his body, his strength had skyrocketed. He was even confident that he could face the Purple Star and Golden Star sequence masters. The most powerful immortal seed in the Purple Gold Galaxy now should be the poetic sword god, Chu Kuangren. I don't think I'm that much weaker than him now. After all, he had merged with an immortal tendon. This was a huge opportunity that even the first rank did not have. But at this moment, the jade slip at his waist vibrated. A message was sent over. The assassins that were sent to kill Duanmu Hong and the others were all dead? Duanmu Hong and the others actually have such strength? In his opinion, since Duanmu Hong and the others were injured, they should not be able to escape the pursuit of the assassins he sent out. A bunch of trash. The white-clad young man snorted coldly. Then he revealed a thoughtful expression. Duanmu Hong and the others have escaped. The powerhouses of the Royal Heaven Sword sect will probably arrive here soon. Looks like I have to move as soon as possible. The white-robed youth said. He got up and was about to leave this planet. However, in the next instant, a domineering pressure that blotted out the heavens and covered the earth suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire star, causing one's heart to palpitate. This pressure is so strong. Who is it? The white-clothed young man hurriedly got up and walked out of the house. What entered his eyes were rows upon rows of black skyscrapers that rose and fell one after another. This was the Black Blood Brothel. There were many assassins hidden in the skyscrapers. At this moment they sensed the powerful aura and rushed out. What a powerful aura. Who is it? This is at least a great Tao Lord. In fact, it is far stronger than ordinary great Tao Lords. Why would such an expert come to our Black Blood Brothel to pick a fight? Could it be for Swordsmanship? I didn't expect him to come so soon. The assassins looked at the warships sailing over in the sky with unprecedented seriousness in their eyes. In their opinion, it was very likely that the powerhouses of the Royal Heaven Sword sect had come to rescue Swordsmanship. How many powerhouses would there be? 10? 100? Although the Royal Heaven Sword sect did not have as many people as the civilizations, they could still bring out dozens of Tao Lords. On the warship, two figures slowly descended. They were a man and a woman. The assassins recognized the woman. She was Duanmu Hong. However, the man was dressed in a white robe and had a gorgeous ancient sword hanging from his waist. His face was covered by a spiritual light, and his face could not be seen clearly. However, his aura was so deep that it was impossible to ignore. Wait a minute, only two people? The assassins could not help but be shocked. They thought the Royal Heaven Sword sect would send many people, but they did not expect it to only be two. Although the Black Blood Brothel on this star was only a branch, there were still tens of thousands of assassins. Moreover, the assassins of the Black Blood Brothel were carefully selected. Among these tens of thousands of people, half of them were emperors, and there were 20 to 30 Tao Lords. There were even a few great Tao Lords among them. The Royal Heaven Sword sect only sent two people? Isn't that a bit too much? The young man in white said coldly. In the sky, Chu Kuangren and Duanmu Hong slowly descended under the watchful eyes of the assassins. The moment they landed, a majestic aura swept out in all directions. The entire planet was shaking because of it. The ground cracked, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the wind and clouds surged. One by one, the buildings of the Black Blood Brothel collapsed. It was like a natural disaster. Chu Kuangren stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the assassins before him. He said indifferently, "Hand over the sword, Sanju, and I'll grant you a quick death." Upon hearing that, the assassins' eyes flashed with murderous intent. They were people who lived on the edge of a knife, so death was a common occurrence to them. Threats were hardly effective against them. However, they were extremely displeased to be threatened by a single person despite having so many assassins. You may be strong, but you're only one person. Open your eyes wide and take a look. We have tens of thousands of assassins here. One of the assassins said coldly. He automatically omitted Duanmu Hong's name. To them, Duanmu Hong was not a threat at all. Duanmu Hong's lips twitched, but she did not refute. In fact, she was indeed very insignificant in front of these tens of thousands of assassins. Now she could only rely on Chu Kuangren. Tens of thousands of assassins? To me, you're nothing but grass in front of me. All I have to do is set a fire and you'll all be gone. Chu Kuangren said indifferently. Arrogant. One of the assassins snorted. A sword appeared in his hand, and in a flash, he turned into a stream of light and charged towards Chu Kuangren. That person was wearing a golden mask. The golden mask was the second highest rank of assassins in the Black Blood Brothel. Normally, only Tao Lords could hold this position. As for the highest rank of assassins, it was the purple mask. However, there were only 4 of them in the entire Black Blood Brothel. Therefore, the golden mask assassin was already the top assassin in the Black Blood Brothel. Ignorant. Chu Kuangren gently raised his hand and slowly grabbed towards the void, accurately grabbing the head of the assassin that was flying towards him. It was as if the assassin was willing to let himself be caught. Chu Kuangren slightly tightened his fingers. Boom. The assassin's head exploded on the spot, and a headless corpse fell to the ground. It twitched a few times on the ground before it stopped moving completely. Attack together. If he's only one person. The assassins charged towards Chu Kuangren from all directions. Chapter 885. Inside the Black Blood Inn. Countless assassins swarmed towards Chu Kuangren. Sword chi, saber rays, palm energies and other techniques were unleashed. These were all killer techniques that the assassins had cultivated to kill. Beside Chu Kuangren, Duanmu Hong could not help but tremble. In the face of such an attack, she only had one thought. That was terrifying. She could not help but take 2 steps closer to Chu Kuangren, as if she wanted to gain some sense of security from this man beside her. Alone? People always have this illusion that more is better than less, and the bigger is stronger than the smaller. People are ignorant, and so are you. Chu Kuangren opened his palm. There was a golden red fire lotus swaying in his palm. The petals of the fire lotus unfurled. It was beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Duanmu Hong could not help but be mesmerized by it. However, in the next instant, the peerlessly beautiful fire lotus exploded with a bang. The unimaginably powerful waves of fire instantly gushed out in all directions, crashing head-on into the group of assassins, followed by a series of explosions. Many assassins were burned to ashes on the spot. With Chu Kuangren at the center, the fire waves swept out wave after wave. Wherever they went, the void distorted and everything was burned to ashes. Even emperors and heavenly venerables could not withstand its power. The entire black blood was turned into ashes under that one move. 99% of the tens of thousands of assassins were burned to ashes. The rest were mostly Daolord Golden Masked assassins. They looked at Chu Kuangren in horror. One move. Just one move. More than half of their tens of thousands of assassins were killed with just one move. What kind of strength was that? I've said it before, killing you guys is just a matter of setting fire. Chu Kuangren looked at the crowd and said, "Who the hell are you?" One of the golden masked assassins could not help but ask. That's not important. Chu Kuangren opened his palm and the golden red fire lotus swayed in his palm. The assassins' expressions changed when they saw the fire lotus, and they subconsciously took a few steps back. That fire lotus was too terrifying. One of the higher-ranked golden masked assassins stared at Chu Kuangren with shock in his eyes. "White robe, phoenix flames, and that white jade sword at your waist. You're the poetic sword fairy." Everyone gasped when they heard the words poetic sword god. Poetic sword god Chu Kuangren. It could be said that there was no one in the purple gold galaxy who did not know of this name. It was simply too famous. In the Battle of Mystic Moon Ancient City, the other party was directly conferred the title of god. Poetic sword god Chu Kuangren, it's him. Oh my god, the assassins were extremely shocked. Who would have thought that the poetic sword god Chu Kuangren would be here in person? Meanwhile, Duanmu Hong, who was beside Chu Kuangren, was also dumbfounded. He did not expect that the person who helped him would be Chu Kuangren. Then, her eyes were filled with fanatical worship. Naturally, she knew who Chu Kuangren was. He didn't just know. Furthermore, after he found out about the other party, he viewed him as his idol and dreamed of meeting him one day. Now she had a feeling that her dream had come true. I have no regrets in this life. Duanmu Hong even felt that her life was complete. Oh, I've been recognized. Chu Kuangren smiled faintly and dispersed the spiritual light on his face. A handsome face appeared clearly in front of everyone. Beside him, Duanmu Hong's eyes lit up. It's really him. Everyone's eyes narrowed. You guys seem to know a lot about me. The Black Blood Gang is an assassin organization, and Purple Star has issued a bounty on me. Why, are you guys interested too? Chu Kuangren said with a playful smile. Upon hearing his words, everyone's eyes flashed. Indeed. The Black Blood Gang was indeed interested in Purple Star's bounty. Everything else aside, just the 10 billion spiritual pith alone was enough to tempt countless assassins. However, they did not expect that Chu Kuangren would come knocking on their door before they could do anything. Poetic sword god Chu Kuangren, very well. Let me have a taste of your strength. An arrogant voice suddenly rang out. A white-robed young man walked out with Emperor's Qi and intertwined Taoist patterns. Especially on his right hand, the Taoist patterns were even more dazzling. A huge domineering aura spread, shocking the assassins. It's the young master. Wait a minute, the young master's aura has become much stronger. Did he refine the immortal tendon? That must be it. Otherwise, the young master's strength wouldn't have skyrocketed so much. Ah, this is great. The young master's combat strength has greatly increased after merging with the immortal tendon. Perhaps he can really defeat Chu Kuangren now. The assassins were overjoyed. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren looked at the white-robed young man. The spirit of omniscience, Xiao AI, had already activated to analyze his opponent's information. Especially his right hand, it made him take a few more glances. The immortal tendon that he was looking for was inside that arm. Chu Kuangren, I've just refined this immortal tendon. Today I'll use you to test its power, the white-robed young man said coldly. He made the first move. As he raised his right hand, the majestic emperor's chi that was enhanced by the immortal tendon became even more terrifying, and there was a faint celestial glow emanating from it. With a punch, a terrifying fist force poured out like a torrential river. The power of that punch was comparable to a peak great Taoist lord. Chu Kuangren also threw a punch at him. The power of the star immortal body erupted. With a loud bang, the young man in white's majestic fist energy was shattered by his punch. Not only that, but the fist energy rolled back and forcefully sent the young man in white flying hundreds of feet away. How is this possible? The white-robed young man found it hard to believe. What? He had clearly fused with the immortal tendons and his combat strength had greatly increased. Even if he were to face a sequence 1, he should still be able to put up a fight. However, why could it not block a single punch from Chu Kuangren? The gap between them was too great. Truly too weak. This immortal tendon is wasted in your hands. Chu Kuangren shook his head. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the white-robed young man. The other party roared furiously and threw out another punch. Monarch chi burst forth and immortal radiance blossomed. However, this punch was caught by the other party's palm. Shadow Saber. The white jade young man could not break free from Chu Kuangren's grasp. Suddenly, a long black saber appeared in his left hand and he swung it at Chu Kuangren. Black light flowed on the edge of the blade, giving off a deathly stillness. However, Chu Kuangren slowly raised 2 fingers. The saber was caught by him. How is this possible? The white-robed young man was even more shocked. That saber was a great Taoist weapon. After Chu Kuangren caught the saber, he flicked his wrist and a surge of energy blasted the white-robed young man's saber hand away. Then he flicked his finger on the long saber. The long saber spun in the air before it chopped off the white-robed young man's right arm. The white-robed young man let out a scream and was forced to retreat. Opposite him, Chu Kuangren grabbed his broken arm and used his emperor's chi to shatter it. Amidst the blood mist, a 1-meter-long crystal-clear immortal tendon that was emanating rays of immortal radiance appeared. This immortal tendon is not bad. Chu Kuangren grabbed the immortal tendon and examined it for a while before he smiled. He then tossed it into his yin and yang ring. Following that, a fiery light circulated on his fingertips. The phoenix fire roared and instantly charged towards the white-robed young man, burning him into ashes. Without the immortal tendon, the white-robed young man did not even have the chance to attack Chu Kuangren. The gap between them was too great. Chapter 886. Young Master is dead. Let's go. The rest of the assassins immediately abandoned their base and fled into the distance. However, just as they were about to leave, an invisible force field suddenly enveloped the entire area. It was Chu Kuangren's mini-realm. Seeing that, the others also wanted to summon their own mini-realms to fight back. However, they were too weak. Compared to Chu Kuangren's mini-realm, their mini-realms were not even worth mentioning. They were instantly crushed to the ground by Chu Kuangren. Following that, Chu Kuangren unleashed his single-thought technique. Thousands of swords condensed in the void. Like rain, the assassins were easily killed one by one. Soon, none of the Black Blood Gang's assassins survived. Beside them, Duanmu Hong was dumbfounded. She was speechless. As expected of the poetic sword fairy. Such a technique is unbelievably powerful. It's amazing. Chu Kuangren walked towards a tower in the distance. Duanmu Hong quickly followed. The third sword jadeite is in the dungeon below that tower. Go and rescue him. I'll go there to look for something. Chu Kuangren said. Duanmu Hong nodded. All right. As the top assassin organization in the Purple Gold Galaxy, the Black Blood Gang still had a lot of treasures in their branch. After Chu Kuangren looted the place, he had obtained a lot of good stuff. Just the spiritual marrow alone was a few billion kilograms. Chu Kuangren, who was originally short on resources, was suddenly filled with confidence. Not long after, he arrived at a secret room. This secret room was protected by a large number of seals and formations. However, these were not a problem for him as he could easily break through them. After entering the secret room, Chu Kuangren saw a jade scroll hanging on the wall. Beside the jade scroll was a name. Each name represented an assassination target. Chu Kuangren saw his own name there. So they're really planning to kill me. Chu Kuangren raised his hand and picked up the jade scroll with his name. With a single thought, a large amount of information suddenly surged into his mind. It included Chu Kuangren's age, cultivation level, cultivation techniques, and the civilization he was born in. It was very detailed. There were even 4 scarlet words at the back. Extremely dangerous. You know I'm in danger, yet you still want to kill me. Black Blood Gang, looks like you guys are tired of living. Chu Kuangren clenched his fist and the jade scroll instantly turned into ashes. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Then he looked at the jade scrolls on the wall and discovered that there were quite a few names on them that he was actually somewhat familiar with. Yang Xiao, Divine Moon Dao Lord, and Tian Lion Ridge Dao Lord. Chu Kuangren's gaze turned colder and colder. He was not familiar with these people, but they all had one thing in common. They had come to protect him during the battle in Mystic Moon Ancient City. The Black Blood Tower actually intended to attack the person who was protecting him? Who was behind this? After searching for a while, he finally found the mastermind behind this. As expected, Purple Star. Chu Kuangren sneered. Not only did Purple Star plan to kill him, but they also wanted to kill the cultivators who had protected him back then. If that's the case, then the Black Blood Gang can't be allowed to live any longer. Chu Kuangren relayed the information he had obtained here to the Mystic Moon Taoist Master. Let him warn the others to be careful. He also told the other party that he would deal with the Black Blood Tower. For a time, masters from all over the world received the news and were extremely angry about Purple Star's actions. F***CK, this daddy is going to return a favor and Purple Star wants to kill this daddy? As expected of Purple Star, right? How domineering. Black Blood Tower. Bastards, no wonder I keep feeling like someone's watching me. So they're behind this. Initially, I didn't plan to intervene after returning the favor, but I didn't expect Purple Star to be so persistent. Very well, since you guys want to play, then I'll play with you till the end. It's all thanks to Brother Chu's information. The masters from all over the world were extremely furious. At the same time, a fuse was buried in their hearts, a fuse to rebel against Purple Star. All they had to do was wait for an opportunity to ignite this fuse. Many people knew that. That opportunity was with Chu Kuangren. Black Blood Tower's branch. Chu Kuangren had looted almost everything here. Duanmu Hong had also rescued Sanju Swordsman. The Immortal Seed, who was originally in high spirits, had many injuries on his body. His aura was weak and it was obvious that he had suffered a lot. Fortunately, since Duanmu Hong and the others had escaped, the Black Blood Tower did not dare to kill Sanju Swordsman before everyone was killed. If the Royal Heaven Sword sect attacked in the future, he could still be used as a bargaining chip. It was because of this that Sanju Swordsman managed to survive. Brother Chu, thank you very much. Sanju Swordsman looked at Chu Kuangren with a complicated gaze. Back on the Purple Blood planet, he had said that he would one day challenge Chu Kuangren again. Now it seemed like he was not qualified to be Chu Kuangren's opponent. You're welcome. Chu Kuangren activated his Emperor's Chi and cast the Spring Breeze healing technique to heal Sanju Swordsman's injuries. This support-type cultivation technique was very useful and had helped Chu Kuangren a lot. However, it was only an Emperor technique after all, so it was not enough to heal a Daelord's injuries. However, Chu Kuangren was a top-notch healer. After a simple treatment, Sanju Swordsman's injuries were almost healed. Alright, now that I've rescued him, I'll be taking this immortal tendon with me. Goodbye, Chu Kuangren said and left. Sanju Swordsman and Duanmu Hong did not say anything. If it were not for Chu Kuangren, they would not even be alive, let alone an immortal tendon. In the universe. On a battleship. Chu Kuangren played with the immortal tendon in his hand. This immortal tendon did not reek of blood at all. On the contrary, it had a strange fragrance. The immortal radiance on it was very mystical. The young master of the Black Blood Tower simply refined it and did not unleash the full power of the immortal tendon. Otherwise, his combat strength would have increased by another level. He would probably be on par with the first sequence. Items related to immortals are indeed extraordinary. Chu Kuangren was amazed. Although this immortal tendon had many mysterious uses, Chu Kuangren did not plan to refine it and integrate it into his body. His meridians were still intact, and his immortal stellar physique cultivation had made his physical body unusually strong. There was no need for him to forcefully integrate an immortal tendon that did not belong to him. When he became an immortal in the future, he could have as many immortal tendons as he wanted. This was not a joke. With the immortal body, it was possible. When that time came, he could pluck one and grow another. Would that not mean he had unlimited immortal tendons? Although this immortal tendon won't integrate with me, it's still a treasure. I can't waste it. What should I use it for? Chu Kuangren thought to himself. After thinking for a while, he could not think of anything at the moment, so he no longer cared about it. His priority now was to eradicate the Black Blood Gang. His looting at the Black Blood Gang's branch had allowed him to locate the headquarters of the Black Blood Gang. His destination this time was the star where the headquarters of the Black Blood Gang was located, the Sirius Star. Black Blood Gang, are you guys ready to face my wrath? Chu Kuangren murmured as he looked into the distant starry sky. A cold light flashed across his eyes. Chapter 887. The Sirius Star. This was a high-level cultivation civilization in the Purple Gold Galaxy. However, unlike the Purple Star and Venus, the Sirius Star did not have an absolute leading force on the surface. In this civilization it was ruled by a group of warlords. Today, outside the Sirius Star domain, a figure arrived. It was Chu Kuangren. His emperor's thoughts surged and enveloped the entire Sirius Star. It was a grade 8 planet which was even bigger than the firmament star. However, his emperor's thought could still envelop it completely. It was repelled by the heavenly Tao. He also channeled his heavenly Tao energy to resist the heavenly Tao. Invisibly, the heavenly Taos of the two living planets collided. The Sirius Star. Somewhere. A man in a black robe suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. There's something wrong with the heavenly Tao. It's the influence of another heavenly Tao. He pondered for a while. Then he took out a jade token. Have someone pay attention to the Sirius Star and see if there are any strong cultivators from other domains. After the message was passed down, someone quickly went to execute it. A cold look appeared in the black-robed man's eyes. I don't care who you are or which civilization you're from, but I hope you don't cause trouble on the Sirius Star. Otherwise the Black Blood Gang will not let you off so easily. This person was the master of the Black Blood Gang. In outer space. After Chu Kuangren understood the situation on the Sirius Star, he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Sirius Star. He arrived just in time. The Sirius Star was currently in a very chaotic stage. The two most powerful forces on the Sirius Star, the Black Blood Gang and the cultivator Li family, were fighting each other for the leadership of the Sirius Star. The battle was very intense. However, the Li family was at an absolute disadvantage. The Li family's lord was killed by the master of the Black Blood Gang not long ago, and the Li family fell into a situation without a leader. After a huge battle, more than half of the strong cultivators of the Li family were killed. Tens of thousands of disciples of the Li family were either injured, dead, or escaped. Most of the disciples of the Li family were now being hunted by the assassins of the Black Blood Gang. To everyone there was no turning back. The Sirius Star. In a city, a figure flew across the street, followed by a few Black Blood Gang assassins in silver masks. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, their expressions changed drastically and they quickly backed away. It's the assassins of the Li clan and the Black Blood Tower. That person is the second miss of the Li clan. She used to be the pampered daughter of the Li clan, but now she has become the target of assassination. Go away. Don't get involved. Li Xuan was holding a red longbow in her hand as she evaded the pursuit of the Black Blood Tower. She couldn't help but feel somewhat sorrowful. To think that she, the daughter of a generation, was originally high and mighty. However, in just a few short days the Li family had been destroyed, and she had become a stray dog. It's all because of these damned assassins of the Black Blood Tower. Li Xuan's eyes were filled with hatred. She flipped the longbow in her hand and pulled the bowstring. Imperial aura surged out, turning into a blood arrow that shot through the air with a whoosh. The blood arrow hit an assassin from the Black Blood Tower, causing him to explode into a bloody mist on the spot. The terrifying impact caused the other assassins to tumble and instantly widen the distance between them and Li Xuan. There was a flash of delight in Li Xuan's eyes, but she did not continue fighting. She knew that staying alive was the most important thing right now. Her figure flashed and she flew into the distance. However, all of a sudden, a terrifying palm chi struck from the sky. Li Xuan's expression changed. There was no time for her to use her archery skills. She raised her hand and struck out with her palm, colliding with the palm chi. With a bang, the huge force caused her to fly backward. This force is the Great Tao Lord. Li Xuan looked into the distance and saw two assassins wearing golden masks blocking her way. Her eyes instantly revealed a hint of despair. One golden masked assassin was enough to deal with her. Not to mention two of them. Li Xuan, I'll give you a chance. Obediently hand over the Li family's 4-symbol sun-shooting archery technique, and I'll spare your life. One of the golden masked assassins sneered. You want my Li family's immortal technique? No way. Li Xuan gritted her teeth. She took a deep breath and revealed a hint of determination in her eyes. Even if she was to die, as the daughter of the Li family, she had to die with a bang. She suddenly pulled the longbow in her hand. Imperial aura circulated and turned into a blood-colored arrow, locking onto one of the golden masked assassins. Go! Li Xuan released her fingers. There was a loud bang. The arrow pierced through the air and turned into a giant white tiger. The white tiger roared thunderously, and its terrifying murderous aura caused the golden masked assassin's eyes to narrow. White tiger arrow. Is this the Li family's immortal technique? The two golden masked assassins joined forces and unleashed the power of the great Tao Lord, forcefully shattering the white tiger arrow. Meanwhile, Li Xuan was sent flying backward while vomiting blood. It's a pity that you're just a little Tao Lord. If your cultivation base is higher, you might be able to injure us with this move. The golden masked assassin said coldly with a hoarse voice. He then raised his hand and threw a punch at Li Xuan. The fist force soared into the sky. That was the power of the great Tao Lord. Li Xuan took out a talisman and threw it. The talisman turned into a barrier and blocked the attack. Following that, she let out a low grunt and pulled the bowstring again. This time, apart from her imperial aura, a large amount of life essence leaked out and integrated into the arrow that she condensed. This is the Li family's forbidden technique, Blood Vitality Arrow. The golden masked assassin could not help but exclaim. From this arrow they actually felt threatened. Quick, don't let her shoot. Stop her. As her life essence continued to leak out, Li Xuan's hair gradually turned gray. However, her eyes were bright as she stared straight at the golden masked assassin. The arrow pierced through the sky again. The giant white tiger appeared again, but the power this time was much stronger than the previous arrow. A golden masked assassin wanted to resist, but it was difficult to do so. He was blasted into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. This scene made some of the surrounding cultivators click their tongues in wonder. So powerful. As expected of the Li family's forbidden technique. The Li family's shooting Sun 4 Elephant's arrow is known as the #1 offensive technique on Sirius. Coupled with the Li family's forbidden technique, the power that erupted is indeed extraordinary. Can even kill a great Tao Lord. It's a pity that Li Xuan used the forbidden technique and consumed most of her life essence. I guess she can't shoot another arrow. The daughter of the Li family is going to die. Everyone was discussing. However, no one dared to stop the assassin from the Black Blood cult. In the current Sirius planet, the Black Blood cult was the heavens. No one dared to go against the heavens. ** go to hell. Seeing that his companion was killed and that he was afraid of the Li family's archery technique, the remaining golden masked assassin was shocked and furious. He pushed his Emperor Qi to the extreme and turned it into a huge golden hand that blasted towards Li Xuan. Father, brother, I can't avenge you anymore. Li Xuan closed her eyes in despair. She had used all her strength and could no longer resist. However, after a while, the pain that she imagined did not come. She opened her eyes and saw a figure in white. The figure was slender, thin, and not very muscular. However, it gave Li Xuan an indescribable feeling of greatness. Who was this person? Chapter 888. Just as Li Xuan was about to die, a white-robed figure suddenly appeared. The newcomer stood in front of her with his back facing her. His slender figure had an indescribable majestic aura that gave her a sense of security. The golden masked assassin's attack was blocked 3 meters away from the white-robed figure. It was as if he had encountered an invisible barrier and could not advance an inch. The next moment, the giant golden hand suddenly shattered and disappeared. Who are you? The golden masked assassin looked at the white-robed young man who had suddenly appeared in front of him with a horrified look in his eyes. His all-out attack had actually been so easily blocked by someone? His opponent's strength was unfathomable. Who am I? The one who destroyed the Black Blood gang. Chu Kuangren said calmly. Then, his mind power instantly whistled out and locked onto all the Black Blood gang assassins at the scene. How strong was his soul energy now? The peak 5th transformation of the 9 transformations ternary refinement technique alone was comparable to a peak great Taoist lord, let alone 3 of them. His mind power was enough to easily kill all the great Taoist lords. He did not even need to use his mind. Boom, 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 clouds of blood mist exploded in the void. The assassins did not even have time to react before they died. The surrounding cultivators could not help but shudder. How did he kill these people? What did he say just now? Killing the Black Blood Gang? Is he trying to go against the Black Blood Gang? Is this guy crazy? The crowd could not help but move away from Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren ignored the crowd and turned to look at Li Xuan. He cast the Spring Breeze healing technique to heal some of her injuries. Miss Li, how about we make a deal? Chu Kuangren did not beat around the bush and said directly. A deal? Li Xuan regained her senses and was a little confused. Yes. Who are you? Although he had saved her, it seemed like he had an ulterior motive. A hint of wariness appeared in her eyes. Chu Kuangren could see her wariness, but he did not care. He removed the spiritual glow from his face and said, Chu Kuangren. The surrounding cultivators gasped when they heard that name. Poetic sword god Chu Kuangren. Why? Why is he here? Li Xuan could not help but be stunned when she heard that name. Poetic sword god, such a person. What deal? It's too noisy here. Let's talk somewhere else, Chu Kuangren said calmly before he walked towards a luxurious restaurant not far away. Li Xuan followed suit. She had a feeling. Perhaps Chu Kuangren was the key to turning the Li family around. In the crowd, a man in gray robes stared at Chu Kuangren and Li Xuan's back with a strange look in his eyes. Chu Kuangren has appeared on the Sirius Star, and it seems like he's only targeting the Black Blood Gang. He's not here with good intentions, so we must inform the leader. He was also an assassin of the Black Blood Tower. Soon, news of Chu Kuangren's arrival on the Sirius Star spread like wildfire. Many assassins from the Black Blood Gang rushed over, including quite a number of gold-masked assassins. After all, Chu Kuangren was also on the Black Blood Gang's assassination list, and he was the one with the highest bounty. Killers kill for the sake of profit. There weren't many assassins who wouldn't be tempted by such a huge profit. Inside the restaurant, Chu Kuangren ignored the stares from the people around him and ordered a table full of delicacies and wine. Li Xuan could not help but gulp when she saw the table full of delicacies and wine. It had been a long time since she had a good meal. As you wish, Chu Kuangren said calmly. Then I won't hold back. Li Xuan immediately picked up her chopsticks. Although she had not enjoyed any delicacies for a long time, she did not show any signs of wolfing down her food. Although she ate very quickly, she still maintained the demeanor of a socialite. She was not afraid that Chu Kuangren would poison her. If the poetic sword god wanted to harm her, would he need to resort to tricks like poison? Chu Kuangren drank his wine and was not in a hurry to speak. After a while, when Li Xuan was almost done eating, she took the initiative to ask, Why is the poetic sword god here? To deal with the Black Blood Gang. Chu Kuangren said directly. Do you have a grudge against the Black Blood Gang? Not really. They wanted to kill me for the bounty of the Purple Star, so I wanted to destroy them. In my eyes, this is not a grudge. Chu Kuangren said calmly. Hatred was something that was etched in one's heart. The Black Blood Gang alone was not enough for him to remember. The diners in the restaurant nearby listened and could not help but be amazed. That was the Black Blood Gang, the strongest force on the Sirius Star, and even the entire Purple Gold Galaxy. Yet Chu Kuangren destroyed them just like that? This tone, this boldness, there was no one else who could match him. Then what do you mean by the deal you mentioned just now? Li Xuan asked again. I've more or less understood the situation on the Sirius Star. I have a common goal with the Li family. I'll help you destroy the Black Blood Gang, but I want the Li family's immortal techniques and forbidden techniques. Besides that, the Firmament Star may establish diplomatic relations with the Sirius Star in the future, so I want the Li family to facilitate things for the Firmament Star. Chu Kuangren said calmly. That was the reason why he saved Li Xuan. He had seen the power of the Li family's immortal techniques and forbidden techniques just now, and that piqued his interest. He did not mind learning one more immortal technique. I'm afraid I can't make that decision. It doesn't matter. As long as you agree, I can help you become the Li family's head. When that time comes, you can make the decision. Chu Kuangren said casually. The corner of Li Xuan's mouth twitched. She finally understood that this was an unfair deal. Chu Kuangren had full control over this deal, and the Li family had no right to negotiate with him. Dear customer, your wine. At that moment, a waiter came up with a pot of wine. I didn't ask for wine. My shopkeeper admires the poetic sword fairy very much. This pot of wine is a gift from my shopkeeper. The waiter smiled flatteringly. Oh, please thank your shopkeeper for me then. Chu Kuangren grinned. He raised the pot of wine, poured himself a cup, and downed it in one gulp. He continued to say to Li Shuiying, actually, rather than calling this a deal, it's more like I'm giving the Li family an opportunity. Seize it and the Li family will rise from the ashes. If you refuse, I won't lose anything. On the contrary, the Li family will cease to exist. He drank as he spoke. Li Shuiying wanted to pour herself a cup or two too, but he slapped her hand away. Petty, Li Shuiying pouted. Alright, I agree. She nodded. Just like what Chu Kuangren said, the Li family had no other choice. Very well. To show my sincerity, I promise you that within a month, the Black Blood Gang will be erased from the Sirius Star. Chu Kuangren downed the last cup of wine in the pot. As soon as he finished speaking, with a flick of his sleeves, majestic Emperor's chi gushed out like raging waves crashing onto the surrounding void. One after another, figures were blasted out of the void. Some of them could not withstand the powerful Emperor's chi, and their bodies exploded one after another. The customers in the tavern were shocked, and they quickly fled the place. When did this happen? Li Shuiying's expression changed slightly as she looked at the figures that were blasted out of the void. They were all assassins from the Black Blood Gang. Poetic Sword Fairy Chu Kuangren, today is the day you die. A golden-masked assassin said coldly. You're wrong. Today is not the day I die, but the first day of the Black Blood Gang's downfall, Chu Kuangren said. Chapter 889. Inside the inn, a large group of Black Blood Gang assassins arrived. Chu Kuangren remained calm as he looked at the assassins in front of him like they were nothing. With a lift of his arm, Emperor's chi gushed out and blasted the assassins into a mist of blood. The entire inn was shrouded in the stench of blood. Suddenly, Chu Kuangren stopped. A figure appeared out of thin air. It was a hunchbacked old man with a purple mask hanging on his waist. Purple-masked assassins. Li Shuiying could not help but exclaim. In the Black Blood Gang, the golden-masked assassins were already the top assassins, and above them were the 4 purple-masked assassins. All 4 of them were the Skydao Masters. They were the strongest trump cards other than the Black Blood Gang's leader. Hee, Chu Kuangren, do you feel a tightness in your chest and that the Emperor's chi isn't circulating smoothly? Ah, don't worry. In a little while, your meridians, bones, and flesh will feel like they're being bitten by thousands of insects. In the end, your body will be riddled with holes and rot into a hornet's nest. The purple-masked old man chuckled. Li Shuiying felt a chill down her spine. He's the Path of Absolute Poison Master, one of the 4 purple-masked assassins. He specializes in killing with poison and once destroyed a living star with it. Chu Kuangren, how are you feeling? She was in despair. It was not easy for her to find a helper. Was he going to die just like that? However, compared to the flustered Li Shuiying, Chu Kuangren was calm. He said, do you think your poison can kill me? Hey, you're still so stubborn even in the face of death. When did you poison me? Li Shuiying asked unwillingly. Of course I did it. A man dressed like a waiter walked out. He was the waiter who served Chu Kuangren the wine just now. He was also an assassin from the Black Blood Gang. It was that wine. Li Shuiying regained her senses and her expression changed. Something was not right. She wanted to drink it just now. However, Chu Kuangren stopped her. Could it be? Li Shuiying thought of something and looked at Chu Kuangren. All she saw was him chuckling and unleashing a palm attack. A burst of alcohol gushed out and landed on the assassins. The waiter was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He screamed and fell to the ground. His body quickly rotted and turned into a pile of rotten meat. You're not poisoned. Absolute Poison Sect Master's face darkened. Your poison is too low-end. It's not good enough. Chu Kuangren said calmly. He had the Starlight Immortal physique, which made him extremely resistant to poison. On top of that, he also had a Supreme Taoist physique related to poison, the Pestilence Evil physique. Poison him? It was child's play. If he wanted to, he could become a poison grandmaster at any time. Ultimate Poison Hand. The Path of Absolute Poison Taoist raised his arm and charged towards Chu Kuangren. He unleashed a palm attack that blended dark purple poison chi with the Emperor's chi. Upon seeing that, Chu Kuangren did not dodge or retreat. Instead, he took the attack head-on. Seeing that, the Path of Absolute Poison's face lit up. Fool, there is no one in this world who can survive my poisonous palm strike, not even the Heaven Law Master. Then your world is really small. Chu Kuangren said indifferently. Chu Kuangren then activated his pestilence evil physique and absorbed all the poison chi from the path of absolute poison Taoist's body into his body. It then merged with the pestilence evil physique's unique poison chi and turned into an even more terrifying poison chi. Chu Kuangren reached out his hand and the poison chi landed on the path of absolute poison Taoist's face. It flowed into his body through his orifices and pores. No, this is impossible. How can there be such a poison chi? The path of absolute poison Taoist's expression changed drastically. He tried to suppress the poison chi that was rampaging within his body, but he realized that his poison techniques could not suppress it. Chu Kuangren's poison techniques were even more terrifying than his own. Not long after, the path of absolute poison Taoist's face turned green, his lips turned purple, and his aura became extremely weak. Run. Without any hesitation, the path of absolute poison Taoist fled into the distance. With his best technique being countered, he was no match for Chu Kuangren. However, there was no way he could escape from Chu Kuangren. A ball of phoenix fire burst out from his back. Not long after, his entire body was burned to ashes. The Heaven Law Master had fallen. Li Xuan was dumbfounded. That was not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. That was the Heaven Law Master. There were not many Heaven Law Masters in the entire Sirius Star. No, even in the entire Purple Gold Galaxy, the Heaven Law Masters were the pinnacle existences. Yet Chu Kuangren had easily killed one of them. Was this the true strength of the poetic sword sage? It was much more terrifying than the rumors made it out to be. What realm are you in now? Li Xuan stared straight into Chu Kuangren's eyes and asked. Tao Master. Chu Kuangren answered honestly. With a lift of his arm, he gathered his spiritual chi and easily killed a few golden masked assassins who were trying to escape like him. Then how did you kill the Heaven Law Master so easily? Are you talking about the path of absolute poison Taoist? He's just a third-rate cultivator. He's the weakest Heaven Law Master I've ever seen. Chu Kuangren said indifferently. The path of absolute poison Taoist was an expert in using poison. Now that Chu Kuangren had countered the path of absolute poison Taoist's poison technique, his combat strength was definitely the lowest among all the Heaven Law Masters. Li Xuan's mouth twitched. Even if he's the weakest Heaven Law Master, he's still a Heaven Law Master. You're a great Tao Master, yet you killed him just like that. You're just ignoring the difference in realms. Li Xuan took a deep breath to calm herself down. When she recalled all the rumors about Chu Kuangren, she felt that she, the daughter of the Li family, was nothing compared to him. However, it was undeniable that the stronger Chu Kuangren was, the more at ease she felt. After all, he was now the Li family's biggest backer. Let's go. After Chu Kuangren had taken care of all the assassins, he took out a large amount of spiritual marrows from the path of absolute poison Taoist's yin and yang ring and gave them to the restaurant owner. This amount of spiritual marrows was enough for him to open 10 more restaurants like this one. After that, he asked Li Xuan to bring him to the Li family's residence. They were going to gather the scattered disciples of the Li family. On the way to the Li family's residence, Li Xuan also gave Chu Kuangren the Li family's immortal technique, the 4 demonic sun archery arrow, and the Li family's forbidden technique. Sirius Star Li family. The once glorious archery family, which was also the strongest cultivator family on the Sirius Star, had now been occupied by the Black Blood Gang's assassins and transformed into a branch of the Black Blood Gang. Today was the day. An arrow pierced through the air and landed on a Black Blood Gang assassin in front of the Li family's residence, killing him instantly. That arrow alerted all the assassins who occupied the Li family's residence. Who's that? This archery technique? It's someone from the Li family. Humph, how dare they come here to die? Not far away from the Li family's residence, Chu Kuangren was slowly walking towards them. Behind him, Li Xuan was constantly drawing her bow. One after another, arrows flew out. The Black Blood Gang's assassins wanted to dodge, but they were suppressed by an invisible force. They could not move at all. That was Chu Kuangren's mind power. As the arrows flew past, the assassins' blood splattered all over the place. Soon, the Black Blood Gang's assassins who occupied the Li family's residence were all slaughtered. Li family, I'm back. Li Xuan looked at the residence in front of her and murmured. Then she looked at the Black Blood Gang's plaque on the residence and smashed it down with her palm. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.